If you only knew 40 questions every new and prospective truck driver needs to be asking. Written by Jared Blevins, 2024. Table of Contents. Introduction, a foreword from the author. Category 1, Consideration, questions 1 to 5. Question 1, what is trucking and what will it mean for me? Question 2, why is there such a high turnover rate in this industry? Question 3, what is the purpose of a truck driving school? Question 4, what are the 3 most important traits to possess as a trucker? Question 5, what are the most important aspects of the nature of trucking for a new driver to consider? Category 2, access questions 6 to 10. Question 6, what are the options available to acquire a CDL? Question 7, how do I assess which option is best for me? Question 8, how long does the process take? Question 9, how will I know that I'm ready to take the first step? Question 10, how do I approach the first step? Category 3, preparation, questions 11 to 15. Question 11, what should I expect from a truck driving school? Question 12, what can I do beforehand to prepare? Question 13, what information is required for approval? Question 14, what are the automatic disqualifiers? Question 15, how do I approach the first step? Category 4, orientation, questions 16 to 20. Question 16, what is the best choice for a company to start with? Question 17, what are the most important questions to ask a recruiter? Question 18, what should I expect from companies as a new driver? Question 19, what are the most important aspects to consider? Question 20, what can I do now to prepare for what's coming? Category 5, information, questions 21 to 25. Question 21, what are the most important aspects to consider about trucking? Question 22, what tools are available to assist me as a new trucker? Question 23, what are the biggest challenges that I will face? Question 24, how do I learn to utilize all the information available to its fullest potential? Question 25, what are the best ways to build skill and experience? Category 6, motivation, questions 26 to 30. Question 26, how will obstacle awareness keep me motivated? Question 27, how do I use communication to keep me motivated? Question 28, how can I learn from my mistakes and use this knowledge to motivate me? Question 29, how do I stay motivated throughout the repetition and frustration? Question 30, how do I build and utilize the 3 traits to feed my motivation? Category 7, strategy, questions 31 to 35. Question 31, what are the most important points to consider with strategy? Question 32, how do I strategically plan for the best potential outcome on an individual load? Question 33, how do I develop a strategy for safe driving practices? Question 34, how do I build strategy based on the knowledge of road infrastructure? Question 35, how can I take advantage of the potential of my career through strategy? Category 8, goals, questions 36 to 40. Question 36, why are goals important? Question 37, how does knowledge outside of my job help me set goals? Question 38, how can I set up goals in the beginning to help me get through my first year? Question 39, what is the most important quality to possess in the industry? Question 40, how do I know when it's time to pursue a goal? Introduction. The following information consists of 8 categories, covering over the topic of introduction into the trucking industry for a new or prospective driver, with a total of 5 questions within each category. These questions are based on knowledge obtained throughout the span of my 8-year career as a truck driver. These questions, with thoroughly thought-provoking answers, are what I consider to be of the utmost importance for anyone who is interested in pursuing a career in the trucking industry. These are the questions I have come to find that I should have asked an experienced, well-seasoned driver in the days before I made the decision to pursue my career as a truck driver. These are the questions that are designed to prepare and guide any newcomer into the beginning of their journey. The answers are constructed and based on knowledge that was gained through experience in each subject covered. The intention of the information provided is to bring value and positive results to anyone who is considering the transportation industry as a career. This is where we will begin our journey into this vast source of knowledge. Category 1, consideration. Question 1. What is trucking and what will it mean for me? Answer 1. Trucking, also known as the transportation industry, is a vast system of structured processes of the planning and action of moving people, products, supplies, and materials from one place to another. It is the most vital aspect of the economy. As the sole method of supplying goods for consumers, businesses, and other important industries, the transportation industry is always moving, ever evolving, and in development for ultimate optimization in order to meet the high demands of society. Every year, millions of ships, trains, planes, and trucks are moving billions of tons of freight over hundreds of billions of miles. All of this movement is based on supply and demand in a vast array of markets within our economy. The vitality of the transportation industry is based on the well-being of the consumer market, which will always ebb and flow. The relationship between the transportation industry and the economy as a whole is give and take. Just like the economy depends on the movement of goods, the industry is affected by the demand or lack of within the economy. The well-being of the industry is always based on the health of the economy. If the economy is suffering, then likewise, the industry is directly affected. But one fact remains, that as long as the economy exists, there will be a need for the industry. The transportation industry is continuously moving forward. Though it may slow down for brief periods, it will never cease in process. Therefore, an entry into this industry for you will be less like stepping through an open doorway, and more like attempting to catch up and jump onto a moving train. You will encounter new challenges that you may perhaps not be prepared for, and realize that from day one, you have entered into a well-oiled machine that never ceases in movement, constantly on the go and never stopping until your final day. Question 2. Why is there such a high turnover rate in this industry? Answer 2. Indeed, many have ventured into this industry with high expectations. If there is one common aspect that all truckers possess, it is most certainly their exposure to the motoring public. After all, it is hard to overlook a big truck moving down the road, capturing and intriguing the imaginations of children and grown-ups alike. I'm sure at one point or another, nearly everyone has watched a truck moving on the open road, and on some level wondered, what would it be like to be a trucker? And with no shortage of job marketing from big trucking companies, advertising opportunities that are seemingly irresistible to the inexperienced, it's not difficult to see how so many could almost even romanticize the idea of quitting their 9-to-5 to become a truck driver. Many have abandoned their office cubicles, assembly lines, management roles, construction trades, etc., to embrace this fantasy of making exploration and travel a means of income. And many have turned their dreams into a reality. However, many more have been blindsided by the stinging truth of reality. This career can no doubt be easily described as a lifestyle. Yet it is, however, less like the movies would portray and more like a solemn dedication to sacrifice. Without first asking the right questions, many have come and gone in this industry. So many, in fact, that the bigger successful companies have strategized and optimized their businesses off of the foresight of turnover itself. According to the American Trucking Association, the turnover rate for new drivers in the industry was held at a whopping 91% in the year 2019. This fact would further solidify my sobering caution to anyone who is considering truck driving as a career, not to come off as pessimistic or emphasize the negative, but with the notion that it is better to make a decision based on facts from the perspective of one that is performing the trade, instead of preconceived ideas that are created from the perspective of those who are attempting to sell you a ticket into it. Many times as you observe a truck driver on the road, they may seem to be enjoying their job and having a good old time. In fact, they might even make it look easy. But the fact is, what you can't see is the many years of hard work and determination that led them to that point. In the beginning, it is not easy. Fact is, I had all of the preconceived notions of what I imagined truck driving to be before being awoken by the truth of what I could only have learned by experiencing it as a reality. If only I had the ability to question the perspective of one with experience. But if a survey was given, questioning those who have come in expecting to taste the sweet fruit of their labors and instead found bitterness, I'm sure that many may have made that choice based on a high expectation of financial gain and/or freedom of travel. For example, one may find a job listing promising $70,000 of income their first year, but not realize the amount of work that it would take to meet those numbers. Or a thought-intriguing statement of earning income while you explore and experience the vast beauty of our great nation, but not realize that any beauty to behold would be passing by at 65 miles per hour on a crowded interstate, and any exploration would be confined to an authorized truck route. Yes, I'm absolutely certain that the number one answer as to why there is such a high turnover rate in the industry would be, it just wasn't what I thought it was. Question 3, what is the purpose of a truck driving school? Answer 3, contrary to popular belief, the purpose of a truck driving school is not to teach you how to become a truck driver. There is in fact no school in existence up to this point that can teach you how to be a truck driver. The intention of a truck driving school is to offer its services to you in order to meet the standardized requirement of the federal government to prepare you for the 2 examinations offered by the Department of Motor Vehicles, which require passing scores in order to obtain a commercial driver's license. This standardized training is based on which class of the CDL you are attempting to obtain. A Class A CDL, which is required to drive a combination unit or tractor-trailer truck, requires more extensive training than that needed to obtain a Class B CDL, which is required to drive a single unit or straight truck. The preparatory period of training is optimized to prepare you for the 2 tests. The first test consists of a computerized exam of multiple choice questions similar to the Class D exam you took to get a learner's permit. After passing this test, you will be given a CDL permit, which enables you to legally drive on the road with a licensed CDL instructor. This is needed in order to move into the second half of training at school. So the first half consists of classroom training from the CDL manual of the state in which you occupy. The second half of training consists of hands-on driving. This entire process is set up to prepare you to acquire your CDL. It does not and cannot train you to be a truck driver. It is designed to teach you how to operate a commercial motor vehicle based on training scenarios. This is where many have gotten stuck or confused at the beginning of their career, by mistaking the difference between the gaining of the knowledge of operation with the implementation of that knowledge in real-world scenarios. But keep in mind that this training structure is no different in any other field. For example, someone who attends school to become a nurse may learn how to perform certain tasks according to the state's standard in a training scenario, only to find out that the actual nature of the same task might be performed very differently in a real-world hospital setting. Therefore, it is important to keep in mind the hands-on training specifically that you receive at a truck driving school is being given to you solely in order to pass the state exam required to obtain your license and cannot fully meet the expectations of a real-world setting. Question 4. What are the 3 most important traits to possess as a truck driver? Answer 4. We have already discussed the reality of a high turnover rate in this industry. I mentioned that a solemn dedication to sacrifice is needed in order to find success. Beyond this statement, there are 3 incredibly important traits that when one becomes dedicated to sacrifice, they will find are useful in this area. As a truck driver, you are considered as the backbone of the industry. Though many parties are involved, and a well-oiled machine requires many moving parts in order to function properly, you are the sole provider of productivity. You depend on these other specific individuals to function, but when it's all said and done, it is you who is doing the work. The work you will do is unique. Again, you will be part of a team, but you will be working in solitude. Therefore, the 3 most valuable traits all involve you, yourself. Self-discipline, self-motivation, and self-management skills are all required to find success. As a driver, regardless of the size of your company, you are on the front line, representing your company as one individual. This unique position requires self-discipline. The biggest area of discipline is responsibility for yourself. This can cover over a majority of what your work consists of. The discipline to remain safe and thorough being the biggest area of necessity. Here's something you must consider as a new truck driver. When driving makes up the biggest amount of how you spend your time, it can be tempting to get distracted and preoccupied by other things. But by disciplining yourself to remain focused on driving, you are ensuring your success in the greatest way. Also, as a truck driver, you are required to inspect your equipment every day. In the repetitive nature of daily processes, it can become easy to get complacent and cut corners, overlooking important measures that require your attention. But through self-discipline, you can commit that you will ensure the safety of your equipment on a regular basis. As a new driver, you will also sometimes encounter circumstances that demand self-discipline in order to maintain professionalism. This may involve keeping your cool in stressful and frustrating circumstances. There will be times when you find that this is easier said than done. But by remembering that you are the face of your company on the front line, it will make all the difference. This means choosing to stay calm and not reacting on emotion in confrontation with whomever, be it law enforcement, customers, the motoring public, or other unruly truck drivers. We all have bad days when it feels like everyone is pushing our buttons. But the more you can discipline yourself to remain professional, the more you'll positively impact others and achieve the success you're aiming for. Self-motivation is also imperative in this profession. When you spend the vast majority of your time alone in isolation, it can become a challenge to stay motivated. And because you are alone, it is solely your responsibility to do so. It helps to remember the main reason as to why you're subjecting yourself to this lifestyle. Focusing on the positive can keep your drive alive. As a new driver, it won't take long to realize that to remain in this occupation despite the many challenges, and believe me, there are many, reveals that you have an underlying passion, and that very passion is what's keeping you in it all. So just remember the positive things that you're accomplishing by choosing to stay dedicated to the sacrifice, and you will discover your self-motivational skill. Finally, self-management is a necessity in order to function as a truck driver. When you obtain a CDL and enter into this industry, you are choosing to accept the responsibility of new standards. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration holds you to a higher standard than the general motoring public. This involves numerous regulations that govern many aspects of your life, the greatest being your time. Every truck driver is held liable to their legal hours of service. This means that you have a limited amount of time to operate for each shift. As a truck driver, you are legally required to log your hours of service. This is measured and recorded by a mandated recording device that is implemented into your equipment, meaning that as soon as your wheels start turning, you are officially on the clock. We will discuss more on hours of service in a later section. This is only one of the many aspects regarding the importance of self-management. Knowing that your time is limited and that every moment counts, the only way to find success is by managing and optimizing the time that you have. It's difficult to describe all the factors that ride on this statement without experiencing it firsthand. But the best way to start is with the understanding of how important and valuable the skill of self-management becomes in this. Question 5. What are the most important aspects of the nature of trucking for a new driver to consider? Answer 5. The first and most important aspect is knowing the rules and regulations. I briefly discussed some of this in question 4. However, there are many rules that, should you choose to pursue this career, you will learn about in school. Remember that as a CDL holder, you are required to meet the standards of the FMCSA, and that the assurance of your continued operation relies on your ability to meet these requirements. Failure to maintain the standard can mean being put out of service with an inability to work and also having negative points put on your safety record. This can ultimately affect your ability to get or keep a good job. The second aspect of importance is the awareness of limited access on the road. You may already realize that trucks, due to their size and/or weight, do not have the capability to travel on many roads. This limitation creates situations that can sometimes be misleading or difficult to comprehend without thorough research. There are solutions to help assist with these concerns, such as Truck GPS and Atlas products. However, the best and most reliable means of navigation involve a strong measure of research on how road networks function. This technique, combined with on-road communication in the form of road signs, is the most reliable means of travel in a CMV. This skill is obtainable through several methods, including education and experience. It's a skill that requires time and exposure to master, but is extremely valuable and under some circumstances is required. The third aspect to consider is that preparation is essential for success, especially in the beginning. As a new driver, you are going to encounter new challenges that you haven't considered. You will be thrown into new and challenging situations that you won't expect or be prepared for. Therefore, it is important to become aware of as many potential circumstances as possible and to have a good understanding of how to handle each individual obstacle as it comes. When you land your first job, your company will assist you in this area. But again, training, even in the form of extensive company training, still has its limitations. The best practice of handling the nature of truck driving as a new driver is to consume as many knowledgeable resources as possible. In other words, in the beginning, you're going to need all the help you can get. And it is a good idea to do as much research as possible. But remember that not all advice is good advice. Listen to your company and follow their procedures and instructions. And remember that as a new driver, you are embarking on an enormous journey. The fourth aspect to consider is that if you do decide to go for it, that this is a huge transition to undergo and it will have life-changing effects on you. The reason why a truck driving school cannot teach you how to become a truck driver is because this profession is not one that can be fully obtained through education or training. It requires extended exposure and repetitive practice to master. You cannot become a truck driver overnight or even in a few weeks. It can take months to fully acquire the necessary understanding of things like space management, interstate etiquette, truck stop parking, and workflow optimization, just to name a few. As you encounter these new and usually intense challenges, remember that it is completely normal to feel the way that you feel. If you take each obstacle as it comes, avoid the pitfalls, and learn from your mistakes without giving up, you will find the success you're looking for. We all had to start somewhere. It's what and how you choose to handle this crucial time period that can make all the difference for you. Category 2, access. Question 1, what are the options available to acquire a CDL? Answer 1, as previously mentioned, all CDL training is standardized on a national level. This is a newer regulation that was implemented in 2020. Prior to this point, it was possible to get a CDL without the necessity of a certified training program or school. In some states, all you needed to do was pass the multiple choice exam and find access to a truck to pass the road skills exam. This is no longer the case. This new regulation has leveled the playing field for all new truck drivers, requiring that each new CDL applicant must undergo 160 hours of classroom, hands-on training for Class A applicants, and 80 hours of classroom, hands-on training for Class B applicants in an FMCSA certified school or program. After doing some research, I have found at least 5 different options for anyone who is interested in getting a CDL. I will briefly explain each option available for you. The first option is the most obvious, and I'm sure that anyone looking into school has seen or heard of this. Company-sponsored CDL training. This is the easiest and most direct way to get the necessary training and direct access into a truck. It does, however, have its downsides. In order to qualify, you must meet the criteria to be eligible. These qualifications vary for each company, but most are pretty similar. I'm referring to things like your work history, credit, driving record, and criminal background. Most of the big carrier companies seem to either provide training within their own infrastructures, or they have contracts with certified schools that will provide the training you need. A pro for company-sponsored training is that most companies who provide it will offer paid training, so you'll be earning income as you learn. Some examples of companies that provide in-house training are Prime Trucking and Stevens Transport. There are also companies that will pay your tuition at a school that they hold a training contract with. Both methods involve you signing a contract to stay employed with that company after you have completed training and gotten a CDL. These contracts bind you to that specific company, and most of them last for up to 1 year. There is no way to get out of these contracts without taking a hit on your credit and disqualifying yourself from employment eligibility with another company. This is why I would recommend doing all of the research and checking as many reviews as you can before you sign yourself away to any specific company for a whole year. Also, this option is more accessible for those who are seeking a Class A license and not as common to acquire the Class B. There are some options available for company-paid Class B training out there, but it is not as common and there seems to be a much smaller market for it. Most companies running Class B trucks are small and could potentially pay for your training on a case-by-case basis, but are far less likely to do so. simply for the fact that it would be cheaper to hire someone who already possesses a Class B license than to invest in training for an employee to obtain one. However, this does not necessarily mean that it's impossible. It would all depend on that specific company's need for drivers. The second option would be to seek assistance on a federal or state level. This is a limited option that may require a waiting period to get the assistance you are seeking. However, the federal government has been known to offer assistance for CDL training. If you are between the age of 16 to 24, you can apply for admission into the Job Corps program. This is a federally funded program that is designed to assist young adults by providing continued education to obtain a GED, followed by an entrance into a trade or vocational training program. Despite its limited size and availability, it is a great option for young adults who are struggling financially to gain a foot into the workforce. And they offer training and certification in many of the trades beyond truck driving. There are currently 4 of their campuses offering the CDL program in the states of Kentucky, Maine, Washington, and Wyoming. If you don't live in these states and are willing to relocate to their campus during your training period, they do offer dormitory housing and food. Again, this is a program of limited size and may require a waiting process to gain access. But it's a good option if you fall into the age criteria and are just attempting to get your life on track. Additionally, your specific state may offer its own programs for individuals who are seeking assistance into the trade. For example, the state of Georgia offers a program known as the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which can assist low-income families in covering the cost of tuition for specific training programs. But again, this could involve strict qualifications and lengthy waiting periods. The third option would be for anyone who has served in the military or National Guard. If this is you, then you're probably already aware that there are many options available for veterans that will provide the covering of tuition through the GI Bill. But some of the carrier companies also offer scholarships for veterans or those who remain in active duty. The U.S. Army also implements its own in-house training for those enlisted. This program is called Mission Support Battalion. I wasn't able to gain any more information on this program, but if you are enlisted and wasn't aware of it, there you go. The fourth option would be training within a vocational trade school or a technical college. This is a good option for those who seek assistance but are unable or unwilling to take the sponsored training route. The good thing about choosing this method is that you can apply for federal financial aid to pay for some or all of your tuition costs. You may also qualify for a scholarship. Just like the Job Corps program, you will also need to first obtain a high school diploma or an equivalency to qualify. Most of these schools provide an adult continuing education program that will assist and prepare you to obtain a GED. Another good thing about this option is that it's less expensive than paying for truck driving school. However, the downside to getting training from a trade school would be that because these institutions are so broad in the courses that they offer, the amount of training provided would have its limitations. In other words, these schools may offer truck driving training, but they don't specialize in it. They instead offer vast areas of training in many different trades. The fifth and final option would be to pay out of pocket to go to a private truck driving school. This is, of course, provided that you have the financial freedom to do so, the best option. The range of tuition varies at these schools. I mentioned that the playing field has been leveled for students and that the standard of training has been set by the FMCSA. This means that every instructor providing CDL training must be certified in the state of their residency, and each school has to meet a standard for what they provide for their students. Their classrooms have to be a certain size, and their training pads, the outside maneuver practicing areas, have to be a certain size. Every school has to pass an FMCSA audit to qualify and obtain their certification to run their business. They cannot drop below this standard and keep their doors open. They can, however, raise the bar and offer more than what the standard requires, and many of them do, in order to raise the competition level between schools. This is important for you to realize when paying out of pocket. That's why when you look up the price range for truck driving schools, you'll find that the cost can lie between $2,000 to $12,000. The more you're willing to pay, the more training you're going to get. And believe me, you need as much as you can afford. I'm not saying that you should pay $12,000 for training, but I am saying that you get what you pay for. If you try to find the cheapest school, you're going to end up with the cheapest results. The most important question to ask a school when looking into joining is, what is your teacher to student ratio? If you're paying less to go to a school with a large student body, keep in mind that your one-on-one time with an instructor will be limited. Your hands-on training time will also be limited. If your class is so large that your access to hands-on training time gets cut short, that means you'll have to learn and retain the knowledge at a faster pace. Question 2. How do I assess which option is best for me? Answer 2. This is a difficult question and a huge decision. This is why I have taken the time to pull all of this information together for you. Regardless of which route you take, the most important factor to consider is that this is going to change your life. Remember that truck driving is a lifestyle. Each choice has its pros and cons. If you are thinking of getting company-sponsored training but haven't considered applying for a student loan to go to trade school, maybe you should go that route first. See if you qualify for a scholarship. If you already have student debt, maybe you should look into the Job Corps or state-assisted workforce assistance programs. If you don't have time to wait for the approval of government assistance, try to apply for enough credit to cover the tuition at a truck driving school. If you have bad credit and can't cover the cost to pay out of pocket for school, ask a school about financing options. Some of the schools offer weekend and after-hour training courses. Some of them offer online classroom training. If you are currently working, some of these schools can consider your job as credit. My point in saying all of this is to get you to think outside of the box, to find ways to make this work. If nothing else will work, that's when I would consider company-sponsored training. The main reason why you should avoid this is because if you have to sign a contract with a company, yes, you'll have a CDL and you'll have a job, but you're still stuck. You are bound with this company for at least 1 year. For some people, this isn't a big deal, but for others, it could potentially mean that you wasted your time. It's just too much for some people. That company owns you for your first entire year. This means that they have control over where you go, the loads you're hauling, how much money you can make, and even when you get to go home. Yes, you have a CDL, but it might as well have that company's name on it, because outside of that company, you have no options as a truck driver. My advice would be to get onto Google and check out the reviews that people are leaving about the companies that offer sponsored training. Read all of them. Beyond that, I would jump onto social media and try to track down some people that have made it through their contracts and are still in the industry. Try to see if there's anyone out there that signed a contract for sponsored training, served it, and are still employed at the company that paid for their training. If those people exist, those are the people that you need to talk to, because they can tell you all you need to know. But when you're looking for these people, don't try to find them on that particular company's page. For example, don't go to Prime Trucking's Facebook page and try to get one of their sponsored drivers to spill the beans. They're not going to do that on the company's social media because they could lose their job. Try to do it behind the scenes. But you also need to be aware of biased opinions. Some people will talk trash about a company simply just because they decided that they don't like that company, and vice versa. Some people will talk a company up and make them sound much better than they actually are. Try to get some honest answers. Believe it or not, there are drivers that went the sponsored training route and they genuinely loved it. It was clearly the right choice for them. But remember the high turnover rates. For every positive story of someone who made it, there are at least 2 to 3 disaster stories. Beyond that, all I can give you is my story. I paid for school out of pocket. I went to a mid-range tuition school. I got to pick the company I wanted to start with. And I still had a difficult time. My first couple of years were extremely challenging, and I almost walked away from it a few times, even though I paid for all of it on my own. Another good thing about paying out of pocket is that most companies will reimburse you for tuition over the span of your first year. So in one way or another, it's not all that different in the end. You're either paying upfront yourself and getting a return on your investment over time granted that you stay with same company your first year, or you're going to get into it free of charge, getting paid for training, and then being planted your first year. Either way, you're investing in the beginning, whether it's in the form of time or money. But again, by paying up front, you do have the assurance of having options in the beginning if something were to go wrong. Question 3. How long does the process take? Answer 3. This is another question with many variables. A better question to ask is, how long should this process take? It is designed and optimized to be as smooth and productive of a transition as it can possibly be. Granted that if you do go through a private school, their programs are typically about 3 weeks, with the more intensive and expensive schools ranging in 4 to 6 weeks. That is, if you don't have any major issues in training. Most schools have optimized the way that they train you. For example, the school I attended put more focus on acing the driving test at the DMV than anything else. It's ironic, really. As I recall, I spent thousands of dollars on truck driving school that, instead of teaching me how to become a truck driver, actually just taught me how to pass the state exam. I put everything I had into it, and within 3 weeks I was holding my CDL, or at least a paper copy of it. I had to wait for the hard copy to come in through the mail. Obviously, for those with challenged schedules, it will take longer to get through the 160 hours, or 80 hours if you're going for Class B. But sometimes some people need more time to, again, repeat the process. The school I attended put a guarantee on my tuition that I would have the ability to repeat the hands-on training as many times as necessary until I passed the state exam. It's important to put this into consideration when paying for school. Make sure that they will be willing to work with you for as long as it takes until you get your license. And just because it may take longer for you to pass the driving test than other people, that's not a bad thing at all. Because the truth is, the more hands-on exposure you get, the better off you are. Again, these schools cannot teach you all of the ins and outs of driving a truck in real-world scenarios. And most of them have realized this. That's why the majority of them have designed a model of training that is only focused on making sure that you pass the test. And even when you pass your exam and have your CDL, you have only just begun and still won't be ready for what's coming next. Question 4. How will I know that I'm ready to take the first step? Answer 4. The decision to pursue a career in trucking will not likely come easily. Due to the weight of such a decision, you will most likely feel the doubt of uncertainty or perhaps maybe even a downright fearful hesitation. These emotions are quite normal and are a good sign that you understand the gravity that comes with such a choice. In fact, I would presume that anyone who lacks these or other similar emotions may not be ready to take the first step. The decision to pursue this career will undoubtedly change your life. Know that its significance will challenge and affect you in every way. But do not allow these factors to deter you in your ability to make such a decision. It's important to understand the details without focusing on them too much. By doing this, you are effectively taking an even bigger risk by holding yourself back. If you have thought about becoming a truck driver for any considerable period of time and taken the impact that it will have on you into consideration, then chances are you do have the ambition to do so within you. Along with the concerning uncertainty also comes the exhilaration and excitement of making such a life-changing choice. You may have a strong desire for this change, and this is another good indicator that it's time to make that first step. It's important to open yourself up to the possibilities with a willingness to embrace whatever. Challenges may await you. This resource is designed to assist you as you cautiously consider the important details associated with each challenging step forward. This will equip you with the knowledge and foresight to make informed decisions as you embrace your career, which, as I previously mentioned, is more like a lifestyle. In my journey of becoming a truck driver, I recall a 10-year period of remaining on the fence, too focused on all of the weighty details to take the first step. No one ever told me that it's impossible to invest in yourself without taking chances. You will need to see your choice to take the first step as a risk with opportunity. Taking risks and pursuing new opportunities is essential for personal and professional growth. The most important factor is that you are aware of and have acknowledged all of the details, good and bad, and with this knowledge, you proceed to take action. Question 5. How do I approach the first step? Answer 5. In the same way that you're doing now. Again, it's important not to focus too hard on all of the information, but it's just as important to be aware of all of the factors before making a decision. Even if you've already made the decision and are already immersed into the industry, you're still at the beginning, and believe me, when it comes to trucking, you can never learn too much. The day that you stop learning as a truck driver is the day that you give up. Take some time to be intentional about research. Gather as much knowledge as you can from different sources. But again, remember that not all advice is good advice. Whatever you do, remember that when it comes to carrier companies and schools, they are never going to give you the full detail of the nature of the industry or what the immersion into it is like. Any school that you talk to in the beginning is going to give you all of the positive details, things like job security, average annual income rates, and how easy it is to get through their program and immediately get hired. They will give you all the positive information because they see you as a potential sale. But they will never tell you what I've already told you, that in reality, they can train you to get a CDL, but they can't teach you how to be a truck driver. Any carrier company is going to tell you what they know you want to hear, because in reality, they see you as a potential asset. If you land the job and start driving for them and prove that you have what it takes, that's all they're looking for. Therefore, I assert that even a carrier company is incapable of teaching you how to be a truck driver. The best they can do is train you how to work for them and provide the necessary equipment for you to become a valuable asset for them. Category 3, preparation. Question 1, what information is required for approval? Answer 1. As we have already covered over the various options available to obtain a CDL, this answer will first depend on which route you choose to take. For those seeking entrance into a training program through the means of a technical school, government-provided program like Job Corps, or a carrier company's own in-house training program, your experience will differ slightly from a training program provided by an actual truck driving school. But because the nature of the question itself pertains to that of a truck driving school, we will focus on what to expect from these institutions. After selecting the best school for you, based on your budget, accessibility, and schedule, things we discussed in Category 2, Question 2, the first step would be to reach out to that particular school's enrollment department. The school will set up an appointment to meet and assess you. This is your best opportunity to determine and confirm that this particular school is the best option for you. This is your chance to ask all of the questions about the limitations and resources that are offered by that particular school. During this initial interview, the school will require specific information about you to determine your eligibility. Beyond financial obligations, your approval for enrollment will depend also on other certain factors, criminal background and driving record, being the two biggest areas of investigation for the school to look into. There are certain factors involved that could potentially disqualify you from getting a job after completing their program. Seeing you as a potential customer that is investing in their services, it will not be a motive for any such school to attempt to disqualify or eliminate your eligibility. For those with a criminal history, it is important to note that this is not necessarily an automatic disqualification, but will all depend on the nature of the charges on record. Some companies specialize in the employment of felons within certain limitations. We will discuss these limitations in the next question. Provided that you meet the qualifications of a criminal background check, the next area of concern would be your driving record. The school may request a copy of your MVR. This is usually information that you are required to obtain from the Department of Motor Vehicles of your state, any state that you have occupied within a 3-year period, or any state in which you have held a citation from within a 3-year period. This is all for insurance purposes. Again, like the criminal background, some companies specialize in the employment of drivers with certain challenging aspects on their records within certain limitations. It all depends on the insurance policy of a particular company. In terms of the MVR, the more points you have on your driving record, the harder it will be for a company to provide coverage for you within their policy. Provided that you qualify and meet these standards, the school will decide to move forward with your enrollment. The next 2 areas of qualification are a DOT physical and a drug screen. This may require a third party to conduct, or the school itself may provide these 2 steps within their own means. Again, there are limitations to these 2 factors as well. The DOT physical could potentially be another steep hurdle for some candidates. Again, we will discuss this in further detail in the next question. Question 2. What should I expect from a truck driving school? Answer 2. Upon the completion of your enrollment, You will then be presented with a schedule of the program in which you have enrolled. In most cases, provided that there is not a waiting list, you will begin your training the following week. If you are planning to attend the training as a full-time student, these schedules will be based on the operating hours of your school. The first step in your training will be to complete the first half of the program consisting of classroom training based on the class of the CDL you are obtaining. Again, for Class A, you will need 80 hours of classroom training, and for Class B, 40 hours. The school may divide this classroom training among the CDL classes, A or B, or they may keep them together. The curriculum for Class A and B is virtually the same, up to the point that the CDL manual is divided into specific areas of study. This will all depend on the specific requirements for the state of your occupancy. For example, the state of GA requires both Class A and B to acquire classroom training covering the general knowledge and air brakes portions of the CDL manual. However, Class B is not required to obtain further training covering the combination vehicle section of the manual. If Class A and B students are together in one classroom, the Class B students, after their 40-hour requirement is complete, may then break away to the next step, which would be the computerized state exam held at their local DMV. When Class A students have completed their 80 hours of classroom training, they will then also proceed to do the same. It is important to note that the classroom training provided by your school will likely be limited to the bare minimum required to only cover the curriculum needed to obtain the permit. But when you go and attempt to take the exam, you are not limited to only test for the permit itself, meaning that the CDL manual covers not only information needed to obtain a permit, but also covers all the information needed to obtain any endorsement that can be added to your license. For example, if you are seeking to obtain a Class B license for the purpose of becoming a bus driver, you will be required to have the passenger endorsement on your license in order to drive a bus. Or if you are seeking to obtain a Class A license in order to get a job hauling fuel, you will need to obtain 2 additional endorsements, the tanker and hazmat endorsements, in order to do this. Keep in mind that these specific areas of the CDL manual will not be covered over in the 40 to 80 hours of classroom training at a truck driving school. In the beginning, many students will feel the need to obtain any or all of the endorsements available on a CDL, but note that this is not required to obtain a standard CDL or to get a job. It is not a bad idea to go for each endorsement in time, but in my opinion, unless you are seeking employment from a specific company that requires any of these endorsements, this should be avoided in the beginning. Because, 1, it's not a requirement. 2, you will have plenty of material to study just to obtain the permit and you shouldn't overdo it. 3, after you have completed school and have your CDL, you will have the rest of your career to then focus on obtaining any or all of these endorsements. Out of all of them, which consist of passenger, school bus, doubles and triples, hazmat, and tanker, the only one that you could potentially be disqualified from receiving is the hazmat endorsement. After state testing is complete, an official Class A or B permit will be issued to the student from their state of occupancy. Again, this permit is needed to move into Phase 2 of training, which will be hands-on. This is the most exciting and crucial period of training. The training itself, which will be the second 40 hours for Class B and second 80 hours for Class A, consists of the knowledge required to complete the multiple areas of official state testing to acquire your actual CDL. These areas consist of the pre-trip inspection, air brake test, on-road driving, and the area of basic operation involving specific maneuvers. These maneuvers consist of straight line backing, offset backing, parallel parking, and the alley dock for Class A. Keep in mind that the mandatory time requirement is counted as an overall total for each section of testing that you will learn and practice at school. This means that when your instructor goes over the pre-trip inspection, air brake test, basic operation maneuvers, and on-road driving, each area that you learn and practice is all counted toward the minimum required time. In other words, even though you have 40 hours for Class B and 80 for Class A, this does not mean that you will have that much actual time to spend behind the wheel. The minimum required time is not only divided among each area of training, but it's also divided among you and your classmates. This means that even when you are standing in line waiting for your turn to practice and watching one of your classmates practice, This still counts toward your 40 or 80 hours of training. So by doing the math and assuming that each area of training is divided equally within the time period, when it's all said and done, the amount of hands-on exposure that you're getting becomes much smaller. For example, if you were getting a Class A, you would take the 80 hours and divide it into 4 for the 4 different areas of study and practice. So you would get 20 hours to learn the pre-trip, 20 hours to learn the air brake test, 20 hours to learn basic operations, and 20 hours to learn on road driving. But you would then need to divide that time between yourself and your classmates. The size of your school and the amount of available instructors will determine the amount of actual available time you spend practicing. Let's say your class consists of about 16 students, and there are 4 instructors. These circumstances would be based on a mid-range tuition school with reasonable accommodations. You would still have to divide each of the 20 hours between all of the students and also subtract the amount of time for the instructor to demonstrate and teach each subject. Consider this: you start with 20 hours of road skill training, but you then have to divide that time between 4 students. You would then need to subtract the amount of time that it takes the instructor to demonstrate and teach the students how to do it. Let's say that the instructor takes 1 hour of yours and each of your classmates' time to do this. Now, let's say that the school isn't just planning on having their students randomly drive on the road. A good school would realize that in order for you to get the most impactful training, you need to experience a predetermined course that will share similar circumstances to the test course that the DMV will use on your state exam. In order to do this, the instructor will spend time driving to and from the area of the school's planned training course. And each time you and your classmates go out onto the road with your instructor, this takes more of your training time to fulfill. I hope you see what I'm attempting to portray here. As you can see, this 80 hours of hands-on training really starts to dwindle down when you begin to subtract specific factors from it. What started out as seemingly ample amount of time ends up being extremely limited. So even though you should be getting a full 20 hours to practice driving on the road or learning to do basic maneuvers on the school's own property, realistically, you may end up with only about 2 to 4 hours of exposure in each subject at the end of the program. This is something that you really should consider when shopping for the right school. Again, it's imperative to make sure that the school has placed a guarantee on your tuition. This limited exposure will end up becoming a huge deterrence in many individuals' capabilities to learn and obtain the knowledge and skill required to pass the state exam, and it may prevent anyone's specific ability to pass the exam upon their first attempt. Again, this is not your fault and should not serve as a reason to discourage you. As long as your school is willing to work with you by providing more extensive training in the areas that you struggle with, or whatever mistakes cause you to fail your first attempt on the exam. Should you fail upon your first attempt, different states have different rules regarding your eligibility to reattempt it. But a good school, with good instructors, should be able to determine whether or not you're ready to go and take it in the first place. As you begin the hands-on training, you will quickly realize that despite it only consisting of 40 to 80 hours, it will be a very slow process. You will be spending the majority of your time standing in line, waiting for your turn to practice any assigned exercise relating to the exam. Instead of daydreaming, playing on your phone, socializing, or kicking rocks around, my advice would be to observe. A lot of people lack the attention span to do this and may find it challenging to stay engaged. But this very activity could mean all the difference in whether or not you pass on your first attempt. This is the very thing that I decided to do from day one of school. I watched and listened to everything. Every time a classmate was in the driver's seat, I watched every movement they made. Anytime someone made a mistake, I noticed it. And when the instructors explained their mistake and showed them how to do it right, I listened. I realized that my overall exposure time behind the wheel was so limited that when I was waiting for my turn, I had to pretend to be the student practicing. I would envision myself in their place while they practiced. By doing this, I was able to stay completely engaged the entire time. When I was in the training yard, I watched how the trucks moved according to their input on the steering wheel. I noticed how they would struggle when attempting to back up at certain angles due to poor visibility. When I was in the sleeper of the truck on the road, waiting for my turn, I watched each student attempt to shift. I paid attention to their speed and RPMs when they failed to get the truck in gear, and then listened to the instructor tell them what they did wrong. I experienced how the truck would handle and react according to their input of the clutch, throttle, and brakes. By observing every possible facet of each other's student, I was able to analyze and interpret how to avoid certain mistakes. One advantage that the newer state exams have is the ability to use a checklist for the pre-trip exam. When I went to school, that wasn't allowed, so I made an audio recording of my pre-trip instructions and would listen to it repeatedly on my way to and from school each day. Like a sponge, I absorbed every form of knowledge I possibly could within that 3-week period. And because I put all that I had into it, I was able to ace the state exam with no issues. But believe me, it was not easy. Question 3. What are some of the automatic disqualifiers to get into truck driving? Answer 3. Due to the high level of liability and accountability involved in the nature of the transportation industry, there are high standards demanded of truck drivers. These standards are higher than those expected in most other trades. Because of this factor, it is important to know the limitations involved for the eligibility to become a truck driver. Every time a truck enters the road in operation, there are literally millions of dollars at stake. So needless to say, the federal government, along with the insurance companies, have carved these high expectations into stone. The high risk of factors involved in this industry demand that only those who are trustworthy and capable to operate should be granted an ability to do so. Therefore, the public roadway becomes the proving ground for the professionals and those newly devoted who aspire to achieve such a title. Before attempting to pursue this occupation, it is imperative that one assures themselves that they are capable of meeting such measures. Here are some of the factors that will automatically disqualify you from the privilege to operate a CMV. A felony, depending on its nature, is not necessarily an automatic disqualification. However, the following list contains which particular charges are commonly considered as disqualifiers that will prevent anyone from obtaining or maintaining a CDL. List of disqualifying felonies: arson, treason, kidnapping, assault with intent to murder, bribery and/or extortion, motor vehicle misconduct, negligence or reckless operation, committing first or second-degree manslaughter with a motor vehicle. Other felonies committed using a commercial motor vehicle, including smuggling illegal substances or human trafficking, an outstanding warrant for a felony offense, voluntary manslaughter, severe assault including rape, child abuse, serious drug offenses that indicate trafficking or distribution, crimes that indicate a risk to public safety, such as repeated DUI offenses or vehicular homicide. This list is by no means complete and was compiled from the information gathered online on this subject. As previously mentioned, there are truck driving companies that will provide opportunities for ex-convicts through the support of the justice system. But again, due to government regulations and insurance limitations, the eligibility for certain opportunities will be limited for each individual. Other areas of concern that can potentially eliminate your eligibility to acquire a CDL include your driving record and health. Individuals seeking employment in the industry who have negative points on their MVR will find it challenging to find acceptance, especially for those who lack experience. Most larger companies who are more likely to hire new CDL holders have stricter insurance policies than that of smaller companies. The strict insurance policies will enforce these large companies to maintain and limit their driving force. Every truck driver is responsible for reporting citations, accidents, and violations to their companies, regardless of whether the charges were acquired in a CMV or personal vehicle. This requirement enforces that every CDL holder must maintain safe practices even when driving their own standard vehicle. The necessary limitations that determine whether a driver is eligible for insurance coverage from a company will all depend on that particular company's policy. However, there is a pretty common standard that reflects these limitations throughout the industry. When you are applying for a job, your application is going to request information on any and all accidents and/or citations on your record. It's important to make note of each of these. The company needs this information, as it will then be screened through the coverage that the company holds. The insurance companies will then determine if your particular record qualifies for coverage or if you are considered as a high-risk driver. We will discuss more on this in a later section, but it's important to note that one of the biggest factors that can potentially disqualify your ability to get or hold a job as a truck driver is your safety record. The next issue to be aware of is your own personal health. Every CDL holder is required to maintain their physical and mental status in order to be considered as fit for duty by the FMCSA. This requires each driver to pass a DOT physical on a biannual or under certain circumstances an annual basis. After passing the DOT physical, the driver will receive a medical certificate or med card from the qualified practicing physician. This med card is based on the physician's own assurance that you are physically and mentally qualified to operate a CMV. Depending on your health record, this can be a grueling process, as certain diagnoses in your health history will demand that you receive ongoing treatments to monitor your condition. In many cases, the DOT doctors will require up-to-date records and information on the prognosis of your condition. There are certain health conditions that require close scrutiny and accurate treatments in order to maintain your fit-for-duty status. These conditions are vast and cover over many truck drivers struggle with to maintain the upkeep of their health, include blood pressure and sleep apnea. However, there are many other chronic ailments that can challenge your ability to actively maintain a current med card, including areas in mental health, cardiology, neurology, and orthopedics. Failure to maintain active records of treatment for chronic ailments is one of the quickest ways to get disqualified from trucking. The final area of potential disqualification that I will cover over is the subject of substance abuse. The FMCSA requires that each driver will undergo a DOT drug screen in 2 ways, upon new employment and on a continued random basis. With the new changes in law regarding the legalized distribution of THC in many states, needless to say, this is currently a subject of high debate. With that being said, there are several things to discuss on this topic that you should be aware of. In 2020, the FMCSA established a new system of record keeping that tracks and releases information on each individual CDL holder's ability to maintain a substance-free record. This system is called Clearinghouse. Each time you are required to submit a drug screen, the information is collected and recorded into this database and is required for any carrier company you hold or seek employment with to review upon your consent. Just as you are required to report citations to your company, you are also required to report any positive results for substances that were detected in a drug screening. Any such situation would lead a driver to be immediately placed in out-of-service status. This record then becomes a violation within your specific clearinghouse file. The only way to move forward from this point is to be enrolled into the Substance Abuse Professional SAP program. This is a costly 6-step program designed to, in time, move you back into active duty status. It involves being assessed by a substance abuse counselor, following up with their prescribed instructions, and then being retested in order to be placed back in service. It is important to note that just like having a drug screen with positive results for a substance, failure to submit a drug screen in the form of flat-out refusal or using a substitute in place of your own bodily fluids is also considered as a fail and automatically shuts you down. The SAP program is a lengthy and expensive process to attempt, and many drivers who have failed drug screens will eventually give up and walk away from the industry. The detection of illegal substances in a commercial driver's system is considered by many as a slap in the face to the industry and grounds for blacklisting a driver. This means that as a truck driver, if you fail a drug test, you will more than likely lose your job. There are very few companies that do not hold a zero-tolerance policy within their standards for employee ethics. When you lose your job, not only will you hold the challenge of completing and covering the costs for the SAP program and any prescribed treatment or education deemed necessary by a SEP counselor, but you will then be forced to find new employment with a company who is willing to hire and cover you under their insurance. If you are fortunate enough to find such a job, you will then be forced to undergo ongoing, follow-up drug screening for up to 5 years from the date of your initial violation. This is a situation that should be avoided at all cost, as it can potentially destroy your career. Regardless of how clean your driving record is or how strong your work history has become, the sight of a violation within your clearinghouse record will remain as a red flag to any prospective company that may consider hiring you in the future. Some individuals have unfortunately not taken this risk seriously enough. There are some that have paid for truck driving school, obtained their CDL, and then proceeded to apply for a job, knowing that the initial drug screen that they would take at school would require them to stop using a substance well enough in advance to pass a urine analysis test. But what they didn't realize is that when a carrier company hires you, they will use a hair follicle test initially. The hair follicle test is able to detect substances that were used well into the past, in some cases even up to 90 days prior to the screening. Without this knowledge, they have effectively disqualified themselves from the ability to use their CDL from day one. Sad but true. With the new laws taken into effect by many states regarding the legal distribution and use of THC, this reality has become an epidemic within the transportation industry. There are currently rumors on the rise that the methods of drug screening may slightly change in the future. If this is true, it means that the federal government has realized that with the legalization of certain substances, some measures must be updated in the screening process. Without this update, there is obviously a remaining double standard placed on the expectations of truck drivers. For example, alcohol, a substance that many consider to be a much greater danger than that of THC, is not illegal for a truck driver to consume while off duty. And a standard drug screen does not include a means to detect this substance due to its legality. Yet, THC, despite its recent legalization, is the main substance that is sought for detection within the screening. Through urine analysis, there is currently no way to indicate whether an individual is under the influence of THC at the time of testing. For example, you could have went into an open store that possesses a license to sell a product containing THC and legally purchased and consumed this product just like it were a product containing alcohol while you are off duty. And sometime later, you could be forced to undergo a random drug screen. If the legal product you consumed was alcohol, you would be off the hook with no issues. But if the legal product you consumed was THC, then guess what? You have just compromised your career. And without the necessary money, time, and determination needed to actively repair what you've just broken, you will never drive a truck again. So, this is why there are rumors spreading that the FMCSA could change their standards on the detection of THC in a drug screen. If the screening method was updated specifically for THC, it would mean taking a urine analysis test for detecting any illegal substances and a saliva test to detect how present the substance of THC, again a now legalized substance, is within the body. Meaning that just like alcohol, it is and will always be illegal to use. THC while operating a CMV, however, the legal use of the substance is confined to off-duty status. I realize that these are just rumors, but something has to be done about this issue. It is causing good drivers to walk away from the industry due to penalization. And a good driver would never use any altering substance while on duty. This is not a matter of prevention, because let's face it, it has always happened and won't stop happening anytime soon, and the fact that this is happening to so many drivers proves it. Question 4. What can I do beforehand to prepare for school? Answer 4. We have covered over a lot of information regarding the nature and expectations of truck driving. If you've made it this far and are still interested in joining the industry, here are a few ways you can prepare yourself for the plethora of knowledge that you will need to retain in your first week at school. The first thing you should do is obtain an up-to-date copy of the CDL manual from your state of occupancy. After getting it, skim over it and familiarize yourself with it. Go to the table of contents and check each section. You will realize that to start out, you only need to read certain sections. Each manual differs slightly in the way it presents and organizes the information. The main areas that you should begin studying before school are the first section that covers over safe driving procedures. In some manuals, this may be referred to as general knowledge. Beyond this first section, you should study the air brakes and combination vehicle sections if you are going to get a Class A. Some of the information in these sections will be technical and perhaps challenging to understand at first, but that's okay. Your instructor will break all of these technical areas down for you. The point of doing this is that, despite perhaps not understanding the technical meaning of the information, you will at least become familiar with it. The last area to study before school and throughout your attendance at school is the section that covers over the pre-trip inspection. This is a vast area of information that you should already be familiarizing yourself with and is one of the most challenging aspects of the CDL exam. It's a lot of knowledge to memorize and understand, but this will get easier as you begin the hands-on practice of demonstrating how to walk through a pre-trip inspection at school. The point here is that you are getting a head start of familiarization well ahead of time. After studying these 4 sections, 3 if you're going for Class B, you should repeat the process. Again, by doing this, you are slowly gaining the aspect of how you will learn and move through the materials that you will learn in at school. All knowledge that will be required for you to know at the time of testing. This way, you are already in the right mindset to excel right away as you begin to undergo your training period. In other words, there is an awful lot of head knowledge required to move through the first phase of training at school, and you're better off getting a head start in preparing yourself for the proper mindset of learning to your greatest potential. You'll be spending a great deal of time sitting in a classroom reading and listening, and this process can tend to become rather boring after 80 hours. There is no better way to prepare than with starting out in the right mindset. The best way to avoid this boredom is by building a passion for learning all of the ins and outs of what trucking is. So allow yourself to become absorbed and fascinated with all of this information. The greater your capability to do this becomes, the more potential you'll have to succeed through all of it. Question 5. What do I do after school? Answer 5. First of all, take a deep breath because you just made it. You dared to take a chance to invest in yourself. You faced all of the challenges and obstacles that many others just like you have yet to experience, or for the sake of the material within this category, let's say that hypothetically you did. Obviously after acquiring your CDL. Unless you have chosen the sponsored training route, the next big step in this process would be to take all of the knowledge you have obtained and put it to work. The next category in this series will cover over the process of attempting to land the best job that you can find and how to go about doing this. But before you get to that point, I think that it's important to realize some things. Unless you have recently completed school, you may not be aware of what you have become. A truck driver? No, you are not yet a truck driver. You are now considered as a liability with asset potential to the industry. A more common phrase for this would be rookie. You are now a rookie in the industry. This means that despite your limited exposure to hands-on experience, you are still considered to the mega carriers as a hot commodity, so desirable to these huge companies that they have already addressed and pitched their opportunities to you. If you have recently completed training at a school, were you confronted by any recruiters? Did they entice you with irresistible job offers? Did they persuade you to commit to filling out an application for those jobs? Hopefully, you made the right choice. The right choice would be choosing not to choose until you have completed school. With regard to the fact that it's important not to take too long in making a decision of who to start with, it's also just as important to not get distracted by promising job offers too soon. Remember that as a brand spanking new CDL holder, with no obligation of contract to a company that sponsored your training, you are still highly sought after in the industry for specific companies. The thing you need to realize is that certain companies hold contracts with truck driving schools. These contracts allow recruiters of the carrier companies to come into the classrooms and pitch you with employment opportunities before you even finish school or have even attempted the state exam. Do not let these specific companies distract you. By falling for these business schemes, you may misinterpret the size of opportunity that you actually have. Remember that there is a huge job market available for new and inexperienced drivers. I'm telling you this so that you will realize the importance of avoiding haste in the beginning. You may fall victim to the bait of a company that was allowed access into your classroom to solicit you. Again, my advice to you would be to wait until you have completed the program and are holding your CDL to even begin searching for the right job. You, after all, have just taken a huge chance by investing in yourself. You have just put forth a ton of effort to achieve this huge step into a new career in a new industry. Don't let some smug recruiter from a mega carrier company cheapen this experience for you by committing too soon. My best advice would be to sit down alone in a quiet room and begin asking yourself what you desire from this new career. Make a list of everything you expect and exactly what direction you want to go in. Maybe you don't realize the vast opportunities that await you. Maybe you haven't considered the amount of options available for you even without having prior experience. After you have made a list of expectations and goals, the next step would be to conduct your own search for jobs available for new truck drivers. This again will not be an easy task. But as you begin to find some companies that are offering opportunities that are comparable, if not dead, on what is written on your list of expectations, you will begin to narrow down which opportunity is best for you. Realistically, if you decide to spend at least 1 but no more than 2 weeks to commit as much time as possible into this job search, by the time it's all said and done, you will not regret your choice to do this. On the other hand, it is important not to waste any time in this process. After all, the time you spent at school getting that exposure to the practice of driving was short-lived and will not stay with you for very long. You don't want to take too long to make a decision, but you don't want to commit too soon without realizing all of the options available to you. Category 4, Orientation. Question 1. What is the best option of a company to start with? Answer 1. So, you did it. You just invested your money and time to take a chance on yourself. You have proven your capability of understanding the technical details of the inspection processes of commercial transportation equipment and have demonstrated a basic understanding of operating said equipment in various scenarios and upon the open roadway. Your skill level has met the expectation of the state of your residency to the level required to obtain a license to operate. Welcome to the world of trucking. In order to answer this question to its utmost, there are some factors that you need to realize before you even begin to embark upon your search for the right first job. We will approach this enormous topic in a systematic way. The first factor to consider is the recognition of what you represent. As previously mentioned, as a new CDL holder, you are not yet considered as a truck driver, but rather as a liability with asset potential. A more common word for this would be rookie. When considering the potential opportunities available to you as a rookie in the industry, you must understand that there are limitations based on your experience level, or rather, lack thereof. These limitations will affect the nature of what jobs within the industry are open for you to pursue. Out of all the companies currently offering positions, there will only be a portion available in which you, as a new driver, are qualified to obtain. These limitations are usually based on insurance and/or any specific company's area of specialization. For example, the vast majority of companies in the trucking industry do not specialize in employing inexperienced drivers and do not hold insurance policies that will cover the hire liability that comes with the operation of a new driver. Therefore, your current status as a new CDL holder will be limited to the portion of job opportunities with the companies that specialize in employing new drivers. Although this factor will narrow down the list of options available, it does not mean that these limitations are substantial. There is still a huge market of job options available in the industry that focus on employing new drivers. This fact is the most important aspect to remember as you embark upon your search for the right job. Remember that even with no experience, you are still highly desired for by these specific companies that specialize in entry-level positions. The first step on your journey should be to create a list of expectations for what you expect to get from your first job as a truck driver. These expectations should be based on several aspects to the nature of what it will require for you to be transitioned into this industry. The first and most important aspect to consider should be training. After completing truck driving school, many will realize that despite their success in meeting the standards of qualification by the state, they still lack the full understanding of what it takes to operate. You may have mastered the steps to complete the state exam and completely crush the challenges of the training scenarios offered by your school, but when it comes to a real-world demand of operation, you wouldn't even know where to begin. Therefore, when considering which company to pursue, it is imperative to research the level of training that specific companies provide. This is a broad topic to break down and explain. There are many factors that go into any specific company's strategy on tackling the challenge of preparing any new driver's capability to begin an official operation. But for the sake of simplicity, I will divide these strategies into 2 categories based on a company's expectations from a rookie versus their willingness to provide reasonable training accommodation. When it all comes down to it, any company that provides entry-level positions for drivers could fall into one of two categories. These two categories are based on a company's perspective toward the industry itself. The first category would be based on a business model of minimization. As you discover the vast amount of companies offering job opportunities for new drivers, you should also consider that these companies have, in return, realized the vast number of new drivers coming into the industry. They have already considered the potential that would come from any one of these new drivers to become an asset for their business. Therefore, they have developed an optimized strategy for the transition of an inexperienced driver to be launched into official operation. Though they are designed to maximize the number of new drivers being hired into their company, the strategies themselves are based off of minimal investments. Every aspect of training provided by these companies is designed to minimize the amount of time and money invested into each individual driver. These companies have predetermined what they will teach you and demand a high standard of results within a minimal amount of time. If you fail to meet their standard of results, they will not hesitate to tell you that you don't meet their expectations. To them, you are just one of many that will undergo their process of scrutiny. Therefore, you are easily expendable and have undergone their screening process with a minimal amount of expenditure. To them, it's not a big deal to refuse employment to you, but for you, this is a bigger problem. You may have spent time, money, and resources for the result of refusal. As a driver, the most frustrating aspect coming from the business model of minimization developed by huge mega carrier companies within the industry is its lack of regard for individual circumstance. For the sake of productivity, these companies have depersonalized the aspects of learning for each individual. The failure to meet the requirement of standards will often come down to very specific areas of lack within any individual's understanding. Some circumstances will require more time and practice for certain individuals to understand. But for the sake of corporate uniformity, these companies will often refuse to invest any additional effort toward any specific driver's lack of capabilities. Because there are so many new drivers available to undergo the screening process, these companies will prefer to simply replace your lack of capability with another potential candidate. The bigger the company, the greater the chances of this happening will become. These huge companies have fleets of equipment that are considered as huge investments that they are paying to finance, register, and insure. Their main priority is to keep their equipment in operation, and any circumstances that inhibit or slow down productivity are considered as unacceptable. Therefore, I am implying that this first category of companies that provide entry-level positions has a minimized perspective of the industry. They have developed strategies that are based on minimizing investments that maximize profit in the shortest amount of time. The second category of companies that provide entry-level positions differ slightly in their training process. Instead of minimizing the amount of time that they will provide to expose you to the practice of operation, they will focus on maximizing your exposure to operating in real-world scenarios. Your training time with these types of companies will be extended well beyond in comparison to that of the training provided by the Category 1 companies. These companies realize the value that comes from investing more time and effort into building experience within individual drivers. They are willing to put in the necessary effort needed to undergo the practice of acclimating unto independent operation. This process is based on traditional business models within the industry, though it is a much more preferred method, especially for the rookie driver who lacks experience. There are also downsides to it. The first being a difference in income. If a company is investing more resources into its drivers on an individual basis, it will have to compensate the difference in those expenditures by adjusting expenses in other areas. This means that in order to receive the additional training that, in many cases, is necessary, you may make less income working for these types of companies. You may also find that the equipment that you're using is not as new or nice as the equipment provided by the companies that fall into Category 1. This extended training process may last substantially longer than that of Category 1. You may be required to undergo extensive trips over the road with a training instructor who will be sharing the same living space of the truck with you. This is a sacrifice that many may find challenging to accept, but to those who are insightful enough to realize the added value of impact this difference can make in the development of acquiring skill and understanding in the beginning, it is still worth the sacrifice. Looking back at my choice to start out with a Category 1 company, I can recall several instances when I wished I had assistance in the many challenges that I faced in the beginning. After briefly explaining the aspect of training that the two categories of companies hiring entry-level drivers provide, it is important to understand that the demand for new drivers is high enough for you to have an option to choose which type of company you want to start with. Again, when I was new to the industry, I didn't realize what my options were, nor did I realize that there is a difference. Had I acquired this information beforehand, looking back now, I know that I would have chosen to receive extensive training, even if it meant earning less income in the beginning. The second aspect to consider when choosing an entry-level job is the nature of the work itself. What are your expectations? This also is an area of option for a new driver. Not all new drivers will want to go over the road. And again, because of the high demand, there are options available that do not require this. So let's take this moment to break down the categories of truck driving jobs and what they consist of. The most common type of job available to a new driver is over the road. This has always been considered as the standard method for entry-level positions in the industry. Most major companies have networks of customers based throughout the lower 48 states and some even within Canada and Mexico. These networks are often referred to as freight lanes. The company you are applying to and their base of operation will determine where and how these freight lanes are set up. Many of the larger companies have what are known as terminals set up throughout many states in addition to their main headquarters. Just to give you an example, the mega carrier company Schneider National has a main headquarters office in Green Bay, Wisconsin, but additionally they have 39 terminals located throughout a number of states. If you live within the hiring area of any of these terminals, you are eligible for employment. In some cases, you may still be eligible even if your residence location is outside of the terminal area. Whichever terminal you are closest to will then become your home terminal. This is where you will dispatch from and return to when you are up for home time. In particular, Schneider's terminal network is spread throughout the lower 48 states, with customers residing around and within the routes that connect each terminal. Your time over the road and which areas you are currently in will determine the work that you are doing or the loads that you pick up and deliver. This will vary greatly according to circumstances and other factors. Over-the-road driving is also sometimes referred to as long haul. However, for many companies, this does not mean that each load you deliver will be carried over vast distances. Many loads hauled by OTR drivers can be short-haul loads. Again, it will all depend on the circumstances of your company, their business network, and the variables available for you in consideration to things like your available hours of service. However, some OTR companies specialize in only carrying long-haul loads and will not pick up any load unless it provides enough miles to meet the minimum distance above the cutoff. The advantage of hauling long-haul loads is obviously that they pay more per load for you as a company driver. But the trade-off for hauling these loads is usually that you will be required to stay out for longer periods of time in between home time. And the further distance out that you get from your home terminal can play a huge factor in the amount of time that it takes to get a load heading you back toward home. Another interesting aspect of OTR is that it is usually diverse and random as far as where you go and what you're carrying. There is no predetermined schedule or route to go by before receiving a dispatch. You will typically plan and go as you receive the work. This circumstance can play a huge factor on many aspects of how you operate. It can create unique challenges in many ways. For example, because you're completing each job as it comes, you never really know for sure how your work-sleep schedule will unfold exactly when you may return home, or how much income you earn over the span of a pay period. OTR driving creates additional challenges for inexperienced drivers, and because you are operating by random circumstances, you will consistently experience new factors on a regular basis. Because of this, I will make the claim that OTR is the single most challenging form of truck driving for a new driver. We will delve deeper into this subject in a later section. The next type of job available for an inexperienced driver is known as regional. Just like OTR, which is based on dispatching randomly acquired loads, regional is set up and operates in a similar manner, though it is primarily meant to focus on a specific area within a company's network of freight lanes. Regional positions offer a driver with the ability to remain within a much closer proximity to their home terminal. Additionally, many companies specialize in operation within a smaller area inside of their particular region of the country and only offer service to these specific regions. This is a good option for a new driver to consider who is uninterested in spending longer periods away from home. Many regional companies offer more regular home time for a regional driver. The advantage of regional to OTR is that despite being dispatched to locations randomly based on load availability, these locations and routes will remain within a specific region and therefore will be encountered on a more frequent basis, offering a driver to become familiarized with certain areas in a shorter amount of time. This, however, may also be considered as a negative factor for certain individuals that prefer variety over repetition. The next type of job available for an inexperienced driver is known as local. Local jobs and their availability will vary depending on your location. Local driving jobs, though not impossible to obtain, can be extremely difficult to land as an inexperienced driver. Most companies offering local driving jobs usually require some significant amount of experience and are usually highly sought after by those who have already been exposed to OTR or regional driving. The availability of local jobs and their abundance will all depend on where you reside. If you live in the vicinity of a major metropolitan area, your chances of obtaining a local job will increase significantly. The advantage of having a local driving job is seemingly obvious, as it offers the ability to be home daily and the possibility of getting multiple days off each week. However, in reality, the proposition of working less is somewhat of an illusion for local drivers. In many cases, you will find that a local job will demand working longer shifts, and with an added daily commute, will offer less time for breaks in between. There are a number of factors involved with local driving that can create challenging aspects that OTR and regional drivers will not face as often. These factors will increase if you are driving in heavily populated areas. Despite all of these factors, local driving remains as the overall preference for many drivers. There are several areas of service provided within the local driving profession, including the same type of random dispatching of loads, not unlike the method that is used in OTR and regional. But as the distance of transportation gets shorter, the options and methods begin to broaden. There are certain companies that specialize in the sole transportation of localized freight. Many of these companies operate on a contractual basis with their customers. This brings us to the next type of job available for inexperienced drivers. There are certain companies that specialize in hauling freight solely for specific customers. These companies are known as dedicated carriers. The area of dedicated freight hauling is not categorized by distance like OTR, regional, or local, meaning that the term dedicated itself does not fall into the criteria of any specific network of an operating area. A dedicated load and its distance to transport could be considered as long haul, regional, or local. This means that as a new driver, you could get a job hauling freight solely for one specific customer and perhaps only on one specific route. There are 3 categories involved in the process of hauling dedicated freight. Upon landing a dedicated job, you could be responsible for handling any one or all 3 of these processes. The first category is known as supplying. This involves the process of the collection and delivering of resources needed to supply a company with the materials needed to create or distribute a product. The second category is known as line hauling. This is the process of carrying and delivering the product to and from distribution facilities within that company's own network. The third category is known as distribution. This is the process of distributing the product or delivering it among that company's customers. These customers could be other warehouses or facilities within that particular industry, or it could involve delivering the product to actual consumer locations such as stores or markets. There are many advantages involved with hauling dedicated loads. Unlike the questionable uncertainty of OTR, regional, or local jobs, dedicated jobs often provide set schedules of work. This means that the length of your shifts and amount of income that you earn is structured. Some dedicated jobs provide pay based on salary or hourly rates. The dedicated contracts that carrier companies hold with their customers are known as accounts. These contracts can be very lucrative for a carrier company's own drivers, depending on certain details involved. Depending on where your specific job as a dedicated driver fits in with all of this, your position could potentially hold a great advantage in comparison to other driving jobs. Financial contracts between carrier companies and their customers are a big deal. And for many carriers, these dedicated contracts are the sole resources that keep them in business. Beyond these 4 types of jobs available for new CDL holders, there are many more factors that come into play involving a job search. Still, I hope that my attempt to break down the available options in the broadest of ways has helped to assist you in the gathering of basic details on how to start searching for a job. There are many pros and cons to argue involved in each area covered. But as long as you have begun to narrow down the choices in the order that we have covered thus far, you are already headed in the right direction to find a job that will best serve your needs and expectations from the industry. Always start out with considering the nature of training. Do some research in investigating the levels and expectations a certain company provides and requires in order to obtain the job. Remember to identify which category a company falls into regarding their training methods. When you decide which category you feel comfortable with, you should then move on to the type of job that specific company provides. Is it OTR, regional, local, or dedicated? Some of these massive companies actually offer jobs in all 4 of these fields. When you find the companies that offer the training you're looking for and the type of job that you want, make a list of the companies that are providing these things. After doing this, you're ready for the next step. Don't go anywhere yet, because we still have a long way to go. Question 2. What are the most important questions to ask a recruiter? Answer 2. When you have created a list of prospective companies to reach out to based on the type of training you prefer and the type of job you're seeking, you are ready to reach out to these companies. In most cases, it will be necessary to speak with a recruiter to distinguish the nature of what type of training their company provides for new drivers. Upon establishing the method of training provided by the company and ensuring that it meets your expectations, there are a number of questions that you should consider in asking the recruiter about the company itself. Keep in mind that the recruiter's income is based on your agreement to filling out an application with their company, and this is the main objective for that recruiter. Therefore, they will attempt to get you to move forward to the next step in applying by tickling your ears with some pretty outrageous claims. Remember that your goal at this point is only to gather necessary information and not provide it. You may have some difficulty in doing this and find that the only way to get answers to your questions will be a trade-off in the form of information. You may be required to apply for the job in order to get answers to your questions. This is a reasonable acquisition so long as you get answers to all of your questions. This may involve multiple conversations with multiple recruiters. If you get the chance to ask a different recruiter the same question, don't hesitate to do this. Maybe they will answer your questions in a different or more elaborate way. Try to make note of the answers they provide you with, either by writing them down alongside of your questions or by recording the conversation. You may feel awkward doing this, but they, after all, are probably recording their conversation with you. It's important to do this because, in the future, if you should decide to move forward with this particular company, you will have that recruiter's statements to your questions recorded, and upon orientation, you will then be able to verify if they were giving you honest answers. With all of this being said, here are some of the most important questions to ask a recruiter. Questions for recruiters. 1. What is the average annual income for a first-year driver with your company? As soon as you conduct an online search of job listings for entry-level drivers, you will be bombarded with big numbers. This, after all, is what they want to bait you with in order to get your information. Remember that job offers are not required to be honest. There is no specific law against falsifying information in job marketing for jobs that compensate in the nature of most truck driving jobs, unless they are based on salary or rate per hour compensation. The loophole that they will use is the CPM or cent per mile rate. Most truck driving jobs offer CPM. They cannot legally lie about this rate. They can, however, mislead you with it. For example, if a company is offering a job with an annual income of $70,000 but only offering 56 CPM, you would have to do the math to determine the amount of work required to fulfill the annual income. It comes out to averaging about 2,403 miles per week. Now, if you break that number down by the number of legal hours of service that you have in each 70-hour cycle, you would need to average out the amount of time spent driving for each shift. Realistically, this amount of annual income would be based on you driving up to 10 hours per day at highway speeds for 287 days out of the year. This is including the periods of time off to reset your 70-hour clock. In theory, these numbers are not impractical. But in practice, these numbers are based on the performance of a skilled truck driver who has legitimate and better than realistic odds, meaning that you have a perfect week that doesn't involve the realistic nature of getting held up by customers or bad traffic or bad weather or equipment failure. The point in mentioning all of this is that it is not impossible to earn this amount of income as a new driver, but in realistic terms, it is highly unlikely that you will meet these numbers, especially within your first year. 2 is the CPM based on zip code miles or hub actual miles. One common practice among most carrier companies is to compensate a CPM based on the distance between the zip codes of the cities where the load is picked up and delivered. This distance will often fall short in comparison to the actual distance required to be driven in order to ship the load. When factoring the difference in individual loads, this difference in lost mileage pay is minuscule. However, when added up over time between all loads delivered within a quarter or year, this could potentially mean that you are losing hundreds of dollars in pay simply due to the company's lack of paying by actual miles driven. This pay rate based on zip code difference is an unfortunate standard for the industry. However, some companies have considered the implications of this loss of income for their drivers. It is good to know how a company compensates with the CPM rate in order to know if this particular company is capable of compensating you in a fair way. 3. What accommodations does this company provide to suit my needs for creature comforts? The nature of OTR and regional truck driving is challenging in regard to exposure to the elements. A decent company with reliable equipment will realize and acknowledge the need to accommodate their drivers with a practical means of comfort within the confinement of their equipment. This is a big factor that is often overlooked by certain companies. If you are spending 287 plus days per year within the confinement of a truck, you will require a means to stay cool during hot weather and warm during cold weather. This is an ongoing issue that many companies have struggled to maintain a solution for. Most companies do not allow idling of equipment in order to run AC or heat, and some states do not allow it. They will enforce this measure by implementing automatic shutoff timers on their trucks, making it impossible to idle your unit even in uncomfortable situations. There are solutions and ways around this issue, however. They are expensive alternatives that some companies are not willing to invest in. Many companies have equipped their units with these alternatives, but some have failed to maintain them. It is an ongoing and costly countermeasure to provide reasonable accommodations to suit the needs for drivers. It is of the utmost importance to ensure that the company in which you obtain employment with is dedicated to either allowing the idling of equipment or maintaining the alternatives to provide you with these comforts. If you're dealing with a company that has no regard to the quality of your living space, then they are not worth your time. 4. How is your freight lane network set up? This is a good question to ask, as it will determine the areas that you will work in the most. Even as an OTR driver, you can sometimes be confined to certain areas of the country depending on the location of your dispatching terminal. Again, due to this limitation within certain companies, this can be a positive thing for you in some ways when it comes to getting familiarized with certain areas. If you are consistently working along the same north-south or east-west axis of a particular area of the country, you will pick up certain subtle details about these areas. For example, the ability to find parking in certain areas, or pick up on traffic patterns, and therefore know the best times to traverse through specific areas versus times to avoid them. By understanding fine details, you will improve in your ability to operate on the highest level, therefore maximizing your ability to use your available time to its utmost potential. 5. What type of markets does this company focus on? Again, this is another good question that may cause your recruiter to question you. If they are able to provide you with this information, you will then be able to get an understanding of the nature of the work that you're required to perform. Some companies hold carrier insurance policies that allow them to haul loads that other companies are not qualified to haul, such as high-value commodities or high-risk loads that involve hazmat endorsements. It's important to realize that some companies have direct access to customers without the need of involvement for third-party brokers. If you really want to rattle your recruiter's brain, you could ask them if their company's customers are directly contracting loads with the carrier or if the carrier uses load boards or third-party brokers to conduct business. Depending on the size of the carrier company, this will distinguish the factor of the nature of how loads are dispatched. Bigger companies have agents that are similar to sales representatives that will pitch service directly to customers without the need of brokers or third-party services. These types of companies have good reputations within the industry, and the quality of their work speaks for itself. These questions, if answered honestly, will provide valuable insights to the upstanding nature of the carrier company itself. 6. What is the CSA score of this carrier company? The Compliance Safety Accountability Score is a system of measurement held by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. Each registered carrier company is audited by the Department of Transportation through the form of roadside inspections. If any particular company's equipment is deemed to be placed out of service by a DOT officer, the report will be listed on that company's CSA score. The more points a company obtains, the higher the CSA score gets, putting that particular company's presence on the radar for the FMCSA to further scrutinize. This score not only affects the company as a whole, but can also affect an individual driver's own record. If you are applying for a job with a company with a high CSA score, you are setting yourself up for failure. It's important to ask a specific carrier for this information, as you can then look that particular company's CSA score up on your own to determine if that recruiter is being honest. This score in itself is based on the company's own ability to maintain a safe and acceptable standing with the FMCSA. 7. To what extent does this company offer its training to new drivers? When inquiring for information regarding the training process, it's important to obtain information regarding the length of the training period, the structure of the training process, and the company's policy on reinforcing extensive focus in areas where a new driver may struggle. Keep in mind the two categories of companies and their training methods that we discussed previously. Ask questions about the amount of time that you will spend on the road with a trainer and what areas will be focused on the most. Ask specific questions like, will I be allowed to practice parking at real truck stops? These are serious questions that demand serious answers. These answers play a huge role in indicating whether a specific company is even worth your time to invest in. 8. What type of equipment does this company operate? Most companies hiring new drivers have a well-established fleets with modern equipment. It is important to know beforehand what kind of truck you will be driving so that you can conduct research to determine which company will offer the best equipment for you. Keep in mind that most of the equipment provided by major companies is equipped with modern electronic safety hardware. This technology is used to monitor your driving skills and measure your safety performance on a micro level. It is important to ask if the trucks used by the company are equipped with driver-facing cameras, microphones, safety sensors, and other hardware used by insurance agencies to audit driving. You should also be aware of whether the transmissions used are automatic or manual, and if the trucks are equipped with auxiliary power units, inverters, or refrigerators, if the trucks are clean and have been serviced recently, etc. 9. At what speed does the governor activate on the company's trucks? It is important to know beforehand what speed the company's equipment will top out at. Most of the entry-level companies do utilize speed control on their trucks for the sake of saving fuel. Their equipment will usually top out between 63 to 70 miles per hour. Sometimes the companies will allow their trucks to travel at a higher speed only when cruise control is active. It's important to acquire this information beforehand, as it will greatly affect the nature of your driving. A truck issued with speed control requires more awareness to operate on the interstate in regard to courtesy to other drivers, and will require an advanced skill to conduct overtaking other vehicles in travel. As a personal preference and opinion, I would say that as a new driver, you are better off using equipment that has a speed control that is either on the lower or higher end of the spectrum, as this will reduce the potential of you failing to overtake another vehicle in passing zones on the road. A truck with a mid-range speed control requires greater skill and understand of proper timing to succeed in overtaking another truck on the interstate with a similar or more common level of speed control. 10. What are the benefits of choosing this company over the others? It has become a standard for companies to offer benefit packages for their employees. These benefits include health insurance, life insurance, safety bonuses, fuel-saving bonuses, referral bonuses, tuition reimbursement, paid time off, paid holidays on rare occasions, 401k, and stock options. Don't be afraid to get into deep detail about how far a company is willing to go to provide good benefits for you. There could be a company offering top-tier pay for new drivers, but in return, that company may provide an extremely poor health insurance policy that is so costly to their employees that the extra income may fail to make up for the difference to that of a company with a really good insurance package. Most companies also offer a sign-on bonus, in addition to their tuition reimbursement. Make sure to take the time to get a good understanding of what this particular company offers for new drivers. Finally, make sure that you repeat this process of questioning with each recruiter from each company that you inquire to. This will be a timely process that requires patience and determination. But if you put half as much effort into your job search as you put into obtaining your license, you won't regret it. I have never ever heard anyone complain about putting in too much effort for searching for the right job. What you need to realize about trucking is that as soon as you have obtained a CDL, you have become a hot commodity to the industry. In some cases, you won't even have to look for openings. They will come to you with their opportunities. The important thing to remember is to not get hasty with your decision-making. After exhausting your list of available opportunities and comparing all of the options, you will then be able to make an informed decision that you will not later regret by knowing that you put every effort into making the best choice available for yourself. Question 3. What should I expect from companies as a new truck driver? Answer 3. I have already explained the nature of your presence in the industry as a rookie. But, if you will, allow me to elaborate more on this topic to explain the nature of how companies will interpret and handle you in the beginning. Starting out day one with zero experience will put you into a unique circumstance. Think about it in the same way that someone with no credit would apply for a credit card. It's not a normal practice for a financial institution to provide credit to someone who has no record to compare to a standard. With no proven evidence to confirm how an individual compares to the standard of trust, there is no way to determine if that individual is good or bad based off of a minimal requirement. To deal with this issue, these unique circumstances have implemented situations that demand exceptions to be made. Therefore, specific categories are instituted for individuals to have access without proven track records. Everyone has to start somewhere. In the case of credit, special lines of credit designed to serve brand new patrons are available. The same circumstances will apply for a new driver. Certain companies will specialize in allowing access for rookies to be eligible to operate under specialized insurance policies offering coverage for those who have no previously proven track record to compare to a standard. In some cases, this can be considered as an extreme liability. Fact is, when a company grants a new individual with no experience and ability to operate a CMV on a public roadway, that company is taking an enormous risk. Remember the two categories of companies that I described in question 1 of this category. Companies that base their training on a model of minimization versus companies that conduct training based on traditional strategies. The difference in these two types of companies will become the determining factor of what you should expect from any given company as a new driver. Regardless of which category any given company that hires new drivers falls into, the circumstance of a new driver's lack of experience remains the same. Most trades involving a training process to acquire skill required to practice have an advantage of possibilities that optimize an individual's potential to learn these skills. The circumstances are easily controllable or, if nothing else, at least easier to interpret, enabling a teacher or instructor to develop a method to train the one that is learning. For example, someone who is learning the trade of plumbing If an instructor of plumbing were to train a student how to install water lines in a building, that instructor would have blueprints on the design beforehand, a knowledge of proper construction codes, and a predetermined method established concerning the nature of how they will teach their student. But keep in mind that before water is supplied to that building, an infrastructure will need to be built. In other words, the instructor will have the ability to control every aspect of teaching the trade of plumbing to their student without having to worry about getting wet. If there is no structure to implement the possibility of running water, the water will not run. The same principle could apply to any other trade involving similar circumstances. Take the trade of an electrician as an example. The same principles still apply. Without a pre-existing infrastructure of circuitry, there is no means for electricity to be supplied. Or even if an infrastructure does exist in a building, a plumber or electrician still has control over the supply of water or electricity by turning it on or off. You wouldn't typically see a plumber working on pipes without first switching the water supply off. This is where teaching the trade of truck driving differs. Though an instructor may possess a blueprint of instruction concerning the makeup of a route to walk a trainee through, a knowledge of the code or law by which to operate a CMV on the road, and a proven strategy on how to instruct the trainee throughout each step of driving, that instructor will lack the ability to control the traffic on an open roadway. You see the difference here, and the measure of added challenge involving the nature of acquiring skill as a truck driver. This added challenge for the lack of control involving the main aspect of safe operation is what creates this high risk that any given company will be required to take when allowing access for an inexperienced driver to get behind the wheel. A company that provides training based on minimal investment will have higher expectations on a new driver and less tolerance for providing ample support in any area of challenge that a new driver may have. Therefore, coming into one of these types of companies will create a higher challenge to meet expectations from day one. So, in acquiring employment from one of these companies, you should expect the added challenge of meeting a higher standard right away. As a new driver, the only assurance that you have to offer a company is your CDL itself. It's the only proof that you can offer stating that you have potential. As soon as you arrive at orientation, this type of company will immediately begin to measure this potential. A typical time period of training for a Category 1 company is about 3 weeks. This time period of orientation is what the company will consider as an extended job interview. They will not even consider you as an asset or employee until you have passed this evaluation period. They will begin week 1 by testing the knowledge that you acquired at a truck driving school based on a checklist of requirements they have predetermined is necessary to qualify in each aspect of your job upon being dispatched into operation. Often these checklists are based on basic aspects that are similar to the way your school trained you to approach and pass the state exam. The requirements are designed to tackle common and repetitive exercises that truck drivers practice in their jobs on a regular basis. This process will be extremely important to the company and may be highly structured to maintain the flow of productivity, meaning that the instructors will move through each exercise on the checklist by briefly giving a demonstration on how it is expected to be performed, followed by your attempt to duplicate the demonstration by following each instruction given. Keep in mind that the method of practicing any specific exercise may be taught and performed differently than the way you learn to do it at school. Make sure that you follow each instruction given as precisely as possible. This way, you are proving to your instructor that you have the ability to follow instructions, so that even if you do struggle, you will at least maintain the evidence of your potential. If you do your best and thoroughly follow each instruction given, you will likely breeze through this initial period of evaluation. However, many people may find this process to be extremely challenging and will likely make mistakes in the beginning. This phase of training will be rigorous and is implemented to prepare you for phase 2, which will involve going out on a trip with an instructor to perform the actual job. Notice that the first phase of evaluation is designed to provide evidence for a company to determine what level of experience you have. Once they have this information, they can determine if you are ready for phase 2. If they determine that you do not meet their expectations after attempting to work with you through the first phase, they are left with the choice to either dismiss you to go on your way and try seeking employment elsewhere, or perhaps, in some circumstances, For certain companies, they will agree to continue attempting to work with you to meet the expectations required to complete Phase 1. The degree of challenge they foresee regarding the nature of your capability to get to that point will determine whether they choose to keep you or let you go. Some companies are patient and willing to apply the extra effort needed to qualify you. However, most companies, due to their strategy of optimization, lack the grace to compromise in this area. Because after all, they know that it would be easier to replace you with another newbie than to allot any extra support to develop your skills. If by chance you fall victim to this act of recycling, do not allow this to discourage you. Because remember that as a new CDL holder, you are still desirable to the industry. You should use this experience as a learning curve and not give up. The next company that decides to give you a chance may just be the right choice for you, and the more process that you undergo allows more access for you to learn and develop your capability. The second phase of evaluation will involve performing the real-world process of truck driving. You will be put in a truck with an instructor and sent out on a trip involving picking up and delivering actual loads of freight. The time period for Phase 2 again will vary depending on whether the company falls into Category 1 or 2, based on the business models that we discussed in Question 1. The only differential between the two categories is the amount of time that is invested into your training process. We have already discussed the pros and cons between the two categories, but I will elaborate more on these factors in the next question. Phase 3 of your evaluation should be considered as a wrap-up concerning all of the requirements necessary in preparing you to operate as an asset for the company on your own. By the end of this phase, the company will have trained and tested you in each area of requirements contained within their checklist. The checklist, though basic in regard to its commitment to simplicity, will still involve an extensive array of requirements. I will briefly break down the nature of the checklist itself and what a standard checklist for any specific company in which you apply to attend the orientation of could include. I will break it down according to the 3 phases of evaluation I have mentioned. Phase 1 of orientation could involve an initial time period of introduction to the company. You may spend a significant amount of time in a classroom with other candidates who have been invited to the orientation attempting to acquire employment with the company. During this introduction, you may receive information regarding the breakdown of the company itself, its values and goals, its history and size, its aim at the market and the industry, etc. You may get information on the breakdown of how the orientation period works, how the training process is set up, and what will be expected of you. This will also likely be the period of which you and your fellow potential coworkers will be drug tested and sent to undergo a DOT physical. This classroom period will be followed by initial hands-on training and evaluation. If your orientation is being held at a terminal for the company, they will likely have a trailer drop yard on property where you will conduct these exercises. The exercises themselves may include training on yard maneuvers involving coupling and uncoupling trailers, sliding tandems on the trailer, backing up in various scenarios including the 90 or 45-degree alley dock maneuver, etc. All of these aspects will, of course, depend on the specific position that you are trying to obtain as a driver. Just like at school, Class B driving jobs will require less extensive training and evaluation to conduct, but may involve a similar process of orientation. Trucking jobs that do not involve hauling dry van trailers will involve training regarding the nature of the equipment used. For example, flatbed and tanker trucking companies will include training regarding the extra knowledge required to perform job duties during this initial training period. Companies will also evaluate your knowledge regarding the pre-trip and air brake testing process. Think of this period as an extended evaluation from beyond the material that you were tested on for your state exam. You may then have the opportunity to conduct the process of driving on the open road in the areas around your terminal. This first week of Phase 1 may involve repeated procedures that allow you to undergo the practice of sharpening your developing skills. The goal is to prepare you for Phase 2, when you will depart onto the road with an instructor for a predetermined period of time to perform the tasks that are similar to the job that you are being hired to do on your own. During this period, the trainer residing in the truck with you will evaluate your driving skills and train you on how to perform the job itself, including picking up and delivering actual freight to and from actual customers. Just like Phase 1, You will perform ongoing evaluation and be graded in each area by this trainer. They will be testing you on a number of factors involving your driving skills. Things like your ability to safely come to a stop, maintain a safe legal speed, keep your vehicle within your lane, use turn signals, use available space to conduct turns, maintain a safe following distance from the vehicle in front of you, safely follow GPS instructions, maintain an accurate hours of service log, etc. Upon completing phase 2 of training, you will return to your home terminal with results to the evaluation that was conducted by your instructor. These results will then determine if you are qualified to move forward into phase 3. Keep in mind that companies can tend to be more lenient toward the circumstance of disqualification at this point, meaning that if the instructor has evaluated that you are not qualified to move forward by this point, you are far enough along in the orientation process that most companies are willing to send you back out with a different instructor to repeat phase 2. The phase 2 time period of a Category 1 company in many cases is usually limited to 1 week. So if, by chance, you do not happen to acquire the necessary skills, within that 1 week period, they will normally attempt to assess the issues that kept you from gaining those required skills. Often, it just comes down to the chemistry between the instructor and the student. Sometimes it can be challenging to spend even a week within a confined truck with a complete stranger, and there are many personal factors that can affect the trainee's ability to learn and/or the trainer's ability to teach. Most companies realize this and will attempt to set you up with a different trainer to increase your abilities to gain the skill required to reach phase 3. So in many cases, provided that nothing drastic happened within that phase 2 period, most companies will give you another chance. However, if that second chance produces the same result in a failure to meet the requirement, that's when the company may have to proceed in releasing you from the opportunity of receiving the job. Upon completing phase 2 and returning back to your home terminal, you will then be ready to receive the final details to wrap up your training and orientation process. This could include receiving information regarding more specific details in technical areas such as how to use software pertaining to workflow, how to use paper logs as a backup, how to use a truck atlas, how to develop safe driving practices, how to factor your available schedule, how to determine if a load qualifies as a hazmat load, etc. This is also the moment that you will finally be issued with your own official truck. Once you've reached the end of phase 3, you will have completed the orientation process with your company. Congratulations! And I'm sure that your company will celebrating along with you because they now know that the time and money that they have just invested into you as their driver will finally begin to pay off as soon as you embark upon your journey into becoming a valuable asset to them. Question 4. What are the most important aspects to consider? Answer 4. I will start out by pointing out the fact that if you have made it this far into your journey of becoming a truck driver, the next step will be to conduct something that has not happened up to this point. This will be the very first time that you get behind the wheel on your own. Though you may have many safety measuring devices recording your operation, none of those devices are capable of giving you any further instruction. This will be the first time that you're experiencing the operation of a CMV in solitude. I'm sure that most truck drivers have some fond memory of their first day in the truck alone. It is a completely different experience than that of having the assistance of someone there to walk you through each challenge that you may undergo. There are many aspects to maneuvering a truck, especially if we are considering a tractor trailer. There is a certain dubious nature to all of it. Consider this. You could spend an exorbitant amount of money on school, pick a company with a reputation of having the best training available, and receive training from the most skilled instructors on the planet, follow their instructions to the T, and then be told repeatedly that you are ready to drive on your own and still end up making a costly mistake on your very first day. How do I know that this is possible? Because it happened to me. The fact is, it doesn't matter how well a trainer can break down and explain how to properly drive or how well you can follow their instructions. If the point when they stop instructing and begin observing your responses to their instruction never comes, they are wasting time. I paid thousands of dollars to go to school. I graduated at that school and passed my state exam on the first attempt with the highest GPA in my class, and even got an award from the school for my road driving skills. I picked a company with the supposed reputation of providing the best training in the industry, and I was told throughout each phase of my evaluation with this company that I was doing great and was ready to start. Yet, on my first day in the truck alone, I couldn't even leave the terminal without having an accident. So, how is this possible? I had received some of the most insightful, descriptive, and technical knowledge that you can possibly get as a student of trucking, and yet all of that information was not effective in preventing me from overlooking one simple step to make one simple maneuver in my truck. I took a turn too sharp, and the offset from my trailer made impact with another trailer that was dropped in the drop yard. This didn't happen due to a lack of knowledge. It's not that I didn't understand the concept of swinging wide while making turns. It all comes down to the fact that I just wasn't ready to drive on my own. My training process, though extensive and thorough, was very short-lived, and it lacked the brevity needed for me to acquire the disposition of needing more space to make a turn with passive awareness. At the time of making the turn, I recall being focused on a particular issue I was having with my trailer instead of being focused on the turn itself. You see, I had made several turns prior to that one with success, but in that particular moment, it slipped my mind to turn wide or to confirm that I had the proper clearance by checking in my mirror. It's not that it was a careless mistake. I was, in fact, being extremely careful. It's simply just the fact that despite my incredible capability to follow detailed instructions to the point of impressing people, they managed to overlook this one aspect about me. Yes, these instructors were extremely knowledgeable. When it comes to safe operation, they knew their stuff, but they didn't know me or how my mind works. After gaining the experience that I have acquired in the past 8 years of driving, I will have to make this claim about training, that it is not enough to simply teach the essential knowledge of operation. There must be a point in the student's driving practice where the instructor says, "Okay, I am going to stop talking to you now, and I am going to simply observe what you're doing. I want you to use what you have learned so far and continue driving. And I want you to pretend that you are alone and that I am not sitting here next to you." This is the main issue with a Category 1 type company. A company that has a predetermined expectation of how long it should take to prepare a driver to drive independently. They will spend, like I said, usually about 3 weeks preparing you, shaping you with an overload of information. In reality, the amount of material and information they give you will take a much longer period of time to digest and process, if there is any real hope in obtaining that information and converting it into practical use. But again, though few actually do, many companies are just not willing to provide this reasonable amount of time. In case the reason why isn't obvious to you, I will briefly explain. I believe the reason why the training period for new drivers has been and is continuing to be shortened is simply because of turnover. These huge companies have realized the amount of turnover involved in the industry. They have seen hordes of drivers come and go in the business throughout the years, and because they have no way of ensuring that you're not going to be the next statistic that resigns before your first 90 days, they are not willing to invest anything more into your success beyond the bare minimum of what they deem necessary. After all, as expensive as it is to provide wholesome hands-on training for a trade such as truck driving, why should they spend any more time, effort, or money than what they believe you should need in order to start creating profits for them? And this is where the depersonalized aspect of it all comes into play. To them, it's simple. They're throwing the bare essentials at you and telling you, here it is. Either you can handle it or you can't. We'll know for sure in about 3 weeks. Question 5. What can I begin doing now to prepare for what's coming? Answer 5. If you are soon to be or are already in the process of acquiring employment as a new driver, it will be extremely beneficial for you to consider this knowledge I have shared with you about the nature of expectations coming from carrier companies. To them, you are simply a liability with asset potential, and that is if you deliver upon all of the requirements regarding their evaluation of you. It will pay off to put the knowledge I have dispensed thus far into practice. Again, when searching for the right job, make sure to do the following. 1. Determine the category of which training you will require upon accepting a company to pursue employment within. Is it a Category 1 company that provides minimal investment to prepare you for the job? Or a Category 2 company that provides extended amounts of time to prepare you for the nature of your job? 2. Question each company regarding the nature and extent of the training that they provide. Be intentional about getting answers to the questions you're asking about how the company trains new drivers. 3. Don't base your abilities off of what an instructor tells you. Even if an instructor tells you that you're ready or are doing well, don't allow their opinion to determine whether or not you're ready to operate on your own. Trust what your gut instinct is telling you about this. If you don't feel that you are ready, speak up and let your company know that you need more time. 4. Prepare yourself for the information overload that's coming. Again, this is an extremely short time period to attempt in retaining all of the information that your company is going to throw at you. If you thought that truck driving school was challenging in this aspect, you can expect your orientation period to be far more rigorous. 5. Remember what we discussed about how trucking is less of a career and more of a lifestyle. This is where what I stated about how it will change your life comes into play. No one successfully makes their way into this industry without first getting a running start. It takes intention and effort to achieve what you're attempting to acquire. And the nature of this industry is in such stark contrast to so many other industries that many people won't realize or understand it until they make it in. Finally, after putting in all of the time, money, and effort needed to gain the access into the industry, remember that this is just the beginning. This is where the rubber meets the road. Now that you're here, you can expect the next phase to grow in even greater challenge and intensity. Many people have made it to this point with the idea or misconception that by making it this far, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief and things will tone down. But this is not the case. You should prepare for the next step in your career to be the most challenging out of anything that you have endured up to this point. Don't allow this truth to discourage you. As you begin the practice of operating as a truck driver, keep in mind that this time period will be the most crucial step in your career. Category 5, Information. Question 1. What are the most important aspects to consider about trucking? Answer 1. We will begin in tackling this question in the form a review from what we have already learned throughout the span of information we have covered up to this point. Remember that the most important aspect of operation comes down to the regulations that are implemented by the FMCSA. Upon employment with a carrier company, you will more than likely be issued an employee handbook containing all of the information and rules that are enforced by your company, along with a copy of the FMCSA Safety Regulations Handbook. Unless you are an attorney or someone who is skilled in navigating law, this handbook may come off as difficult to interpret. Nevertheless, you will be required to practice and maintain safe, acceptable operation according to the regulations therein. Aspect 1, HOS. As previously mentioned, one of the greatest areas of enforcement that you are required to adhere to will be your legal hours of service, HOS. The greatest aspect to consider about your HOS is how your availability to operate will be based on the limitations of your clock. Every truck driver is limited to operation within a 14-hour period, with no less than a 10-hour period to break in between shifts, and is limited to a driving time of no more than 11 hours per each 14-hour shift. Among this set of rules, there is an additional rule of 8 hours of maximum driving time before needing to take a 30-minute break. Ultimately, this means you cannot legally drive after 8 hours without a 30-minute break and cannot drive after 14 hours without a 10-hour break. In 2017, the FMCSA mandated the use of electronic logs. This means that every truck on the road is required to be outfitted with a legally certified log recording device that tracks the driving time and location of your unit. It will automatically keep track of the distance you have driven and the amount of time used to travel between each stopping point. You will be required to manually log each activity that qualifies as on duty, not driving, that you perform throughout the span of your shift. This includes all inspections, pre-trip, post-trip, and walk-around, all fuel stops, and any length of time spent loading, unloading, and your drop-in hooks. It will be important to remember to log any lengthy periods of waiting when not working as off-duty. Another important thing to remember is the differential between hours spent within a shift and hours used within a shift. Even time spent waiting in off-duty status is counted toward your 14-hour shift limit. The second way that host time is recorded is within an 8-day period. The 14-hour period of limitation is known as a shift, and the 8-day period is known as a cycle. Legally, you have up to 70 hours to operate within the cycle of an 8-day period. After your cycle is up, you have two options. You can either continue to operate with the remaining time left within your 70 hours, or you can reset your clock by remaining in off-duty status for no less than 34 hours. If you choose to reset your cycle hours, they will reset back to 70 after the 34-hour break is up. If you choose to continue beyond the 8 days without a reset, you can operate on what hours remain within your 70 hours from that cycle. On the 9th day of operation within that cycle, your time used 8 days prior to that day will be added back to your 70-hour clock. As you can see, this information is very technical and can be challenging to break down and explain. Nonetheless, it is essential to understand how the HOS rules work in order to maintain productivity when it comes to operation. Any recorded driving time that is counted outside of the limits of your legal hours is considered as a violation and is reported to the FMCSA. These violations are then counted against a driver's PSP score. The pre-employment screening program is another system of measurement that the FMCSA uses to provide information on individual drivers. The PSP provides carriers, individual drivers, and industry service providers access to a commercial driver's safety records from the FMCSA's Motor Carrier Management Information System to help trucking companies make informed decisions about who to hire as drivers. PSP provides access to a driver's safety and compliance history, including 5 years of crash history and 3 years of inspection history, violations, and crash reports. Aspect 2. Inspection compliance. The next aspect of consideration is your ability to keep your equipment within the compliance standards of laws that are included within the law book previously mentioned. The only way to maintain and ensure that your equipment meets these standards is to perform regular inspections by following the pre-trip, post-trip, and walk-around inspection procedures that you will have learned through school and company training. Keep in mind that, as an operator, you are subject to DOT inspections at any time. You could be called into a weigh station and given a random inspection on your equipment by a DOT officer, or an officer could pull you over while driving to perform a roadside inspection. If any piece of equipment or any aspect of your logs are found to be out of compliance, you will receive a violation report that is inserted into your PSP score. Depending on the nature of any issues detected within an inspection and its severity, you could potentially be placed in immediate out-of-service status and not allowed to operate until that particular issue is resolved. Therefore, an aspect of vigilance is required in regard to regularly inspecting your equipment and maintaining your HOS. Aspect 3. Workflow. The next aspect to consider about trucking is the nature of how you will receive and carry out the assignments that have been dispatched to you. This is another aspect that requires the ability for you to stay up to date on the condition of your equipment and the remaining O's of service that you have. Your dispatcher will likely require updated information regarding the available time that remains within your 14-hour and 70-hour clocks. In addition, they will require information on the estimated time of arrival at TIA for your pickups and deliveries. Different companies hold various expectations regarding your ability to dispense this information accurately. Many of the large companies have issued hardware devices installed into their trucks. These onboard, in-cab devices are used for communication between drivers and dispatchers and can include various software programs to assist drivers with things like email, GPS, workflow, e-logs, training access, and vehicle diagnostics. The workflow portion of the operating software is what we are specifically focusing on here. The workflow system is usually what is used to notify you when you have received a new load assignment. This load assignment will provide you with information pertaining to the load itself. This information can include the pickup and delivery customers' names and addresses, along with various tasks which are required to be completed upon arrival and departure. This information will provide you with instructions on appointment times, as well as information regarding whether the load itself will be a live load, unload, or a drop and hook. Sometimes the files for particular customers will contain additional information on specific instructions that a customer will give to your company regarding certain aspects of the process of pickup or delivery. For example, a customer may provide essential information on how to enter and leave the property, how to find the shipping or receiving office when on property, etc. If it is a frequent customer, you may even find specific details on average wait times to get loaded or unloaded. The more information that is provided to you about any particular customer's location, procedures, and wait times, the better off you are when it comes to providing accurate information required to trip plan. In addition to your company's requirement for you to provide an accurate ETA for you dispatcher, they may also require you to provide information regarding your next available time to begin your next load. The more accurate you can become with providing this information will dictate the quality of productivity between you and your company. Each time you provide your dispatcher with ETAs and next times of availability, you are ensuring to them that you will be as accurate as possible. Your company may also require you to report the amount of time you will have remaining within your HOs when your current load is complete. The more accurate the information you provide is, the easier you will make the job of your dispatcher become. Keep in mind that the ability to measure these things can be based on many factors, and that accuracy is not always easy to obtain. Sometimes unexpected factors can get added to the equation that you have used to factor in the accuracy. When that happens, the best thing to do is communicate your issues. You can do this by updating your ETA and next time you're available to receive a new dispatch. But keep in mind that after setting an ETA, you should avoid changing or updating it. Only do this if it is necessary. This way you're proving to your dispatcher that your ability to estimate is accurate to begin with, and therefore you are trustworthy. Again, the ability to be accurate with your estimations is not easy, and as a new driver, you will not necessarily be expected to know how to do this right off the bat. It takes time to learn the systems and strategies that any given carrier company may use to conduct business. But with that being said, your goal should be to quickly adapt and learn through your experience how to be as accurate and dependable as possible. And the particular companies that offer these strategies to their drivers have designed these systems so that you can benefit from them at your greatest potential. This specific topic that we are discussing is included in the subject of the 3 main skills or traits that a truck driver must possess in order to find success in the industry. The potential of your ability to develop accuracy and dependability for your employer are considered as self-discipline and self-management skills. Aspect 4, trip planning. The next aspect to consider about trucking is your ability to trip plan. This harkens back to the hardware tools that I mentioned previously. Most large carrier companies have equipped these devices into their trucks. They will usually include built-in truck GPS software. However, sometimes drivers do not like the truck GPS software that their companies provide and will prefer to invest in a dedicated or standalone truck GPS. And still other drivers of the old school persuasion prefer to pass up this technology altogether and simply rely on maps or a truck atlas to navigate and create a trip plan. But keep in mind that some companies will prefer, if not outright require a driver to use the directions that the onboard truck GPS software comes up with. Depending on whether your trip plan requires a fuel stop while en route to your destination, this may also require that you use the route specifically created by the company's provided GPS. Most companies will automatically select the location that the driver is required to stop at to refuel. These fuel stops are selected based on several factors such as payment methods, fuel taxes, and fuel prices. If your company requires that you refuel at a specific location based on a route that is predetermined, you are usually left without the option of creating a custom route when trip planning. Some companies will also enforce a mandatory route for their drivers to use based on fuel economy and shortest distances traveled. In the beginning, it is in my opinion that when trip planning, you should always adhere to your company's policies regarding routes that are to be used. By doing this, you will simplify the amount of effort needed in order to conduct a successful trip plan. Take advantage of the technology that your company will provide you with and use it to its fullest potential. As you gain experience and get more comfortable with driving, you will begin to develop your own strategies in the area of navigation and route planning. But the trip plan itself is not just based on obtaining a safe route to get you to a destination. Other factors involving the trip plan will come into play along the way. Factors including appointment times and HOS service will play a big role in your ability to trip plan. So when I mention the phrase trip plan, Don't just think of it in terms of obtaining a route to go by, but also the specific schedule in which you will travel along that route. When you are trip planning a load, it's important to keep time periods in mind. We will delve deeper into this subject in a later section, but for now, just keep in mind that the process of a trip plan is at the core of what your work consists of. It's like the blueprint of design that you will operate off of. Aspect 5, trucking is time-consuming. The final aspect of consideration involved in trucking that I will discuss here is the sheer amount of time that is needed in order to successfully complete your job. When I previously mentioned the HOS rules and explained the allowed 14 hours to work per shift, you may have noticed how I described this time period as a limit and repeated the statement of using your available time to its fullest potential. You may have thought, wow, how can you look at a period of 14 hours and see it as being limited? 14 hours is a long time to work. How can anyone work for that amount of time, perhaps even on a daily basis, and still fall short in completing a task? After all, if you took 14 hours and used it toward most other jobs, it would seem insane and inhumane to work for that amount of time per shift on a regular basis. Well, when it comes to truck driving, this often just simply isn't the case. It may seem practically inconceivable for most people to even imagine having to work 70 hours per week. And you might be thinking that you want to be a truck driver, but you had no idea that the job could involve working that much. Well, the truth is that when you are a truck driver, working this much is common, and for most positions can be a standard. I'm not saying that for every shift you will be required to work that much, but I am saying that more often than not, it is a possibility. And keep in mind the nature of the job itself. When you consider the amount of time that it takes to complete various tasks, like waiting in line at shippers and receivers to get loaded or unloaded, and add it to the required ground that you may need to cover in order to make appointment times alongside the nature of traffic jams and other factors, you'd be surprised at how much time it takes to get tasks that are seemingly simple accomplished. Sometimes certain factors will require that the actual job of driving itself is divided among a 14-hour period. Example 1, tied up at a receiver. Some days you might have to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and drive for 6 hours to get to a delivery. If you get caught up in the rush hour traffic of a major city, this may prolong this driving period to 7 hours. When you get to your delivery, you might find out that the receiving office is backed up and you've got 8 trucks lined up in front of you, all waiting to get unloaded. This might require you to sit and wait for 4 hours until it's your turn. You may then be required to rush over to your next pickup before you miss your appointment time, and it might take another hour to get there. Now let's say that you get lucky and it only takes an hour to get loaded at your pickup. Well, guess what? You started your shift at 2 a.m., right? That was 13 hours ago, and now you only have 1 hour left on your 14-hour clock, which will require you to quickly find a location that provides a place for you to legally park your truck and go on break for at least 10 hours. Well, depending on the area that you are in, it may take a considerable amount of time to find a truck stop that has an open spot for you to park in. If you can't find what you're looking for in that area, you may have to quickly start heading toward the location for your next delivery and hope that there's a place for you to stop and get legally parked on the way before you run out of time. If you started your clock at 2 a.m., this means that you are legally required to shut down by 4 p.m. Now, I hope that in conveying all of this information, you can perceive the nature of how this aspect of trucking goes. What I just described would be a pretty common situation for many drivers. Example 2, more productivity in less time. On the other hand, you could have a day that goes much smoother. Let's say that you had to start your clock at 6 in the morning in order to make it to a pickup appointment at 7. This time you weren't required to get live loaded, but instead you just had to drop your empty trailer and pick up a loaded one. Well, this time it only takes about 20 minutes in order for you to do this. Now, your delivery appointment for this load just so happens to be in 24 hours, and the location is 600 miles away. After spending about 10 minutes creating a trip plan, you have determined that you will need at least 12 hours of driving time to make it to your appointment. After driving to the pickup, you have 10 hours left on your driving clock. The trip planning process you created has determined that after driving 3/4 of the way to your delivery, you will need to get fuel. Your fuel stop is precisely 400 miles away from your current location, and you realize that this is the approximate amount of time that you have available to drive before you're required to. Take a 30-minute rest break. So you head out on your way toward your delivery and make it to your fuel stop. By this time, it's 3:30 p.m., and you have to wait in line to get to the pump. The entire amount of time that it takes for you to get fuel is 30 minutes. This is what you needed to get the remaining time left on your driving clock to kick in. Now, you realize that it's 4 p.m., and that the later it gets in the day, the harder it will be to find a parking spot. At this point, you have used 9 of the 11 hours that you have available to drive, and you have a choice. You can either choose to get back on the road and use those remaining 2 hours to get another 100 or so miles closer to your delivery location, or you can stay at the place where you got fuel to take your 10-hour break. If you choose to stay, that means you'll have to complete the remaining 200 miles to get to your delivery first thing in the morning if your appointment is at 7 a.m. This means that you'll have to start your shift at roughly 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. If you choose to get back on the road and drive for another 2 hours, you'll need to find another place to stay that's roughly 100 miles closer to your delivery location. Now, I want to point out something important here. Notice that you only have 2 hours of remaining drive time, but because you started your 14-hour clock at 6 a.m., you have until 8 p.m. to shut down. So even though you can only drive for 2 more hours, you still have 4 hours left on your shift clock. This gives you some extra time to figure things out if you choose to continue onward and things should go awry. This is a much more peaceful situation. You're not having to deal with the added stress or anxiety of running out of time. So regardless of whether you choose to stay or go, your circumstances are much more in your favor. But if you did decide to stay, it would mean that on that particular day, you had a choice. If you ended your shift at 4 p.m., it would mean that you weren't forced to work for more than 10 hours. So you see, sometimes you may find that you actually get more work done in less amounts of time. If you put both scenarios that I described into consideration, you have noticed that the second scenario actually involved more productivity within a shorter amount of time. All of these aspects depend on the circumstances involved in your situation. In summary, we are focusing on the primary aspects involved with conducting the processes of trucking in a very generalized way. We have covered over these basic aspects for consideration. I have listed these specific aspects in order of their importance in regard to maintaining and optimizing the nature of how a successful driver will operate. Operation in itself is dependent on these 5 areas that must be maintained in order for you to operate well. Again, the most important aspect will be your HOS, in that you can only operate according to the amount of available time that you have. Limited HOS can affect your productivity. Consider this. As you begin each new 70-hour cycle, your options and availability will be broad and much more compatible to meet the needs and expectations for any given dispatch. In other words, it will be easier for a dispatcher to find work for you. Your amount of available time to work is plentiful. Therefore, you are qualified to meet the needs of any particular dispatch. But as you conduct the work throughout your cycle, the 70 hours will deplete and your cycle time will decrease. As this happens, your available time to work will decrease the options of available dispatches that you are qualified to complete. It will be more difficult for a dispatcher to find loads for a driver who has less available time to work within their 70-hour cycle. Upon my attempt to explain the HOS of service rules, I mentioned that the 70-hour cycle is measured throughout the span of an 8-day period. After this 8-day period is up, you may either decide to reset your cycle by remaining in off-duty status for 34 hours, or you may decide to continue in operation with what available time remains within your 70-hour cycle. In order to simplify this strategy, I will attempt to give you an example of what I mean. How to recap OS. Let's say that you are OTR and you have been working every day for the past week. You notice that your 70-hour cycle is starting to get low. You may decide on the 8th day of working that you don't want to reset your clock by taking a 34-hour reset. Or maybe your company won't allow you to reset your clock. So the question is, how can you continue to operate when you are low on cycle hours? You can do this by reviewing the amount of time that you used per shift throughout the span of the last 7 days that you have operated. Let's use this scenario that I have based of random circumstances. Let's say that on day 1 of your 8-day cycle, you worked for a total of 10 hours. On day 2, you worked 11.5 hours. Day 3, 7.75 hours. Day 4, 7.5 hours. Day 5, 8 hours. Day 6, 9.5 hours. And finally, on day 7, you worked 9 hours. By adding all of this time up, you will see that in the last 7 days, you have worked a total of 63.25 hours. You must now subtract this amount from 70, which means that on this 8th day of work, your 70-hour clock will only allow you to work a total of 6.75 hours. So despite your 14-hour shift clock allowing you to work over the span of 14 hours, your 70-hour clock will only allow you to operate for 6.75 hours within that 14-hour period. If your dispatcher decides to find a load for you to work on for that 8th day, they will be limited to finding a load that can be accomplished within the limits of your available time. This will be a much more specific and difficult search for your dispatcher, meaning that whatever load your dispatcher chooses to give you will be limited according to the available time that you have. But wait, there's more. Without stopping to reset your clock on that 8th day, you have effectively completed the 8-day cycle for your 70-hour limit. This means that on the 9th day, you will begin to get time back that you used each day according to the previous 9th day beforehand. To avoid confusion, let's go back to our scenario and break it down like this. Scenario 1. You are on the 8th day of your cycle and the choice is made to reset your clock. Great, you stay in off-duty status for no less than 34 hours. After the 34th hour, your entire 70 hours resets, and you get all 70 hours of your time back. It is important to note that in order for your 70-hour clock to reset, you must remain parked in off-duty or sleeper berth status for no less than 34 hours. Scenario 2. You are on the 8th day of your cycle and the choice is made to continue operating. Whatever work you do on that 8th day will be limited to the remaining 6.75 hours on your cycle clock. Now, on the 9th day without resetting, you will have the time that you used on day 1 from your cycle recaptured into your cycle time. Remember that on day 1 you worked a total of 10 hours. That 10 hours will be added back to your 70-hour cycle clock, along with whatever time you had remaining from day 8. Well, on day 8, let's say that you used 6 of the available 6.75 hours to work. This means that on day 9, you will have 10.75 hours available on your cycle clock. Each subsequent day from this point on will supply you with the time you used 9 days prior to the day that you are working. In other words, when you're on day 9, you get the 10 hours you used on day 1 back. On day 10, you get the 11.5 hours that you used on day 2 back. On day 11, you get the 7.75 hours you used on day 3 back, and so on. This process is known as recapping your HOS. It is possible, under certain circumstances, to continue on working every single day indefinitely without having to do a 34-hour reset. Some drivers have mastered the art of averaging the time that they spend working every single day based on the principle of recap. By doing this, you could hypothetically work perpetually every single day without the worry of ever running out of time and having to do a 34-hour reset. In order to solve this equation, you would need to divide the 70 hours by the 8 days included in a cycle. The answer comes out to be 8.75. So as long as you can average the amount of time that you spend working each day out as close as you can get it to 8 hours and 45 minutes, you can manage your 70-hour clock and continue working each day without the worry of running out of time. The problem with this, however, is that it's just a principle. It works great in theory. But in reality, we all know that in real-world conditions, many factors will remain out of our control. Like I said before, sometimes you are forced to work for much longer than 8.75 hours within the period of a shift. And sometimes the opposite is true. Sometimes certain factors will prevent you from being able to work at all. You may experience long periods of waiting to receive your next dispatch. After completing a current one, this process is known as layover. As conclusion, I hope that by breaking all of this down for you, that you are able to get a feel for the nature of how the job works. There are so many factors involved with trucking that can affect the probability of you having a really productive week versus having an extremely slow week. And sometimes things can get overbearingly busy. Sometimes you'll feel like you're being overworked and unable to even catch your breath in between dispatches. All of the factors that determine these scenarios are based on the market itself. It all hinges on various factors like the area you're in, the current time of year that it is, and your particular company's access into the market itself. With all of this being said, I will reiterate the statement that the number one most important aspect to keep in mind about trucking is the self-management skill of maintaining optimum available HOS, logging inspections. The second most important aspect is keeping up with the condition of your equipment, along with communicating its condition accurately on a regular basis. Allow me to elaborate on this aspect to a greater extent here. Again, as a truck driver, you are required to inspect the condition of your equipment on a regular basis. This is including but not limited to conducting a thorough pre-trip inspection before the start of driving for each shift. This initial shift inspection is required to be counted as on-duty, not driving time on your e-log. The time period of inspection that is recorded will be an area that the DOT will be searching for on your logs upon the event of a roadside inspection. Keep in mind that there are different levels of inspections performed by the DOT. Sometimes a DOT officer will conduct an inspection that involves checking your equipment in an attempt to find anything that falls below the legal standard of regulations. And other times the officer may just simply want to check your logs. When checking your logs, the officer will be looking for HOS violations. In addition, they will also be studying the quality of your logs. They will be looking at the recorded information from your on-duty, not driving time as well. It is important that you are descriptive with these recorded on-duty periods by flagging information regarding the work you have done. In other words, you must flag the time spent on duty with information about what work you are doing. All time spent working that doesn't involve driving should be accurately listed on your logs. This way, the officer can determine that you have accurately and precisely carried out each necessary activity involving your job. The more precise you can be at structuring the information within your logs, the more legitimate the officer will determine you to be in compliance and safe operation. Your logs should be descriptive, but also easily distinguishable for the officer. That's why anytime you are on duty and not driving, you should provide information about the work that you are performing. Some aspects of the on-duty time are legally required to have information provided. Every time you refuel your truck, you are legally required to flag your on-duty time as fueling. The failure to provide this information on your log can result in a violation. Beyond this statement, it goes without saying that carrying out the process of equipment inspection is imperative to maintain safe operation. It's one thing to flag inspection time on your log, but it's another thing to actually perform the legitimate inspection itself. Even if an officer sees on your log that you performed a vehicle inspection, upon detecting an out-of-service violation on any given piece of equipment, that officer will not be convinced that you are actually inspecting your equipment. Beyond the process of performing a daily pre-trip inspection, it is also just as important to perform a post-trip or end-of-shift inspection on your equipment, as well as various walk-around or otherwise known as en-route inspections throughout your shift. The reason why you should check your equipment periodically throughout operation is because certain problems can arise as your equipment is running. Or if your equipment has a particular problem, it may not be detectable in a pre-trip inspection, but may only be able to catch while the equipment is in operation. And finally, the reason why a post-trip or end-of-shift inspection is important is because you are legally required to provide a report regarding the condition of your equipment for every shift that you work. DVRs. This report is known as a Driver Vehicle Inspection Report. This is a document with your legally bound assurance that your equipment is safe. If any issues are detected within your inspection of your equipment, you are legally required to report them on the DVIR. This report is directly issued to your company and communicates which issues, if any, that you have detected. Keep in mind that you, as a driver, have legal accountability for reporting the condition of your equipment. Not all defects will qualify as out of service. Sometimes these discovered issues need only to be reported and do not require immediate attention. Many defects that are detected even by the DOT will result in orders to have repairs done within a limited time period. But specific problems are considered as more severe and will require the equipment to be put in out-of-service status until repairs are made. Unattended or overlooked defects on equipment not only put you and the public at risk, but they also have the potential to hinder your productivity and can cause you to lose income and opportunities to work. Utilizing workflow. The third most important aspect is the understanding of how your particular company handles dispatching assigned loads and how to conduct the carried out procedures within the workflow aspect. Again, most companies operate through software that enables drivers to communicate the status of which particular procedures are being done. The level of understanding you obtain in utilizing this software will determine how successful you can become in providing reliable, dependable service to your company and its customers. This aspect is conducive to the fourth most important aspect, which is the ability to accurately trip plan. The sharper your skill becomes in carrying out the process of handling workflow and trip planning, the more reliable and trustworthy your company will see you as, which should organically provide you with greater opportunities in nature to the particular work that is assigned to you. Remember that your accuracy is what determines the ease or challenge that your dispatcher faces in their job of providing work for you. And think of it in these terms. When a dispatcher goes to work, they will have the task of assigning loads to a number of drivers. I have never been a dispatcher, but have worked with several of them throughout my career. In that amount of time, I have gathered that many of them must have a standard procedure of how they dispatch work to their drivers. If they receive a number of loads, they will begin with the most qualified drivers to handle the most challenging and therefore most rewarding loads, before they issue the less challenging and less rewarding loads to the drivers that are not meeting the standards of expectation. By excelling in these areas, you are guaranteeing your chances of finding success as a company driver. But do not expect the mastering of workflow utilization and trip planning to come easily. It will require effort and practice to reach the pinnacle of opportunity that some companies will offer to their best drivers. We will discuss this subject in greater detail in a later section. But 4. Now just remember that these two aspects hold great significance when considering what trucking actually is. Not just a career, but a lifestyle. Finally, to wrap up this incredibly lengthy answer to question 1, I will remind you of the importance of considering the aspect of time itself. It is extremely important to consider how trucking will impact you due to the nature of time that is demanded from you in order to do this job. If any one aspect could be to blame as to why turnover is so high in this industry, I honestly believe that time itself spent performing the job is the answer. Many people who decided to pursue this occupation had no clue as to how much of their time would be sacrificially required. The main reason why trucking is known as a lifestyle is because the amount of time itself involved in being a truck driver is absolute. And keep in mind that this standard is based on one with experience who has been exposed to a regular and consistent practice of the trade for years. How much more so would this be the case for someone who lacks experience, who is attempting to gain necessary exposure to acquire mastery of the skill itself? For many drivers, there just simply is no definitive amount of time left in their lives outside of the practice. And even the time periods that are spent away from the truck can be difficult to target, specify, and maintain. OTR driving jobs will impact families. This is especially the case for an OTR driver. In OTR driving, the dates that are allotted as scheduled home time are seen by most companies as target time periods, meaning that the company will supposedly attempt to get you back for home time by that specific date. But because of the inconsistent and unforeseeable nature of operations, this is no guarantee. This means that making plans or setting dates to do anything involving home time are extremely difficult to undergo. Therefore, as someone with a family to support, the occupation of truck driving can involve even greater challenges and demands to fulfill. The absence of a parent or spouse within a household will have tremendous impacts within a family. And though the aspect of financial fulfillment may be provided through the occupation of trucking, the nature of trucking will not provide support in any other way. In fact, there is a great potential of it having negative effects within a family. These negative effects will create additional challenges for a driver. It takes a special kind of person with the ability to reinforce alternative support in relationships to make up for the absence of presence. As a driver, especially an OTR driver, the only way to maintain a family's relationship is by having each individual accept the challenge of your absence. And the only way to do this is by choosing to remain close in communication despite a distance in presence. You may have heard of the old adage that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Well, for some people, this is true. And some families with mothers, fathers, husbands, wives, or children who are truck drivers have embraced the perspective of how their sacrifice of accepting the absence of their loved one is noble in providing service to the benefit of people. Many people view the sacrifice of a truck driver similarly to the sacrifice of someone who is serving in the military. The service that they are providing is sacrificially beneficial to our nation. And in many ways, this is true. And still, in some rare circumstances, there is always a chance that the absence of a spouse in a household could add an otherwise unachievable dynamic to a relationship. After all, I have known of relationships between two individuals who spend too much time together to be unhealthy. It is possible for two people who dwell together under one roof to become much more distant by ignoring each other's presence than the amount of distance between two people with a healthy relationship who just so happen to be far apart in the physical sense for the moment. If you look at the aspect of relationships from this perspective, the well-being of the relationship doesn't necessarily have to be based on proximity as much as communication, and therefore many drivers have proven that the possibility of maintaining familial relationships is achievable through intentional dedication to communication. Question 2. What tools are available to assist me as a new trucker? Answer 2. The amount of resources available to assist truck drivers is vast. In order to simplify the complexity of this answer, I will attempt to categorize the areas of challenge where you can utilize technology and other resources to simplify the nature of your job. The first category of tools that you will be using involve maintaining HOS. Tool Category 1, HOS. 1. E-log. As previously mentioned, in 2017, the FMCSA mandated that every truck on the road must be outfitted with an electronic logging device. Keep in mind that this tool is supplied in various ways through various companies. There are several manufacturers who supply these tools for companies to utilize. Again, most major companies have equipped their trucks with computer hardware that provides an operating system for the driver to use, covering most, if not all, aspects needed to perform your job. The most important software in this operating system is the device that records your electronic logs. You will undergo extensive training on the subject of how to interpret the information from your e-logs. All driving time is automatically recorded, however. There will be specific times that you need to manually enter information onto your log. This will include any time spent in on duty, not driving status, and the periods in which you will be going into off-duty or sleeper berth status. The e-log system is a major upgrade in comparison to the outdated method of using paper logs. It is a much more convenient and time-saving method, making it much easier to keep track of your HOs. 2. Paper logs backup. Despite the newer technology of e-logs, paper logs, and the ability to create them is a mandatory requirement for a truck driver. Sometimes the system of an e-log may have technical issues and fail to accurately record your HOS. In this circumstance, you will be required to fill out paper logs. There are specific regulations that govern this type of circumstance. It is considered by the FMCSA as a defect in equipment, but does not create an OOS out-of-service situation. Upon the failure of an e-log system to record HOS, the driver is permitted to use paper logs for no more than 8 days. Along with the training you receive to use the e-log system, you will also receive training on how to use paper logs. Therefore, it is a requirement to always carry one paper log book with you at all times in the truck. Upon getting a DOT inspection, you may be required to submit proof that you are carrying one paper logbook with you as a backup. It is important to realize that only one paper logbook is allowed within the cab of the truck. The presence of more than one logbook is a violation that could result in a penalization from the DOT officer. The presence of multiple logbooks suggests that you are using more than one at a time, which is known as cheating the HOS rules. 3. Calculator. Just like knowing what your available HOS is in the present moment is important information to operate by, it is just as important to maintain an accurate estimation of what available hours you will have at the time that you receive your next dispatch. The most handy tool to use to determine these factors will be a calculator so that you can perform whatever math is necessary to determine how much time you will use to undergo your current dispatch. You can usually solve this equation by measuring the distance required to meet your next delivery and dividing that distance by the average speed you are traveling. This will determine the amount of time needed to finish your current dispatch. You would then subtract that amount of time from your current shift and cycle clocks. 4. Google Maps or any app that provides traffic data information. A great tool to use alongside of your company-provided onboard truck GPS is an additional app or GPS that provides real-time updated information on traffic data. As a driver, I can honestly say that I use Google Maps more than any other tool when it comes to getting specific information on travel times. I will mention this tool several times within the categories of available tools at your disposal and elaborate much more on ways to use Google Maps. But for now, I am mentioning its effectiveness at helping you determine how to get the most out of your HOs by taking advantage of how the information it provides can help you determine how to utilize your HOS to the fullest extent. Tool Category 2, Inspections, Drop, and Hook. The next category includes actual tools that can assist you with the hands-on work involved with truck driving. What I'm mentioning here is just a basic list of tools that are commonly used by truck drivers to perform various tasks involving a general inspection process, as well as the activity of drop and hooking trailers. Keep in mind that this tool set is general to trucks and in no way puts into consideration the vast array of tools that any specialty field of truck driving such as flatbed, tanker, car carrier, etc. will require. Some of these tools items are actually required to be in your possession as a driver and are things that the DOT could check for upon getting an inspection. There are many resources online to help you determine what tools you may be required to have for any of the many specialized fields of truck driving. 1. Gloves. It is imperative that before you even lay a finger on your equipment, you should be equipped with a decent pair of work gloves. I even recommend having some backups in case you happen to lose or destroy your current pair in the process of work that you will be doing. The best way to acquire good work gloves is by searching online. You can find them at truck stops, but keep in mind that everything at a truck stop is overpriced for the added convenience of access. 2. Flashlight. It goes without saying that a flashlight is the #1 necessity for a truck driver next to the gloves. Still, many people will automatically dismiss this claim by considering the light on their phone as a flashlight. But keep in mind that in many cases, whatever process you're performing may require the need for both of your hands to be free. In this case, I would recommend a hands-free flashlight like a headlamp. As a driver, you may find yourself having to undergo some pretty strenuous activities in the dark. Some of these activities may end up causing you to drop a handheld flashlight, or in worst case scenario, drop your precious phone. So with that being said, it's best to prepare for the worst. Go the extra mile and equip your arsenal with a rechargeable headlamp. Trust me, you won't regret this decision. 3. Reflective triangles. This is one item that you are legally required to have at all times. It should be one of the first items that you can confirm is on board with you anytime you are gaining access into a new piece of equipment. FMCSA regulations require you to set these triangles up around your vehicle in a specific arrangement upon the event of a roadside breakdown, and some even within a specific amount of time. You will learn all about this when you read the CDL manual, and this is for good reason. It could potentially save someone's life. 4. Properly rated and charged fire extinguisher. Another important tool that you are required to carry in your truck. Generally speaking, all of the carrier companies will provide this item, along with the triangles within their equipment, but it is still important to confirm that it's on board with you. Check the gauge on your fire extinguisher, make sure that it is charged, and that the needle is still in the green area on the gauge. Also make sure that it's the proper rating. The actual rating loss will vary depending on whether a truck is hauling hazardous or non-hazardous cargo. The proper rating for non-hazardous cargo is a minimum of 5 BC by United. Laboratories. These are fine details that a carrier may overlook, but by confirming these aspects, you are ensuring your compliance. 5. Extra fuses. Again, another item that is required by the DOT. An item that many officers will question about being in your possession. It is essential to have plenty of extra backup fuses in the case of electrical components going out. More often than not, you could be dealing with situations where you lose lights on your tractor or trailer due to blown fuses. Some trucks have breakers instead of fuses that prevent the need to carry them. This is another question you can ask a recruiter for a prospective company in which you are seeking employment. 6. Double-sided air check. One item that your company may or may not provide you with is an air pressure gauge to check your tires. Upon purchasing this tool, make sure that it is double-sided so that it will be compatible to fit the two-way valves on your dual rims. It is important to regularly do this as low air pressure in a tire can cause you to use more fuel as well as potentially have a blowout, especially in hot weather. In the case of low air pressure in your tires, you can usually refill them at most truck stops. But beyond that, there is actually another tool available that prevents you from needing a truck stop to air your tires up. This is known as a glad hand air inflator. You connect it to your primary air line just like you would to a trailer. Then by supplying air by pushing your trailer knob in, you effectively have an air compressor with a chuck fitting for your tires. 7. Tread depth tester. This simple and convenient device is used to measure the depth of tread that remains on your tires. Tread depth is usually one of the first things a DOT officer will check on a truck to ensure that it is compliant. It is a very simple and quick procedure to utilize this tool during inspections and every time that you pick a different trailer up. 8. Proper PPE. The necessity of having proper personal protective equipment on board with you at all times is essential. Many customers will require a driver to wear this PPE at all times while on their property. This equipment usually consists of a high-visibility safety vest, but in some circumstances may also include wearing a hard hat while on construction property or safety glasses when entering specific areas on a customer's property. In addition to this PPE, it will also be a requirement to wear proper footwear. In most cases, customers will require that a driver wears closed-toe shoes or work boots while on their property. The high-vis safety vest is usually provided by most companies at the point of orientation, but if not, they are usually pretty cheap and are available at truck stops. 9. A basic toolbox and first aid kit. Something that you won't want to leave home without is a basic first aid kit that is equipped with bandages of various sizes, peroxide, and antiseptic ointment, and perhaps some over-the-counter painkillers. This will equip you for any minor injuries that you may sustain while conducting work in or around your truck, as well as a set of basic tools providing you with the ability to make minor repairs and replacements of components. This toolbox should include screwdrivers, flat, Phillips, hex, and star-headed. The two main reasons why you would need these is in case of the event in which you would need to replace a headlight or tail light on your truck or trailer. If your company has its own maintenance shop, you can often request for extra replacement bulbs for your truck and trailer. This doesn't always go according to plan, however. Some companies use various types of trailers from various manufacturers. Some of these lights will require more advanced tools to replace, but it never hurts to attempt to do what you can to keep yourself on the road. The alternative would be having to wait for a maintenance technician to come to you and replace it themselves. So ultimately, whatever minor repairs you can do on your own will save you time and keep you rolling. Another item this toolbox should contain is a pair of needle nose pliers to replace any blown fuses that you may discover, as well as a pair of wire and bolt cutters. Shippers will usually seal your trailer after they load you. Sometimes they use plastic seals which are easy to break open when you deliver, but often they will use metal seals, wire seals, or even bolt seals. In these cases, it's important to have the right tool for the job. If you get lucky, the receiver may have a way to break their seal. But keep in mind that you can't break a bolt seal with wire cutters, and you can't break a metal seal with bolt cutters. At least, not without completely destroying the seal, which most of the time, the customer will want to be able to read the numbers on for the sake of record keeping. Another set of tools that will come in handy is some open-ended wrenches. It won't take long to realize once you've started driving that trucks have bumpy rides. Things are always vibrating as you move down the road. Sometimes this can cause screws, nuts, and bolts within the interior to rattle themselves loose on certain components. This realization will be unavoidable as you begin to notice the constant shaking and rattling sounds. If you're like me, all this extra noise is enough to drive you crazy. It will pay off to have the tools you need to retighten whatever needs it. Trust me, you'll be glad that you are equipped to handle whatever situation the road throws at you. Most of the time, the squeaks and rattles you're hearing are coming from this over-engineered contraption that you're sitting in. Sometimes a quick spray of the old WD-40 is just enough to silence your seat. In addition to these basic tools, a rubber mallet will also serve as a quick way to check the air pressure in your tires, as well as breaking stubborn fifth wheel and trailer tandem pins free. The final tool that will come in handy for you is a fifth wheel pin puller. This is a very basic tool. Essentially, it's just a handle and extended rod with a hook at the end of it to grab onto your fifth wheel pin. It prevents you from having to bend at awkward angles to grab your fifth wheel pin to unlock it when dropping a trailer. 10. Replacement fluids. The next items are extremely important to always have on hand at your disposal. This would be extra fluid to replace any that may come up short in an inspection, including but not limited to extra oil and coolant for the engine and washer fluid for your wipers. Remember that you will need to buy washer fluid according to the season. You will specifically need to use winter washer fluid when the weather gets cold. Standard washer fluid can freeze and cause your washer jets to seize up. I recommend buying the winter washer fluid before the weather gets bad because as soon as it does, all you'll find in the stores are a bunch of empty shelves. In addition, it may be necessary to acquire extra DEF or diesel exhaust fluid depending on the areas that you will be in and its availability. All modern trucks require DEF in order to operate, and unfortunately, due to product shortages and demand, it is not always available in all areas of the country. 11. CatScale's Weigh My Truck app. The next essential tool available to assist you is an app provided by CatScales. This app is called Weigh My Truck and is available to download on your phone. It can assist you by showing you all of the available CAT scales in your area in order to weigh your load to confirm that its weight is legal. It can also conveniently provide a digital payment option for your weight ticket to prevent you from having to enter the store at a truck stop to pay for it. This can save a lot of time. 12. Inspection checklist. Not unlike the checklist that you used at school and were tested by the DMV when conducting your pre-trip inspection. You should work off of this checklist every day until you have developed the best strategy for a thorough inspection. Different people use different methods of checking their equipment. There is a lot of material to go through in an inspection. It matters not what methods you use, so long as you are remembering to check over all of it. Tool Category 3, Trip Planning. Now that we've reached this section of discussing available tools for truck drivers, we will focus on the tools pertaining to assistance in trip planning. I will attempt to outline the 4 points that I believe are essential in building a successful trip plan. Building a safe, legal, and efficient route. The two main tools available for you in order to do this are a truck atlas and truck GPS. It's important to use these two tools coincidingly. When you enter an address in, according to your destination, the truck GPS will build a route for you. It is important to then take each step from that route and check its legitimacy by using a truck atlas. By doing this, you are doing two things. 1. You're double checking from another reliable source to determine validity. 2. By going through each step, you are familiarizing yourself with the information provided from the GPS. Think of this in terms of rehearsal. You're gathering the instructions and focusing on each specific step from your GPS, while coincidingly gaining information that backs up those instructions. This is the most efficient way to learn two systems of building navigational skills simultaneously. The more you learn to memorize directional instructions from your GPS, the greater your efficiency becomes at doing this. And the more you look at and study maps, the more you will familiarize yourself with the specific areas you're working in. This may seem like an overwhelming amount of information in the beginning, but the better you get at doing this, the more comfortable you will become with navigating a truck. In addition to utilizing a truck GPS and learning to understand how valuable the information within a truck atlas can be for you, there is another, extremely valuable tool regarding the nature of routing at your disposal. This would be Google Earth or other programs that offer satellite imagery. Not only can you use a program like Google Earth to see what the roads you will use look like from a bird's eye view, but you can also check the address of your destination to determine its structure. In the beginning, doing this may not provide much information for you to go by. It may even come off as trying to learn to read a foreign language. But the more you do this, the more these satellite images will speak to you. I will elaborate more on what I mean in a later section. But remember that when it comes to trip planning, Google Earth is your best friend, utilizing truck stop apps and guides. The next factor of using tools to assist you in trip planning again will involve the circumstances of your HOS. If you are going to fulfill a dispatch that requires you to take a 10-hour break in between the process of pickup and delivery, you will face the additional challenge of finding a legal parking spot. Tools in the form of truck stop apps will provide you with essential information regarding the location of truck stops en route to your delivery. All of the major chain truck stops have apps available to download onto your phone, including Pilot, Flying J, Loves, and Ta Petro. In addition to these specific apps, there are several other apps that can provide you with the same information for parking options beyond the chain truck stops. These apps can assist you in finding alternative places to park, such as smaller truck stops and rest areas. If you happen to be in an area where you don't have service on your phone, you can obtain a backup of information in the form of a truck stop guide booklet. These convenient handbooks are sold at truck stops, and they contain information listings of every publicly provided location with parking available in the country, weather apps, and NOAA band radio. The next factor of using tools to assist you in trip planning is related to road conditions. After all, it is just as important to know what the weather has in store for you as you travel as it is to know the route that you are going to use to travel. Sometimes the weather conditions will require that you adjust your route accordingly. There are several tools available to help you keep track of how the weather will hold up along your planned route. Many free weather apps are available to download. If you know your route, you should know the areas that you will travel through along your route. It is recommended to check forecast conditions according to the cities you will travel through. In addition, there are other tools available to assist you in keeping tabs on weather. Some can assist you in real time as you travel. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration provides free information through a radar app, and most newer trucks are equipped with NOAA band radios. As a truck driver, you are consistently covering so much ground that the possibilities of you running into bad and sometimes dangerous weather conditions are extremely likely. By keeping an eye on these things, you will ensure that you are prepared to adjust things accordingly. Google Maps or traffic data apps. The final factoring condition that can affect your trip plan is the possibility of traffic or other similar scenarios that cause delay. One limitation that truck GPS and Atlas tools have is their inability to communicate with you by providing real-time traffic data. This is where apps like Google Maps really make a difference. Take what I said before about trip planning into consideration. If you coincidingly use a truck GPS and truck Atlas to build a route, you are thoroughly reinforcing your success. But the one factor of information that these two tools fail to provide you with is an up-to-date portion of information on roads. Sure, they can determine your legal eligibility to use particular roads, but they cannot tell you if those specific roads are your best option. Let's say, for instance, that you are currently driving using the route you built based on the information from a truck GPS and Atlas. According to your plan, everything is going great until wait. What's this? A road closure? I didn't know about this. We will discuss more about this scenario in the next question, but know that if you had utilized an app like Google Maps, in addition to the truck GPS and Atlas when conducting your original trip plan, chances are you would have spotted the road closure and therefore could have determined an alternate route to use ahead of time. Obviously, the reason why this is necessary is in order to save yourself time and the likely circumstance of affecting your ETA to a delivery. So, you see, trucking is all about looking far enough ahead to spot obstacles before they actually come. Tool category 4, communication. As a truck driver, the ability to communicate issues to your company is imperative. But because the occupation itself is so detached by nature, many drivers aim for the ability to function and handle problems in an independent way. However, sometimes you may run into issues that you are unable to solve on your own. Many drivers who remain subjected to the isolating nature of the job may acquire a false disposition of seeing dependency as a weakness and therefore refuse to reach out for help when it is needed. Unfortunately for some drivers, this has led to the outcome of their demise. The reality of the isolation involved in trucking can have detrimental effects on particular people. For some people, this isolation can cause a delusion of absolute independence, which can result in a driver's inability to communicate issues. This is why we often see or hear about horrible accidents that involve truck drivers dozing off behind the wheel. I believe the main reason why this happens is because the driver, being subjected to such a high level of isolation, has formed a delusional disposition of independence and therefore refuses to reach out and communicate their issue. If there is one aspect that every truck driver shares, it's the nature of solitude. The isolating quality of truck driving can be challenging to anyone who is subjected to it on a regular basis. The level of seclusion is real and can have a detrimental effect, especially for a new driver. Therefore, the necessity of communication is critical, not just the ability to communicate issues to your company, but also the legitimate need to communicate solely for the sake of relationship itself. The following list is a gathering of essential tools that every driver needs in order to properly communicate, not just for the sake of solving work-related issues, but also for the sake of personal health. 1. Onboard, in-cab. This is the main tool in which most companies provide for drivers to communicate with various individuals of various departments within their company. If you are employed with a large company, chances are you will be provided with a contact list on how to reach out to these particular people upon attending orientation. There will be circumstances that require you to sometimes reach out to more than just your dispatcher concerning work-related issues. Sometimes you may need to reach out to your company's maintenance department, human resources, or safety and regulatory department, or sometimes these people may need to reach out to you. Often, the best way to do this is by sending emails via the onboard in-cab device within your truck. 2. CB Citizens Band Radio. Throughout the span of the trucking industry, the one tool that most truckers have depended on more than anything else has been the CB radio. So much so that the subject in itself is an absolute cliche. Nevertheless, this tool is still seen as an essential method for communication for drivers. It not only provides a way for truckers to share information about hazardous situations on the road, but it also is used by some shippers' receivers to relay vital information concerning specific instructions that are given upon arrival and departure from their properties. It has also served truckers as a means to communicate for the sake of conversation in itself. It is possible to successfully perform the duties of the job without a CB radio. However, the presence of this tool within your cab can serve to benefit you in an impacting way in certain circumstances. The main reason why you should consider equipping your truck with the CB is for the sake of getting alerts on sudden changes in traffic flow that lie ahead of you on the road, just out of sight. This way, you are able to safely and successfully slow down without the risk of having to brake hard. Most companies will allow their drivers to use their CB while driving, and there is no law set in place that prevents you from doing this. 3. Headset. Another essential tool that a driver may need is a Bluetooth headset, enabling them to conduct hands-free phone calls while driving. This, however, is a controversial tool that many of the major companies have banned their drivers from using while driving. Studies have supposedly shown that a driver who is engaging in a conversation while driving is more likely to have an accident due to its distracting nature, regardless of whether that phone call is hands-free or not. However, for some drivers, the process of communication is a necessity even when driving. The nature of some truck driving jobs will demand that a driver communicates with customers and their companies while in operation. Keep in mind that for truck drivers, the headset is the only legal way to do this due to the federal laws and regulations preventing the ability to hold a phone while driving, and most states have passed laws that prevent anyone, not just truck drivers, from holding a phone while driving. In my opinion, the process of using a headset should be limited to the situations when it is absolutely necessary and should be avoided altogether during the process of driving through busy or congested areas, but not outright altogether banned. But regardless of what I think, it will all come down to your company and their specific rules. Not all companies have banned the use of headsets, but most of the major carriers, especially those that hire new drivers, have. 4. Skype, Zoom, or any other app that can be used to communicate through video. A great tool that the trucking community has embraced is any app that enables the possibility to make video phone calls or meetings. For a driver with family or friends, this is the best way to keep in touch. It provides a face to go along with the voice of your loved ones. As an OTR driver, a good practice to commit to is attempting to set certain dates and times up to video call your family after you have ended your shift. Scheduling these times is a good way to soothe the restless child that misses their parent, or the lonely spouse that's waiting for their significant other to return. Your ability to show up and make yourself available to your loved ones will make a big difference and impact them, preferably on a daily basis. Unfortunately, sometimes our schedules can prevent us from doing this. But the more effort you can put into committing to the act of setting time aside to spend with your family through the means of this technology, the more it will help to keep your relationships healthy and alive. 5. Social media outlets. Another great way to communicate with people is by posting your journeys out on the road with entire communities. This is a method of communication that I have embraced throughout the span of my driving career. I have been creating content on YouTube for years and using the website as a way to channel my creative energy. To me, this process of content creation has served in a therapeutic way. It helps me communicate my issues, struggles, knowledge, and victories with the world. Who knows? Maybe if the content that you create captures and intrigues enough people, you will create a following that's strong enough to provide you with extra income. However, this means of communication is not for everyone, and there are certain things to keep in mind if you are planning on doing this. I recommend doing some online research to gather more information on the topic, as well as checking for specific rules that your company may have concerning the matter. Some companies view the process of talking to a camera while driving the same way that they view the process of having a conversation with a headset. Remember that whatever you post online can be seen by everyone, including the people that work for your company. Tool category 5, driving practice. Even after you have completed orientation training and have started working on your own, you will likely feel the need to continue the procedure of learning how to control your equipment in various scenarios. There are a couple of methods I'd like to mention here that you can use to do this. 1. Truck stops. Under certain circumstances, the best way that you can practice your driving skills in terms of backing and parking is by using the open space of an empty truck stop. The likelihood of finding an empty truck stop might be rare, but in case you do, I will elaborate on how you can use this open space to your advantage in the next section. 2. Simulators. One great tool that I have yet to even mention thus far is a truck driving simulator. These tools can be found at some truck driving schools, and sometimes even carrier companies will utilize them. But beyond these expensive, dedicated machines, you can also take advantage of software-based driving simulators. Many people who take interest in truck driving have already invested in these tools. I'm speaking more specifically of games. Yes, that's right. Even games that involve truck driving can hold a certain degree of benefit when it comes to learning how to maneuver a truck. Games like American or European Truck Simulator, Farming Simulator, or even Grand Theft Auto can serve to help you understand how articulating vehicles work. Tool category 6, safety. Beyond what we have already covered over in the span of this resource, it goes without saying that the primary subject that trucking revolves around in every aspect is safety itself. With that being said, there are a number of tools not only available but also will require your utilization. Again, the main tool being your electronic logs. Beyond the compliance of HOS, which legally limit your operation, there are several other resources that you will be required to use in order to maintain your safe practice of operation. The first resource or tool that you will be expected to use is ongoing company training. 1. Ongoing company training. These processes often involve computer-based training and testing in the form of media. For example, many companies will provide a means of media training that you are required to participate in on an ongoing basis. Some companies will require you to complete these training exercises on a quarterly basis. The exercise in itself may just consist of watching refresher videos on various topics, and in many cases, this can be done from the comfort of your own truck. It is important to participate in these programs, as your participation will be recorded and confirmed through the company's own training website. They will know whether or not you have completed these requirements, and failure to participate in the program may hinder your ability to continue working. This is why it's important to stay in contact with your company while you are out on the road. In many cases, you may receive emails reminding you to complete the training exercises. It is best to try to use whatever free time you may have to stay ahead of things by completing these exercises as soon as they come. The last thing you want to happen is to get a phone call from your dispatcher telling you that they can't issue any work to you until you complete your training sessions. 2. FMCSA Regulation Handbook. This book is extensive and covers every aspect of rules you're required to meet in order to stay compliant. The greater your understanding of this knowledge is, the better your chances of avoiding costly penalties become. Keep in mind that every 4 years or so, a new version of this regulation book is published. Many of the numerous regulations are being updated and changed as time goes by. It's important to understand the aspects of how certain laws and requirements have changed. The best way to stay up to date with all of this information is by 1. Participating in the training that your own company provides. 2. Conducting your own online research through reliable resources. 3. Studying the handbook itself independently. With all 3 of these resources, it will be difficult to overlook any specific important details that demand your attention in regard to maintaining safe and compliant operations. 3. Equipment safety monitoring hardware. The final aspect to consider regarding tools that will assist you in maintaining safe operation are the numerous safety devices that your company has likely installed onto your equipment. As time goes on, the available technology from major carrier companies to assure that their drivers are operating according to safe standards has evolved at a rapid pace. These tools are implemented as automated measuring devices that gather data used to detect unsafe driving patterns. The information recorded through the means of safety sensors is monitored by artificial intelligence on a continuous basis. It is important for you to be aware of the nature of technology that some companies have implemented in order to monitor you. This is one aspect of exposure that a company may not make you aware of upon hiring you. It is a legal requirement for a company to offer a consent form for you to sign, allowing them to utilize a driver-facing camera to monitor you. But they are not legally required to have your consent to use sensors to monitor your driving abilities. Not so long ago, it was considered as inhumane to point a camera toward a driver to continuously monitor them while driving. It was frowned upon and considered as an invasion of privacy. But as time has progressed, this has slowly become a new type of standard in the industry. It used to be considered as a big deal to do this, but now it is not uncommon to find driver-facing cameras within equipment. Many of these cameras are also equipped with microphones. The argument that many companies have used to justify this has been that this measure of safety is used to provide evidence of the level of accountability a driver will have involving the nature of an accident. In the case of an accident, the company will have in their possession the proof of the driver's level of engagement and attention to driving during the time that the accident occurs. This proof, in the form of video, will therefore be used as evidence to determine whether an accident was caused by negligence on the driver's behalf. Beyond the use of cameras, in trucks, the utilization of safety sensors have also been implemented. I will briefly attempt to break down how these tools are used to measure a driver's ability to operate safely. Not all of this technology is new. Much of it has been used in the industry for well over a decade. Every truck manufacturer will provide options for the safety equipment to be installed on a truck at the time of its purchase by a company. Operational safety monitoring and how it works. The 7 main sensors that most modern trucks are equipped with are 1. Forward-facing radar. This sensor is used to measure following distance and will assist the driver with active cruise control, meaning that when the truck is set on cruise, it will automatically adjust its own speed according to the distance from the vehicle in front of it. There are good and bad factors involved when using active cruise control on a truck that I will elaborate on more in another section. Keep in mind that because the forward-facing radar is calculating following distance, if you should get too close to a vehicle in front of you, the truck will alert you with an alarm. If you fail to create distance at that point by slowing down, the truck will record this failure as an unsafe activity on the driver's behalf. Many companies label this as a critical event. This critical event is then counted against your overall performance score in terms of your ability to safely operate. Beyond this, if you continue to fail to create distance from the vehicle in front of you, the truck will eventually activate the brake pedal on its own to automatically create that distance. Keep in mind that these events could be triggered by situations that are outside of your own control, meaning that this unsafe following distance trigger will also activate if a vehicle cuts you off in an unsafe manner. 2. Lane departure monitoring sensors. These sensors are designed to detect the painted lines on the road. If you should veer outside of your lane, an alarm will be activated notifying you of this error and prompting you to correct it. Keep in mind that each time the truck detects that you have drifted beyond the confinement of your lane, it is recorded and counted toward your safety score. Again, any number of factors involving the circumstances that trigger these monitors to go off could be outside of your control. Sometimes these sensors can mistake certain marks or defects in the road surface as the confinement lines of a lane. 3. Blind spot monitor. This sensor is activated if a vehicle or object is detected within the lane next to you on either side of your truck and you engage your turn signal. Upon doing this, you will be notified by an alarm letting you know that it is unsafe to merge. The problem with this feature is that often you will need to engage your turn signal to communicate to the vehicle next to you that you need to get into that lane. Sometimes this is the only way to get that vehicle to allow space for you to do so. If by doing this you are causing a safety monitoring event to trigger, the situation could potentially be misinterpreted. In reality, it is not unsafe to communicate to surrounding traffic that you need to merge through the use of a turn signal. But this safety monitoring tool may interpret your act of activating the turn signal as a failure to check your mirrors for proper lane clearance before attempting to merge. 4. Service braking sensor. This device measures the amount of force you are applying to the service brake in order to come to a stop. If a situation requires you to brake hard and you lose momentum too rapidly, this sensor will trigger a critical event, which is then counted against your overall safety score. This hard braking could be the result of having to stop for a traffic signal, unexpectedly turning red, or the hard braking of a vehicle in front of you. Regardless of the reason why you're having to implement the act of braking hard to come to a rapid stop, this act is taken very seriously by a safety department for any given company and is often seen as an unsafe and preventable act on the driver's behalf. 5. Pitch and yaw sensors. Trucks are not designed to take turns at high rates of speed. Their high profile and often top-heavy nature increases the risk of rollover when taking turns. This sensor uses a gyroscopic stabilized device designed to detect the amount of shift or roll in the truck's body when reacting to forces opposing to the truck's center of gravity within a turn. Failure to slow down within the angle of a turn will trigger this motion sensor within the truck. Again, any detection recorded from the triggering of this sensor is considered as a critical event and will be counted against your overall safety score. This particular type of critical event is perhaps the most serious in nature for a safety department of a carrier company, meaning that if you happen to get a critical event due to the failure to slow down in a turn, this is a big deal and a huge concern for the well-being of the company's effort to prevent a serious accident. They may view your continued operation as a threat and require you to be taken off of the road to undergo a crucial training period. 6. Speed control sensor. Every truck has an active governor that can be adjusted by the company to control its top speed. Most companies have taken advantage of this. Most major companies have set their speed control from 63 to 67 miles per hour, but many of them will allow the truck's speed to increase upon the use of cruise control. This means that your truck may top out at a lower speed when the cruise control is not active, and a higher speed when cruise control is active. Companies do this to encourage drivers to use cruise control in order to save fuel. This speed control has the potential to cause other problems while driving that I will elaborate on more in another section. The circumstances involved with a critical event that is triggered through rate of speed happens when a truck is descending on a downgrade portion of road. This is a circumstance when the company's control of your top speed is obsolete because a loaded, heavy truck descending on a downgrade will increase in momentum due to the inertia involved with gravity. In this type of situation, the company should communicate with you regarding the highest acceptable rate of speed in which you can allow the truck to descend. Many companies will not mind if you allow the truck to increase in speed, so long as the speed of the truck does not exceed the posted speed limit. However, some companies will not allow you to increase in a speed that is higher than the highest speed allotted through cruise control, meaning that if a company's highest permitted speed is 65 miles per hour when using cruise control, you will not be permitted to exceed this speed while descending a downgrade, and failure to keep the truck below 65 miles per hour will result in a critical event. This type of critical event I would suspect the company to be more lenient toward, as after all, by allowing the truck to exceed the highest speed allotted through speed control, you are technically saving fuel. 7. Traction control sensor. This type of sensor will monitor any loss of tire traction due to over-revving the engine. This circumstance is not necessarily detected by a specific sensor in itself, but is rather seen as a potential safety concern and is triggered when the throttle is applied in a forceful nature, which causes the tires to lose traction with the surface of the road. Depending on the extremity of nature involved with over-revving the engine, this act might not necessarily trigger a critical event, but it could definitely be detected by the sensors that monitor the truck's RPMs and traction control. An unnecessary act of using too much throttle to the point of causing the truck to lose traction could be detected and considered as aggressive behavior, causing a company to question your intentions. The sensors implemented into trucks are not just designed to manage safety performance, but also fuel consumption. These sensors are the determining factors that a company will use to measure your ability to perform according to safe and productive standards. The implementation of hardware that monitors a driver's accountability to this degree is becoming more commonly used for 2 reasons. 1. To provide an ongoing resource of information to insurance underwriters. These practices are part of an experimental strategy designed to ultimately save carrier companies money on insurance. 2. Carrier companies want to measure your ability to perform according to their acceptable standards. This constant, ongoing monitoring process is used to micromanage you. In most cases, especially for new drivers coming into the industry, there is no way to avoid the susceptible nature of these practices. And so, I have included a detailed description of these tools in this question so that you can hopefully shape your perspective on all of it. If there is no way to get around the reality of being subjected to this technology, the best you can do is embrace it. Question 3. What are the biggest challenges that I will face? Answer 3. In the beginning, as a rookie driver, you will be facing some of the most challenging situations that you will likely ever face. I know that's a heavy statement, but by laying it on you in a real way, I am actually helping you consider the gravity of your situation. It's not like after enduring school or orientation for any specific company that it's even necessary for me to have to make that kind of statement. But if you want my opinion on it all, I honestly believe that despite all of the rigorous training that you have undergone, it is still not enough to completely prepare you for what you're up against. This reality is not any fault of your school or company's training process. Most schools and companies will legitimately offer the best support that is possible in every way that is possible, but somehow it still may not be enough. It's not that they have underestimated the aspect of challenge that a new driver will face. It's simply just that, like I said before, there is only so much that training can do for you. There is only so much that tools can do for you. The rest of it is totally up to you. Again, you've made it this far. This is now your time to shine, your proving ground, where the rubber meets the road. With all of that said, the following are 5 challenges that I believe every prospective truck driver needs to be aware of before even making the choice to pursue this career. I honestly believe that if many of the people who attempted to gain a footing into this industry were aware of these challenges before making their choice, it would have stopped them dead in their tracks. 1. The difficult and stressful nature of maneuvering on the road. In the beginning, the biggest challenge you will face is the difficult and stressful nature of driving itself. The moment that you are put out there on your own is the moment that you are finally fully subjected to the nature of how to operate a truck. You no longer have any outside input to assist you to correct any and all errors that you are very likely to make. Keep in mind that it's not a matter of not making mistakes, but rather a matter of how to correct the mistakes you are bound to make. This is where your training will come into play the most. If the training you received was primarily focused on anticipation for the mistakes that the professionals knew you were going to make, this process that I am speaking of will be a much more manageable area to navigate. But if the training you received was basic, in that it was based on ideal training conditions, then it won't take long for you to realize that your newly developed situation has caused you to venture beyond the capacity of the limited knowledge you received. As you encounter this new situation, you will realize that you cannot use the information that you have learned to help you navigate your way out of a new problem, at least not in a way that you would expect to. As soon as this newly discovered circumstance arises, the first thought that may come to you is this never happened in training. And this very type of situation that I'm describing harkens back to my previous declaration of the two categories of companies and the training that they provide. The Category 1 company that operates on the model of minimization with its aspect to limited training was precise and informative, yet short-lived and incapable of capturing any given real-world scenario that it won't take long for you to encounter as soon as you do get out there on your own. If you chose to go with a Category 1 company, know that the particular situation you have found yourself in is more than likely a common situation that the Category 2 type company that provides an extended period of training could potentially capture and inform the student on the correct procedure on how to correct the issue. This theory is merely based on the principle that more training time allows for the opportunity of more random and potentially unique challenges to arise during training itself. If you do happen to encounter this issue, do not let it serve as a reason to discourage or disarm your motivation to learn your way out of the problem. In fact, my advice for you would be to consider each and every new situation that you encounter as an opportunity to do this. And remember this expression: determine in your mind right now that this is how you're going to handle each challenge. You're going to learn your way through it. There are two things that I want you to consider. First, that despite the limited provided training, this does not have to be a negative thing. Many others have undergone the process of training through the company that you chose and had to undergo the same issues and ordeals. If they made it, so can you. The second thing I want you to do is remember the very beginning of your training process, the very first principles that you learned at school pertaining to maneuvering a combination vehicle. These are the basic building blocks of understanding that it's going to take for you to solve whatever issues you may be facing. I, for one, encountered the same issues at the beginning of my journey. My training was extremely limited, and I recall using the same principle for myself. Every new situation that I encountered was a new opportunity for me to continue to learn. As a Class A truck driver in terms of maneuvering, I will make the claim that 95% of every driving challenge that you encounter will primarily require you to do two things. The first action will be input of the steering wheel, controlling the direction, angle, and motion in which you move it. The second action will be the process of watching the back of your trailer in your mirrors and taking note of how it reacts to your input on the steering wheel. By receiving the training you have obtained, you already know what this is called: off-tracking. In reality, the distance of off-tracking for your trailer's tandem driving line will be much closer to the driving line of your drive wheels than it is to your steer wheels. So when you're measuring off-tracking distance, to know how and when to input motion into the steering wheel, you want to base that measurement on where your drive wheels are instead of your steer wheels. In other words, in terms of steering, you want to learn to steer your trailer with your drive wheels. This is just a tip that as you continue to develop the skill of driving, you will begin to notice is true. One of the biggest, if not the biggest, challenging aspect to a new driver will be parking, with the reality of having various strategies to engage in the act of backing into a parking spot. This is an area that will take an extremely long time to master. The best advice that I can give you in terms of parking is to follow the procedure that your company taught you in training. But that advice comes with a stipulation. Allow me to elaborate the perils of parking, a personal anecdote. So when it comes to the training I received at school, I learned absolutely nothing about how to park a truck. What I did learn was how to follow the school's procedure of performing what they called a 90-degree alley dock maneuver that I had a possibility to be tested on when I took the state exam. But it turned out that particular maneuver was not on my test. Instead, I was tested on my ability to perform a conventional side parallel park. After I got hired into my first company and began to undergo their training, they taught me how to park a trailer into a spot in between two trailers in their drop yard by using what they called a 45-degree alley dock. I was told to use this method in every situation I would encounter in terms of parking. After my first week of orientation, I went out for 1 week on the road with an instructor. He had a dedicated position delivering loads at Target stores. After delivering, he would take his 10-hour break at the stores, instead of going to a truck stop. That meant that over the span of the entire week, we never stayed at a truck stop, and therefore, I was never shown or allowed to attempt to park at a truck stop. After the first few days on the road, I noticed this and realized that the job I was being hired to do was OTR. Yet they put me in a truck with this trainer that was a dedicated driver. That should have been a red flag to me right away, and would have been, if I knew then what I know now. I distinctly asked him if he would walk me through parking at a truck stop, and he refused to do it. Instead, he did allow me to back the trailers into the docks at Target when we delivered, and park the trailers at the Target distribution center that we picked the loads up from. At the time, I didn't realize how big of an issue this was. Not until I had to end my shift for the first time ever on my own. I pulled into the truck stop, and due to some mystical miracle, it actually had one available parking spot. So going by what my company showed me and how they trained me to park in every situation by using the 45-degree alley dock, I then attempted to back into the space. What I didn't realize, and what they never told me, is that the 45-degree alley dock is not the maneuver that you should use at many truck stops. The reason why is because the aisles at most truck stops are not wide enough to give you enough space. When you do get your trailer lined up with the open spot, you will find that there is not enough space on the passenger side to get the tractor straight and lined up with the trailer in order to then back straight up into the parking spot. No one ever explained this to me, nor did they even walk me through parking at a truck stop. I spent about 30 minutes that night trying to do this, until finally a few drivers jumped out of their trucks and helped me. Still no one explained to me why it didn't work. Weeks went by and I continued to attempt parking at truck stops to no avail. Eventually, I blamed it on myself and gave up trying. Instead of staying at truck stops, I would settle for parking at rest areas. It didn't occur to me what was wrong about what I was attempting to do until I noticed another truck backing up in a different way because of the same issue. It was at that moment that the light bulb went off. I realized that often parking at a truck stop will require you to perform a 90-degree alley dock. You know, that maneuver that my school supposedly taught me and my company told me was wrong. 3. Where do I park this thing? Beyond the struggles that new drivers face involving the act of learning how to park, especially at crowded truck stops, one greater challenge will then be the act of actually finding available parking. This is another stark reality that schools and companies will avoid talking to you about. This problem is by far the most challenging aspect to truck driving. Due to the nature of having limited time and the consequences that come with getting a violation on your HOS, this is the biggest area that every driver struggles with. Unless you are local, you will face the challenge of having to find a parking spot by the end of your shift on a daily basis. The fact that so many areas of the country are so limited on truck parking, you can expect to face this challenge regardless of where you may be. I have dealt with this issue throughout the span of my career and can honestly say that it is not getting any better anytime soon. I have, however, discovered and practiced alternative methods that can make finding a parking spot easier and many times found my theories to be true. But the nature of this type of dilemma has the potential to create anxiety for any driver, especially a new driver. We will discuss more on this topic in another section. 4. The delicate balance of remaining safe in tense and stressful situations. The next greatest challenge that you will face on a daily basis is the ability to remain calm and safe while driving in stressful areas where the traffic around you is creating tense situations. It seems like as time goes on, conditions on the road continue to get more dangerous. The quality of your driving experience will vary depending on what area you are in, how dense the population is, and to what level the traffic enforcement is present. Regardless of where you are, the likelihood of you coming into the vicinity of aggressive and dangerous drivers is very real. The type of situation I'm describing is something that you should be aware of at all times, especially when driving on the interstate. This is another reason why many companies are embracing the technology of safety monitoring hardware. There are also certain drivers out there that are actively attempting to cause truck accidents. This is highly unlikely, but if, for whatever reason, your company does not use dash cameras, it would be a good idea to invest in one for yourself. But beyond the angry, crazed, and deliberately dangerous drivers, I have noticed that people have generally just become more careless and less aware of safety overall. The chances of encountering a driver on the road that has any regard to safety in terms of their proximity to trucks is becoming rare. Most people on the road cannot and will not take safety into consideration in terms of how they drive around trucks. This fact will force you to become even more vigilant in terms of how you must remain defensive and alert to the conditions on every side of you at all times. Sometimes you may find it difficult to resist reacting to particular traffic that is attempting to antagonize you. It is of the utmost importance that you remain calm and non-reactive to these people. Remember that you are a professional driver and you have a job to do. This is the only reason why you are on the road. So despite what people may do to cause problems for you, the last thing you want is to react and respond with emotion. Many states have posted phone numbers along the interstate to serve as a means to report aggressive and reckless drivers. There's a time and a place to deal with these frustrations, but trust me, it is not while driving. 5. The mastery of improvisation. We have discussed many factors regarding the essential tools that you must utilize in order to successfully trip plan and build a route. I mentioned that alongside of a truck GPS and atlas, it is often necessary to use additional apps such as Google Maps or any other comparable tools that provide up-to-date, accurate information on traffic data. I discussed the essential need of information that a truck GPS and atlas provides in regard to informing you on specific limitations of access for trucks on specific roads. However, these two tools cannot give you the up-to-date information on current conditions of these roads that do provide access for trucks. After determining a legitimate route, you should then check each road on your route to confirm that the road is currently open and will serve as a productive means to travel on. You can do this by using Google Maps or any app that provides this current information. For example, upon entering the address of a destination into your truck GPS, it will build a route for you to use in order to get to that destination. After confirming that each road contained within that route is legitimate in legal truck access with your atlas, you should then also check those specific roads on Google Maps to gather additional information. Google Maps can tell you if those roads are currently open and provide information regarding the current volume of traffic on those roads. By doing this, you can gather additional information to assist you in determining ETA accuracy and may even spot important details that you would have otherwise overlooked. If your truck GPS has established a route that involves using a road that has a current closure, this will obviously hinder your progress and require you to find an alternative way to get around this closure. This type of circumstance is much easier to handle if it is spotted and worked out ahead of time. It is much safer and more convenient to predetermine if a route will require you to detour your way around a road closure. And as I mentioned, Google Maps will usually provide information regarding whether a specific road is closed. These road closures could be caused by any given number of factors. Sometimes severe accidents will cause the DOT to temporarily shut a road down in order to clear out wreckage that is blocking the road. Though this type of road closure is temporary, in that it will cause a road to close for a short period, maybe even less than an hour, it can still affect your productivity. This type of road closure is much more difficult to catch and work your way around because it is unplanned. Another factor that can cause a road to become temporarily closed is weather. Sometimes roads will shut down due to flooding, fallen trees or power lines, or any other object that has blocked off access of travel on the road. The second type of road closure is more prolonged in its duration and is usually easier for an app like Google Maps to communicate. These are planned road closures, when the DOT has planned to close the road down for maintenance. These types of road closures may be indefinite in duration, or they may be temporary, according to a schedule that the DOT has planned to close the road. These time periods are almost always communicated in the form of signage. It is extremely important to consider that any given route that you predetermine to use when traveling in a CMV has the potential to involve unexpected obstacles that will require your ability to detour or improvise your way around them. If these obstacles are prediscovered, your odds of successfully improvising an alternative are much safer and guaranteed. By taking all of these measures I have explained into consideration, you will reinforce your ability to successfully navigate. However, even after taking the extra measures, you should never overlook the fact that there is always a probability of circumstance that will require the challenge of improvising or making changes to your planned directions involving a route. The challenge factors are always present, You may find that 99% of the time you have no issues in operating according to your trip plan, but it's that other remaining 1% of circumstances that will force you do have to make decisions on the fly or in the present moment that will build and shape your experience and skill of improvisation. This is one aspect of challenge that you must be prepared for. In the beginning of your driving career, it is imperative that you consider this added challenge and immediately begin to prepare a backup plan regarding the nature of how you will handle unexpected events while doing your job. This is one area that has the potential to make or break your career from day one. Question 4. What are the best ways to build skill and experience? Answer 4. In the previous question, we discussed 5 specific challenges that every truck driver will encounter on a regular basis relating to their job. It is essential to understand the skills and experience that you will build as a truck driver are specifically related to how you handle these 5 challenges, though there are many more that I have yet to mention. Keep in mind that these 5 challenges are the biggest and will demand significant effort to handle appropriately. It is the act of undergoing and facing these challenges that will develop your skills and experience. Therefore, the best way to gain this valuable experience is by developing strategies that enable you to successfully achieve the desired outcome you're aiming for. No 2 drivers are the same. We all have different ways of perceiving the aspects of these challenges. Therefore, any given strategy that a driver may develop in order to handle the challenges of their job is considered as unique. As an experienced driver, I cannot tell you how to think on or perceive these challenges. One driver may develop a specific strategy to handle a problem that another driver would use a completely different strategy to handle. This doesn't necessarily mean that either driver is right or wrong. It simply means that either particular driver has found or is yet to find the best strategy for themselves. Remember my previously mentioned statement when I claimed that neither a school or a company can teach you how to be a truck driver. I am now making the same statement about myself. I cannot teach you how to be a truck driver. All I can do is provide you with essential information regarding the nature of what trucking is and how it may affect you in various ways. I am attempting to provide this information from the unique angle or perspective of a driver who has experience and knows the fine details involving the industry that I have been submersed within for a considerable period of time. I can also attempt to provide you with advice based on what I have learned through experiencing what it means to be a truck driver. And I am doing this in good faith to the belief that the knowledge and advice I am dispensing will serve as a valuable resource in assisting you to achieve that desired outcome that you are seeking. If the knowledge I am dispensing is taken and analyzed in good measure, I believe that in combination with good practice, you will achieve the outcome of attaining the same experience that I have acquired in a fraction of the time. The way that you interpret and reflect on all of the information within this resource will determine how effective its potential will become at serving your ability to advance in skill and experience. My goal is to provide detailed information along with constructive advice that will then enable you to develop your own strategies based on your own way of perceiving each aspect involved. I want to give key information that would only come to someone who performs the job on a regular basis and would otherwise be overlooked by any other source of information available to you. If I can get you to start thinking about these circumstances before you're actually exposed to them, I believe that you will be armed and prepared to face the difficult aspects with optimal knowledge. Therefore, the best way to build skill and experience is by developing your own personal strategies to handle each of the 5 biggest challenges that you will encounter on a regular basis. Use all of the information I am supplying to do this. And when the time comes for you to put your own strategies into practice, you will be doing this in your own optimal way, according to your own potential. With that being said, here is another piece of advice that I can give you in order to gain skill and experience in parking. If you happen to have some extra time in between loads, you can take advantage of an empty truck stop parking lot. I used to do this in the beginning. Many truck stops will empty out during daytime hours, especially over the weekend. If you get a chance, I would recommend taking an object. It could be a bottle or a book or anything like that. Anything small enough to not get in your way, but still big enough for you to use as a visual reference. Take it and set it down at the very front driver's side of a parking space. Set yourself up to back into that space and begin to experiment with moving the steering wheel. Practice pulling forward and backing up, and take note of how the back of your trailer responds to the precise movements that you make on your steering wheel, and how much forward or reverse space is needed in order to get the trailer to react. Remember, you need to use your drive wheels to steer your trailer. By doing this, you can build experience in understanding how the trailer will react to the way that you are steering. If you do something you think is correct, that causes the trailer to veer off in a direction that you don't want it to go, make note of it, pull up, and then try to do it differently. This is how you can slowly learn exactly what to do and what precise movements you need to make in order to properly back up. Often, many new drivers will attempt to do this to no seeming avail. In the beginning, it may seem as if you're not making any progress in your practice, but remember that it is going to take a very long time to get it down correctly. Here's another valuable insight for you to consider. Remember that when you were still in the training phase, your instructors were giving you instructions on what specific steering wheel movements were required in order to successfully park. You may have followed their instructions perfectly, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you retained the information. Here is one important statement to reflect on as you are practicing your backing and parking. It's not enough to know the strategy of backing or parking, meaning that memorizing a method of steps on how to do it is not nearly as important as understanding why what you're doing is or isn't working. It's not about repeating the same steps to park successfully. It is rather about understanding how the truck and trailer will respond to each individual input on the steering wheel. Remember that object that I asked you to place on the ground? Well, this is what you're going to use as a visual reference to successfully guide the back of your trailer into that space. Think of the steering wheel as a device that you are using to aim with. In the beginning, the back of your trailer will be a considerable distance from the parking space and will require you to put more movement into the steering wheel in order to get the trailer onto the correct driving line to guide it into the space. But the closer you get to the space, the smaller the input of the steering wheel should become. In terms of guiding your trailer tandems, it doesn't take a lot of movement in steering to make a fine adjustment to your driving line. Take this into consideration as you attempt to make corrections in getting the tandems on track where you need them to be. One common mistake is overcorrecting. You can avoid this by turning the wheels slightly and moving slowly. So remember to start out in making broad movements to the steering wheel, and as you get closer to the space, you can make slight adjustments by moving the steering wheel just a little bit in either direction. That object that you placed on the ground will help you determine how much steering is needed. You can also do a bit of experimenting with it. Once you get into the space and get the truck straightened back out with the trailer, you can take turns pulling forward and backing up while turning the wheel just slightly in either direction to measure how much distance your input on the steering is putting between your trailer tandems and the object you placed on the ground. Make note of this distance by watching the object in your mirror as you do this. As long as you have the free time to do so, and you're not in anyone's way, treat the space that you're backing into as if there is a truck parked on both sides of it. If you start to go over the boundary lines of your space, stop, pull up, and try again. Continue doing this until you are able to successfully back up into the space. Then grab your object and place it down at another parking spot and repeat the process. Do this as often as possible. This is a great way to not just practice your aiming skills with the trailer, but you're also building muscle memory with how the truck moves overall. The more you do this, the better you will get at controlling where you want a trailer to go when you back up. Question 5, how do I learn to utilize all the information available to its fullest potential? Answer 5, throughout the span of Category 5, we have covered over a vast amount of information involving the common aspects to the job of truck driving in a general sense. With all of the information I have provided within this category, you should be able to get a clearer understanding about what the job itself consists of and how it works overall. I have also addressed many essential aspects that are necessary for you to consider before determining whether this career choice is right for you. Keep these important details in mind. The 5 most essential aspects to consider will be the specific regulations involving your HOs and keeping your equipment compliant, along with the knowledge of handling workflow according to your specific company's standards and practices. We also discussed in great detail the essential process of trip planning and the important factors that come to play when building a route. Finally, the last aspect that we covered is the sheer amount of time that is required for drivers to invest from their lives in order to successfully fulfill the demands of the job itself. We then covered over the vast array of tools available and how you can utilize them in order to carry out each necessary function involved with the job. This includes the tools that your company will likely utilize in order to monitor and ensure that you are operating according to safe standards. We then discussed the 5 biggest challenges that every driver will face on a consistent basis. Finally, I attempted to break down and explain the unique position that truck drivers hold in terms of how you interpret the challenges in order to build your own strategies to gain skill and experience in your career. The level of understanding that you obtain from the information provided within this category will determine the potential of your ability to intentionally prepare yourself for this all too important phase of your career. The information I have shared is to shape your perspective and outlook on these specific factors involved with trucking. The main objective in gaining awareness of all the information is to prepare you for the challenges that await and position you with the right understanding. In doing this, you are reinforcing your potential for success from the very beginning. I have intentionally delved this deeply into the details of all of this information in order to present you with as much material as possible to contemplate on as you come closer to making a decision. I wanted to share the information with you in a manner that schools and entry-level companies may avoid doing, as their primary intent is to simply sell you a ticket into the industry. In conclusion to Category 5, I will again make this statement, that the challenges you will face within this industry are real and have the capacity to change you. Therefore, I assert that the greater your awareness becomes, the higher your potential of finding success will be, and that success may be entering into this industry with a heightened sense of capability through intentional preparation, or it could simply mean that realization of the information was successful in that it allowed you to determine ahead of time that this is not the right industry for you. Even a decision to decline advancement into the field of truck driving is a respectable choice. A choice that many who came before you who not prepared, neglected to make in advance due to a lack of information in terms of how the industry would impact them. A change of heart after taking a leap of faith never comes without regret. With that being said, we are now ready for the next area of focus. Category 6, motivation. Question 1. How do I build strategies to utilize the 3 traits? Answer 1. In Category 1, I mentioned 3 essential traits that every truck driver must possess in order to find success in this industry. Self-discipline, self-motivation, and self-management traits or skills are all equally important and required in order to fulfill the many expectations that are demanded of you. In the previous category, we covered over the vast array of information involved in the industry that pertains to you as a driver. In the dispensation of that information, you are provided with an opportunity to gain an awareness of how the functional aspects involved with the job work. As previously mentioned, my intention in providing all of this information is to shape your perspective by bringing what I consider as essential detail to your attention. Through consideration and contemplation on these details, you are preparing yourself by reinforcing your expectations. If you obtain a clear understanding of what you're up against ahead of time, you will be ready to face the high level of challenge that will inevitably come upon your entry into the industry. This entire resource is in fact structured on this principle of strategy. So by obtaining and processing the knowledge herein, you are already effectively in the process of building strategy. By putting all of the information I have previously provided into consideration, it would be fair to say that as a truck driver, the big picture overall that entails your ability to find success in the industry could be simplified in this way. Ultimately, your overall goal of success is this. You have been trained to undergo the operation of specialized equipment in compliance, according to the standards of regulations enforced by the federal government, to provide service in the act of fulfillment to the orders of transporting people, products, goods, and/or other equipment according to the specified instructions of your carrier and their customers. That is a mouthful, but if you simplified and summed all of the factors up into one statement, that's pretty much how it would sound. And now that I have simplified the terms of what a trucker's job consists of into one statement, we can more easily look at each detail in its simplified form and start to see how these three previously mentioned traits apply. Your ability to successfully provide the service of transporting goods for paying customers is based on 1. The level of effectiveness that your training has had on you. 2. The degree of compliance to federal regulations that you adhere to. 3. Your ability to maintain fulfillment in the areas of instruction given to you by your carrier. All three of these factors come down to your potential of exercising the three traits. Therefore, by breaking it down in this way, we can focus on these aspects individually to see how and where each trait can be implemented in a strategic way to benefit your potential of success. To do this, we must first realize how each one of the three traits are dependent upon the other. Think of it in terms similar to the fire triangle. You may recall learning about this in school. Not truck driving school, but regular school. There are three ingredients necessary to start a fire: oxygen, fuel, and heat. Without all three of these ingredients, fire is not possible. In a very similar way, I am asserting that there are three traits required to be a successful truck driver. Each trait depends on the other two. And without any one of these traits, success is not possible. Let's elaborate more on how each trait comes into play concerning specific details. We will begin by discussing how self-discipline is relevant in this industry. Did you know that a standard external pre-to-trip inspection involves checking about 130 different components on your vehicle? In order to remain compliant, you will be required to check all of these components on a regular basis. Overlooking the condition of any one of these 130 components could lead to failing a DOT inspection, or even worse, equipment failure while in operation, which could potentially lead to a dangerous situation. This level of commitment to safety requires self-discipline. It involves the discipline of taking time and effort to be thorough, and this level of attention to detail will require self-motivation to undergo each day without compromise. What about self-management? In the previous category, we discussed how the HOS rules work and how it is your responsibility to adhere to the limitations of the time you have available to work. The process of maximizing productivity within the limits of your HOS requires an ability to keep track of and manage your time. You do this by factoring all of the details involved with your job and optimizing the time available to become as productive as possible. This could mean several things involving the way that you do your job. For example, it could mean that you develop a trip plan that is based on building a specific route that is designed to cover more ground in a shorter period of time by avoiding busy areas that could potentially hold you up. In the previous way that I summed up all of the details regarding the job of a truck driver, it is important to realize that there is a delicate balance within the factors of the job. This balance hinges on your ability to fulfill or satisfy the areas of demand coming from two different sources. The first source of demands is the regulations, and second source is the expectations of customers. It will not take long to experience the pressure and tension that comes with your attempt to satisfy the expectations of both sources. When it's all said and done, the most important aspect to keep in mind is that you will not compromise in the area regulation, even if it means coming up short in fulfilling the expectations of customers. The overall goal should be to satisfy the demands of work to your fullest capability without exceeding the limits of the rules. At times, these expectations might seem impossible to fulfill due to the limitations set in place by the rules. However, the developed skill that comes through practice to gain experience will eventually assist you in fulfilling the expectations required to complete an assignment. I have only listed 2 examples of how self-discipline and self-management is utilized in the work that a truck driver undergoes. But as you can imagine, this subject can be elaborated on in much greater depth. Instead of taking any more time up to do this, I will offer the challenge of doing this to you. I challenge you to review the information that I provided in the previous category. As you go back over the information, ask yourself how the 3 traits apply to each detail that I have mentioned about the job. This is the best way for you to build strategies that utilize the 3 traits in each aspect of the job. Keep in mind that though I mentioned each one of the 3 traits as having an equal importance, the ability for you to maintain self-motivation is what holds the other 2 traits together. Your self-motivational skill is the underlying drive that enables you to excel in every other area that is driven by self-discipline and self-management. If at any point in your career you lack motivation, you will begin to compromise in all the other areas. Therefore, I have dedicated this category on the factors that will determine your drive to remain motivated. Question 2. How will obstacle awareness keep me motivated? Answer 2. As a driver, it is imperative to maintain awareness in every way possible. This awareness could involve, but is not limited to HOS, equipment condition, assigned work, planned routing, all regulations pertaining to your job, specific instructions given by customers or your company, as well as overall awareness to your surroundings. This could include driving on the open road, as well as making slow maneuvers on a property. The greater detail you have regarding any subject, the higher your probabilities of achieving a planned outcome or result become. In the case of truck driving, nothing could be more true. With that being said, your ability to obtain awareness of obstacles ahead of time, in the literal and figurative sense, will increase your likelihood of achieving success tenfold. The nature of trucking is based on many circumstances that you will find are outside of your control. There are many aspects to operation that you will lack the ability to adjust or manipulate in any way. Therefore, this will usually require you to exceed in the areas that you do actually have control. Allow me to elaborate. Examples of obstacle awareness. 1. Upon building a trip plan, you may undergo a strategy of research on studying your route according to the directions given on your GPS. You may go to a number of lengths to predetermine that the information you have is legitimate by following the procedures that I have already mentioned, including verifying your route with a truck atlas and using Google Maps to determine if it is the best method according to traffic data information. But beyond validating an optimized route, you will also want to check the makeup of your destination by using an app that provides satellite imagery like Google Earth. When entering an address into Google Earth, you can get a good vantage point of how the property is structured and laid out from a bird's eye view. This information will offer you with an extreme advantage in determining how you will navigate the property once inside. Upon collecting all available information regarding any possible or likely obstacles that you need to avoid, you will then have the necessary information needed in order to predetermine a strategy or plan of how you will best make your way into, around, and departing this property. It is important to consider that the size of your vehicle will limit your capability to maneuver it in small areas. Therefore, it is imperative that before actually entering onto a property, you need to verify that you will have the necessary space available to make any maneuvers needed to navigate on the property. There is always a risk of getting stuck and unable to turn your vehicle around to exit the property. Without a predetermined plan on what procedures you will take to complete the necessary tasks involved with conducting the work you are planning to do while on the property, the risk of getting stuck is much greater. Most of the addresses that you will be going on to in a truck will not involve these challenging circumstances. However, this is not always the case. Some customers that require the assistance of moving freight with a truck do not reside on properties that were designed to allot access for trucks. And these circumstances are the ones that you need to be aware of ahead of time in order to develop a strategy on how to handle these situations. By checking each address that you're heading to on Google Earth ahead of time, you are verifying your awareness of any potential obstacles that could impose a problematic situation and predetermining the best method on how to strategically handle any of those obstacles. 2. Let's say that you were en route to a delivery that will involve getting live unloaded upon arrival. But your appointment time for this delivery will involve using up nearly all of the available time remaining on your shift clock. By conducting an accurate trip plan, you should realize these factors ahead of time and therefore be aware of the potential obstacle of running out of time before you are able to depart from your delivery and find a legal place to park to take your break. In this type of situation, you would communicate this issue to your dispatcher ahead of time. Note that these types of problems can usually be avoided by keeping track of your HOS and staying in close contact with your dispatcher. However, due to a number of factors that I will not get into here, this type of problem is not always avoidable. The solution to this problem will involve factors related to the customer specifically. Sometimes certain customers will provide you with an ability to take your break on their property. You can usually verify if this is the case by requesting for your dispatcher to reach out to the customer and communicate the problem by requesting if the customer is willing to allow you to brake on their property. Sometimes certain customers will allow you to do this in order to receive the load according to the appointment time. This is, however, not always the case. Many customers will not allow you to brake on their property. If the customer won't allow this, the only other solution available to prevent you from getting an HOS violation would be to take your break before making the delivery, in which case it would mean being late for your appointment. 3. Let's say that you were driving on the interstate at a high rate of speed. The training you received has taught you the practice of looking as far ahead as possible at the road in front of you. You have also developed the strategy of frequently checking in your mirrors to maintain awareness of any vehicles that may be occupying the lanes next to you. By looking far ahead on the road, you have determined that there is a vehicle stopped on the shoulder with people standing outside of it right next to your lane. You realize the gravity of this and know that the best way to handle this potentially dangerous situation is to merge into the lane to your left, but by frequently checking your driver's side mirror, you have also noticed that traffic is coming up to pass you in that lane. Your next move should be to slow down and activate your turn signal. By slowing down, you are giving yourself and everyone else more time to react to the situation. Keep in mind that the two factors that are out of your control involve the potential of the people on the shoulder failing to get back into the relative safety of their vehicle as you pass, as well as the upcoming traffic in the lane to the left failing to react to your need to merge into that lane. At this point, you have taken the first step to practice the best measure to react to the situation you have found yourself in. Your next step to take cannot be determined until either of the previously mentioned factors are resolved. Worst case scenario is that the traffic coming up in the lane next to you ignores your need to merge and refuses to let you over, while the people on the shoulder also fail to react to your approaching presence by getting back into their vehicle. In this case, you should continue to slow down to a safer speed, allowing for a more gentle approach to pass the people on the side of the road. But by slowing down, you have also allowed for the traffic next to you to pass by, which has also given you the space that you need to merge safely into that lane. And by slowing down, you are able to do so at the last second, preventing that situation you were avoiding from happening. This is a common situation that you may find yourself in consistently while driving. Your ability to maintain awareness of obstacles well ahead of you and around you on all sides of your vehicle will allot you with extra time to make critical decisions regarding what necessary maneuvers you may need to make while driving. By maintaining the constant practice of scanning far and wide on all sides of your vehicle, you are optimizing your ability to discover potential obstacles as quickly and efficiently as possible, allowing yourself a maximum amount of time to make crucial decisions regarding the best way to handle any given situation while driving. By studying these 3 examples, we have collected that awareness is a key measure when it comes to many aspects of how you conduct your job. The more aware you are of the details involving any situation regarding your job, the more control you have over improving certain circumstances. Again, not all circumstances will be in your control. The important thing is knowing the difference between which areas are and are not in your control, being aware of obstacles ahead of time, and choosing the best way to handle those obstacles can impact your situation in a positive way. This practice will keep you motivated and always susceptible to learning how to improve each situation based on your control. Question 3. How do I use communication to keep me motivated? Answer 3. As previously mentioned, your ability to communicate as a driver will make a world of difference in how you experience this line of work. Another huge obstacle that you may unknowingly face as a driver is your subjection to the isolating nature of this job. In many ways, communication in itself can play as a determining factor in how you find success in the industry. Among the many challenges, you may find that one of the biggest challenges involved may include your ability to communicate. Due to this fact, I would like to mention several factors to take into consideration on how communication should be utilized as a method to maintain your personal motivation. 1. A struggle to stay social. As a new driver, you are most assuredly going to run into new and intense circumstances that will seem overwhelming in the beginning. This will prove, above all else, that the necessity to communicate these issues is imperative. But again, because of the isolating nature of truck driving and the need to maintain a qualifying status for your job, you may feel a hesitant and unwilling drive to talk about your problems with your company. This is a commonly overlooked and rarely addressed situation. And yet, as more new drivers enter into the industry, the need for support is continuing to grow. Some companies have assumed the gravity of these circumstances and have developed various ways to support their workforce. Support groups and mentors are available within specific companies. These programs provide a way for a driver to communicate their daily struggles and dilemmas with people who specialize in offering advice and support that focus on improving the conditions that inevitably come along with the nature of truck driving. It's not an easy transition to undergo in the process of moving into and living within the confinement of a truck for long periods of time. For some people, this challenge will prove to be too much to handle over time. One of the biggest factors to serve the role in adjusting and coping with this alternative lifestyle will be your ability to participate in active communication with individuals who specialize in offering support to help improve your situation, and or participating in active engaging communication with communities who share the same circumstances that you are in. Even if a company fails to offer this type of support, you can still find plenty of online communities of truckers who love to share engaging conversations to help support other drivers. It is this very nature of camaraderie that may help to serve and support your struggle to stay in it when circumstances get too difficult for you to handle on your own. By actively communicating with other drivers, you may just gain the needed perspective that can potentially make all the difference in your outlook on everything as a whole. 2. Maintaining familial relationships. Sometimes after a long and frustrating day, the best thing you can do is reach out to your loved ones. Hearing the voice of your family members will serve as a reminder to you as to why you're actively engaging in the sacrifice of truck driving. By maintaining these relationships, you will strengthen your will to stay motivated and dedicated to tackling the challenges that all drivers face. Your loved ones will appreciate your commitment to stay in touch and the intentional effort that is taken on your part in order to keep close-knit relationships despite the nature of physical separation that your career has brought. Each day that you reach out to your family serves as another conversation to remind them that you're one day closer to coming back home to them. 3. Work-related communication. It goes without saying that one of the biggest and most important factors that come into play is your ability to communicate work-related issues with a support team. As a driver, you may be required to keep a close form of communication with your company in terms of updating information regarding the specific circumstances involving your present state of work. As previously mentioned, you may be expected to maintain an up-to-date status of ETAs and your next available time to receive a new dispatch. You will also be required to submit a daily DVR to keep up-to-date reports on the status of your equipment. But beyond these two factors, it is also important to consider that having a healthy relationship with your dispatcher is just as important. Beyond the limitation of providing information, you should also consider the added advantage that can come when you intentionally engage in real human conversation with those you work with. If you manage to develop a strong relationship with dispatchers by engaging in healthy conversations, they will remember you when important times arise for them to determine which loads to dispatch to certain drivers. This fact should urge you to strongly consider how to address and properly engage in authentic communication with the people involved in offering support to you as a driver. Put it this way, if they grow to like you, they are much more likely to offer better, higher-paying opportunities to you. The final aspect to consider about work-related communication is the need to address and communicate any issues or concerns with the status of your equipment. Sometimes you may encounter specific mechanical issues with your equipment that needs to be directly addressed by your company's maintenance department. Your ability to diagnose and explain the nature of the issue you are having is very important to provide maintenance with accurate information pertaining to any specific issue you're having. The clearer and more precise you can be at communicating these issues, the more effective the company will be at handling them. 4. The value of communicating your intentions on the road. With the act of driving comes the need to communicate to others in whom you are sharing the road with. This communication comes down to your ability to signal to surrounding traffic what your intentions are. as well as noticing and responding to any other driver's attempt to communicate their intentions to you. The best way to maintain safe operations is by utilizing your turn signals, four-ways, and headlights. Another tool or method of communicating on the road is the CB radio, which we have previously discussed. All in all, you can see how the active communication is extremely important in this industry. You cannot function as a truck driver if you remain isolated and shut off from the world. Your ability to communicate will have impacts on you in a variety of ways, and the process of doing so will increase your potential to stay motivated by maintaining all of the relationships that you previously possessed, as well as taking advantage of starting new ones with online communities and your CO workers. There's another aspect to trucking that I failed to mention, and that is that trucking has the power to bring people together. If you don't believe me, then just look up information online about upcoming trucking events like shows or job fairs. Some of these events are huge and involve the process of bringing people together on a national level. As you embrace the industry, you will come to find that it isn't just a big deal because of the vitality that it brings to the economy. It's an even bigger deal due to the heritage and mark that it has left on our society. Some people literally live and breathe this industry. And how many industries out there are so cool that software developers have created games based on them? The fact is, every single person in society has benefited from the transportation industry in one way or another. It has impacted the lives of everyone and continues to do so on a regular basis. Question 4. How do I stay motivated throughout the repetition and frustration? Answer 4. I have intentionally included this question to aim it at new drivers in the industry, not because I am expecting anyone to acquire this kind of a perspective in the beginning. In fact, in the beginning, I believe you will appreciate the repetitive aspect of the job. This is, after all, what will provide you with the exposure of practice to gain experience. However, just like many other lines of work, truck driving can become very repetitive, especially when you find yourself repeating the same routes on a consistent basis. But again, I don't believe that this jaded and frustrated outlook comes immediately. Along with all of the challenges involved with the job, there are also certain exhilarating aspects that those who endure the really difficult areas in the beginning will experience. There is a proper sort of attitude that you must learn to approach the job with, but as time progresses within your first year, you will begin to plateau in your level of skills and experience. After you have learned the ins and outs and developed your consistent and proven strategies, you may experience an overwhelming sense of monotony. For some people, these feelings will come to a head in a shorter period of time. Along with the satiated experience of accomplishment, you could also be affected by the constant tension of coping with the stressful aspects of the job. Fact is, most drivers never truly overcome the pressure that comes alongside of the challenges associated with the nature of truck driving. This pressure will result from various factors regarding the nature of your current circumstances. Ultimately, a constant subjection to this pressure will result with the outcome of feeling frustrated and burned out. Some drivers will not hold up well to being subjected to these constant pressures and will be affected by them in a much more serious manner. Post-traumatic stress disorder is a mental condition that a person may develop after experiencing a traumatic event. It is a condition in which the body presents physical symptoms that are triggered by any events that induce stress. This stress can be associated with physiological or psychological triggers from an intense experience. This condition is common among truck drivers who have been subjected to certain levels of intense stress. However, even being subjected to less stressful situations on a consistent basis has the ability to affect a driver on a physical and psychological level. I will briefly elaborate on some of the circumstances that will affect you as a truck driver, and how you can learn to overcome some of the tension that many who have been subjected to the industry ultimately decided was too much to handle and used it as a reason to walk away. I believe that if you are aware of these circumstances ahead of time, you will be much more prepared to deal with them as they come. The following is a list of pressures that you will be subjected to. As a truck driver, these pressures are associated with stress. This stress, when a driver is exposed to it on a consistent basis, over a long span of time, has the ability to trigger certain psychological and physiological functions. These symptoms, when not addressed, have a potential to create a chemically imbalanced state in the body and mind. 1. The fear of running out of time. This is a phobia that is common among new truck drivers. When considering the real pressure of running out of host time in the midst of attempting to find parking at the end of a shift, it is no small ordeal for any driver to endure this stressful challenge on a daily basis. The fact that so many trucks are on the road, and all of those trucks are operating on a limited amount of time that will eventually run out, and legally require them to have a legal place to park for 10 hours, has created a potentially intense circumstance that every driver must encounter on a regular basis. No one truly understands the weight of this predicament until they have experienced it firsthand. There are many factors at work that will determine the likelihood of coming into this situation. It often will depend on what area you are in and what time of the day it is that you are stopping for a break. The common practice for most drivers is to start as early in the morning as possible and therefore finish their shift as early as possible. This means that many truck stops will fill up within the early afternoon hours in most cases. Therefore, the later it gets in the day, the harder it becomes to find a parking spot, or so it may seem in most cases. Despite the valiant measures that most drivers will take to schedule their working hours based on this principle, the reality is that more often than not, you may be forced to work according to a schedule that does not allow you to end your shift in the early afternoon. When this happens, you will need to produce an alternative method of finding a place to park. 2. Maintaining professionalism. Among the many pressures involved in this trade, the pressure to maintain professionalism in every situation is by far one of the most challenging pressures that a driver may struggle with. This area of pressure may impact a driver the most when it comes to driving itself. It is said that out of all the professions out there, truck driving is considered as the third most dangerous profession in the world. And due to the nature of dangerous activity happening on public roadways, a truck driver is subjected to an extremely high level of pressure to maintain safety at all times during operation. Road rage is any act when one or more motorists exhibit aggressive or violent behavior so as to endanger any other one or more motorists or pedestrians on the road. This condition is becoming more prominent on every roadway in our country, even among truck drivers. As a professional driver, your ability to exhibit safe practices in operation is held at a higher standard than any other motorist on the road. This circumstance will mean that you will likely experience a higher level of stress than any other non-professional driver on the road. The fact that your choices are more critical than the general motoring public will mean that others could potentially take advantage of this. The roadways are also often full of distracted and unskilled drivers. It is in your job description to navigate a specialized vehicle throughout these often hazardous situations. The capabilities or lack thereof of any other driver on the road will often affect and challenge your ability to maintain safe operation. There will always be a potential of having to compensate for any other motorist's lack of safety. This will mean enduring situations that are more challenging in nature in order to safely travel. This reality will have a potential to cause detrimental effects on you over a span of time, which will increase the pressure to practice that professionalism that you are required to maintain. This is another pressure that, when not addressed or treated, may trigger chemicals within your physiology. Road rage is not just an act, but also the symptom of a medical condition that some people may develop over time known as intermittent explosive disorder. It is a condition that affects up to 1 in 20 people, more often men than women, and can cause people to suddenly become angry. It can involve inadequate production or functioning of serotonin, a brain chemical that regulates mood and inhibits behavior. Due to the higher level of pressure that comes with a truck driver's ability to maintain professionalism, the chances of developing this condition are a possibility. Despite the level of passion you may exhibit for safety, the fact is, everyone has a breaking point. The nature of the general motoring public and their lack of respect for the safety you are attempting to maintain has the potential to push even the safest drivers out there over the edge. Even if you have the capability of remaining calm while driving, the stressful situations that you are enduring are still affecting you. Your inability to vent these frustrations will eventually either cause you to burn out, or even worse, you may become triggered unexpectedly after enduring it for too long. It's important to identify and acknowledge these heavy and intense emotions as they build up within you. There is a proper way to deal with this stress in a safe and productive manner, but the result that could come from the lack of dealing with these emotions could have serious consequences overall. 3. Fear of messing up. The next pressure we will discuss is another common emotion that all truck drivers will deal with in the beginning. Even after you have demonstrated an ability to operate in a safe and proper manner, you will still be affected by this pressure. As you continue your practice of obtaining experience on a daily basis, you will encounter new and unexpected levels of challenge that you may not have anticipated. These new experiences will put all of the acquired skill that you have gained through training and limited practice to the ultimate test. As you endure more exposure to the everyday practice of operation, you will run into unique circumstances that will require you to use the knowledge you have gained to its ultimate threshold and beyond, forcing you to undergo new situations that will ultimately trigger this anxiety within you that I have labeled as the fear of messing up. These unique and otherwise never before encountered situations will force you to undergo the principle that I have previously presented to you. This is the principle known as learning your way through. Despite the amount of training you may receive and your ability to retain that knowledge, you must come to expect the fact that it will only serve you up to a certain point. There will come a point in time when your training knowledge is superseded by any given situation that you have found your way into. This is the point when you must put that limited knowledge into perspective by combining it with the knowledge you have obtained on your own through independent operation, and then proceed to become your own teacher. This process will not come without the added stress and anxiety of making mistakes. As a new driver, not only will you be facing the previously mentioned pressures, but also the added pressure that comes with a lack of experience. For example, even when you do manage to find that oh-so-evasive parking spot at a packed-out truck stop, you will then face the pressure of safely getting into it. One common scenario that I have witnessed and experienced is discovering the last open space at a truck stop and attempting to back into it, with a line of veteran truck drivers behind me, who are not only agitated at the fact that I am getting the last available parking space, but I am also, due to my lack of abilities to quickly and efficiently park, holding them up from leaving and frantically attempting to find parking elsewhere. You may experience a similar scenario in your own travels. In a situation like this, it is a common practice for many drivers in the vicinity to recognize the gravity of the situation and reach out to assist you in getting into that space. But if that does not happen, the best thing to do is continue attempting to get into that space until you have succeeded. It is highly unlikely that the driver waiting on you to get out of their way will assist you, because more than likely, they will be hoping that you will eventually just give up. As soon as you do, they will quickly swoop in and grab the parking spot. The important thing to remember is that their status of veteran does not supersede your status as a rookie. The fact is, you found the parking space and have claimed it. It is now up to you to use the knowledge and skill you have gained to get in that space. Do not be surprised if the trucks behind you begin to blare their air horns as you hold them up. If worse comes to worse, simply move over out of their way enough for them to get by you without pulling up too far and giving them an ability to take your space. After enduring this pressure, it may get difficult to stay focused on your task, but your ability to do so is imperative. This may require you to get out and look at your surroundings on multiple occasions, and you may be experiencing some level of anxiety at this point. But just remember what you've learned and do whatever it takes to put that knowledge into practice by getting the job done. 4. Homesick. One added pressure that comes along with the nature of trucking is the feeling of getting stuck out there and just wanting to go home. There are many aspects to this reality that words cannot fully describe. As a new driver who is preparing to go OTR, you may be excited and thrilled about the idea of getting to experience new places that you would have otherwise never had an ability to encounter. This drive to want to explore is indeed an exciting and ambitious endeavor, and chances are you will love it in the beginning. However, as time goes on and you continue the repeated process of leaving and returning to your home, it will eventually wear off. The point will more than likely come when you have served your time out on the road and are looking forward to returning home. You may have reached that point with the notion of realizing that there is nothing glamorous or exciting about living in a truck. For many people, the prospect of spending that much time within the confinement of a small space is too much to ask for. You may start to realize this over the span of time and begin to loathe the thought of having to venture out once more away from your family and home in order to earn an income. This feeling may have its toll on you over a span of time. It is not uncommon for many drivers to experience this ebb and flow type of reality as time goes on. For me, this was absolutely the case as I spent my first year OTR. It almost felt like I was really only living during the time that I spent at home, and my time out on the road was a time that I was forced to put my life on hold. I remember experiencing heavy waves of depression as I was forced to undergo the repeated process of returning to and leaving my home. One of the biggest factors that can trigger undesired pressure in this aspect is when you are supposed to return home by a certain date, but your company fails to get you home in time. This is a common circumstance for many drivers. And when this happens, it will only intensify these heavy feelings of depression and frustration that you may experience. My OTR experience was no exception. I remember the feeling that I would have upon returning back home. If I got back on a date later than my scheduled date to return, these feelings would intensify. It got to the point that as I returned home after a trip, I would experience a level of dopamine being released in my brain. But then when the time came for me to leave and go back out, I would experience the same level of heavy depression. This process continued to repeat itself in a cycle over a span of time, and overall I would say that it had detrimental effects on my mental health. These are just some of the many stress and anxiety-inducing pressures that come along with the trade of truck driving. I'm sure that there are many more that other drivers could spend significant amounts of time talking about. I have presented these situations to you in good hope that your awareness of them ahead of time will serve as an ability for you to consider the gravity of a variety of challenges that you will face and how they may affect you. These are the many factors that others who have come and gone through the industry before you failed to consider. They should serve as an exposure warning to those who are cautiously considering this industry as a career. I am not dispensing this knowledge as a means to discourage anyone who is considering trucking, but it would be unjust to provide an informational source about this industry without addressing these concerns. Chances are most schools and companies will never talk about these issues. In order to maintain the market that serves entry-level positions in the industry, these issues will always be in a hush-hush status. Upon addressing any school or company hiring new drivers, these issues are one of the last things that they will want you to focus on. Because the reality is that most people, upon being exposed to stress, pressure, and anxiety at this level, would not wish to pursue such a career. Truck driving is not for everyone, and the turnover statistics have proven this fact throughout the years. With that being said, if you are still considering trucking as a career, then I will continue to encourage your choice by stating that though these issues are very real, your chances of finding success despite the challenges are all based on your will and drive to achieve this goal. Question 5. How can I learn from my mistakes and use this knowledge to motivate me? Answer 5. Due to all of the factors contained within this source, you may have likely realized that upon entry into this industry, there are countless odds that you will find yourself to be up against. Therefore, it will be the motivation of any school and/or entry-level company to provide you with all of the preparational and practicing material necessary within their reasonable means to serve in enabling you to undergo the process of operation with full success. However, this does not necessarily mean that there will not be mistakes that come along the way. Studies have shown that new truck drivers are more likely to be involved in and cause accidents. Therefore, I would like to use the last question from this category as an attempt to break down this technical area that we have yet to discuss. As a new driver, you must realize that more than anything else, your ability to safely operate is the most important area in your career that you must defend. This means that safety comes first, before any other aspect. It should always prioritize over productivity. This is one of the main factors that the FMCSA has enforced throughout the vast list of regulations that are set in place. As a driver, and especially a new driver, the last discrepancy that you want to have on your record is an accident, or in worst case scenario, multiple accidents. With that being said, it is important to realize how the nature of accidents can affect your track record. There are two types of measurements used to screen and rate a driver's crash history record. 1.PSP Pre-Employment Screening Program Score. This is the official system of record keeping that the FMCSA uses to retain information on an individual driver's safety record. It isn't just used to report and file accidents, but is also used to record compliance violations. The FMCSA defines accidents into two separate categories: DOT recordable and non-DOT recordable. Both accidents will have involved a CMV. However, in order for an accident to be considered as DOT recordable, it must meet the following criteria. Any accident that involves a CMV, which has caused injuries, fatalities, or the case of any vehicle involved becoming incapacitated, therefore needing to be removed from the roadway with additional equipment like a towing recovery vehicle. If any accident lacks any of these circumstances, it will be considered as a non-DOT recordable accident. Note that a non-DOT recordable accident is considered as a minor accident with minimal damage and no injuries, and will not be listed on a driver's PSP report. However, the DOT recordable accident is considered as a much more significant crash and will remain on a driver's PSP report for 5 years. Another important point to mention about the PSP report is that it does not consider or specify whether the truck driver is at fault for an accident. This means that even the accidents you are involved in that you are not found to be at fault for are recorded on your record and will remain for 5 years. The PSP system is not meant to specify if a driver is at fault, but only meant to serve as a means of record keeping. However, this accident on your PSP report will count as points against your safety score, regardless of whether or not you were found to be at fault. 2. Additional record keeping services. Two common companies that hold files on drivers are HireRight and Driver IQ. These companies will pay carriers to release information regarding specific details that were recorded about you during your employment with those companies. The downside to this is that there is no method of determining the accuracy within these records that carrier companies hold on their drivers. Any company that you are employed with as a truck driver will require you to report any accident or incident at the time of its occurrence, regardless of its severity. Failure to do this will likely result in termination from the company. They will then determine if that accident will qualify for an insurance claim. Most truck accidents are non-DOT recordable, and therefore not reported to the DOT. However, these minor incidents that involve property damage are still very detrimental to your track record. If you are involved in an accident with another vehicle, it is imperative that you do report it to your company immediately. You should first reach out to emergency services and report the accident itself. If no injuries are involved, the next step to take is to get the other driver's insurance information and take pictures of the damage and accident scene. Be sure to get pictures of their license plate, and if it is another CMV, be sure to get information on their company, including its name and registered DOT number. Upon the arrival of law enforcement, you should provide the officer with accurate and detailed information regarding the nature of the accident. The officer will then provide you with a police report that contains all of the officially recorded information for your company to give to their insurance agency. The insurance agencies will then use this information to determine the details involving an insurance claim. These details are extremely important and will verify who was at fault for the accident. If you were determined to be at fault for the accident and it is non-DOT recordable, this information will be recorded on your employment record for your company as a preventable accident. If you were determined to not be at fault for the accident, this information will be recorded on your employment record as a non-preventable accident. If the accident is considered as non-preventable, it is extremely important that you verify with your company that this determination is being accurately recorded. Your company will keep records on your employment history throughout your term of employment. Anytime you make a mistake involving accidents, incidents, misconduct, property damage, safety software critical events, citations, or any other matter that involves you being reprimanded or corrected in any way, your company will likely report the information within your driver file, and upon your departure from the company, it will release this file to either HireRight or Driver IQ. When you apply for a new job at a different company, that company will then conduct several record searches on you, including your PSP report, MVR, clearinghouse, and all previous driver files from the last 10 years of your employment as a truck driver. They will request this information from either or both of these companies to conduct research regarding your history as a truck driver. These driver reports can potentially contain some pretty ugly information, depending on how it was recorded from the company that you had previously served employment with. Upon your prospective company's discovery of questionable information that was recorded within your driver file for any particular company, they will present the issue to you and question you for more information regarding the matter. However, because these files are considered as confidential, they will not be able to communicate to you what the actual report says over the phone. This will require you to request a copy of your driver file from either HireRight or Driver IQ. This report can only be obtained through the mail and usually takes a couple of weeks to get. You are allowed to request a copy of your driver records once per year. Upon receiving these files, you should review and determine if the information within them is accurate and fair. If you should happen to find any discrepant information, you do have the right to dispute that information with the carrier company that reported it. This would involve reaching out to the company that created the discrepant file about you to attempt to get them to adjust or repair any false or exaggerated information. This can be a lengthy and grueling process. It is not uncommon for these reports to contain misleading and illegitimate information. This may have been intentional to serve as payback from someone involved with your previous company in an attempt to mar your records. The biggest problem with these driver records is that often the person that is reporting negative information on a driver will do so in a very thoughtless way. However, these employment records are taken very seriously by other prospective companies. Therefore, the nature of information provided within these reports should be taken very seriously by you. With that being said, it is imperative that in consideration to accident reporting, even minor accidents, you will ensure that they are accurately recorded. Most insurance policies will not cover a driver that has had multiple preventable accidents within a specific time period. When it comes down to insurance companies, any preventable accident reported, regardless of its severity, is a huge deal. Therefore, most companies will not be able to cover drivers that have had more than 3 of these types of accidents within a 3-year period. This is another crucial detail that you must consider upon entering into this industry, that preventable accidents, regardless of how bad they are, will not be tolerated in any way. But keep in mind that they do still happen, along with other common incidents. The fact is that this is a dangerous profession that requires extreme diligence to master and succeed. One of the most common areas that new drivers will struggle in is low-speed maneuvering. Anytime that you are backing up, it is crucial for you to be aware of your surroundings. There are many instances that will require you to get out of your truck and study these surroundings in order to prevent having a collision. Unfortunately, not all new drivers do heed this warning and don't realize the importance of taking this measure until it is too late. Sometimes, even when you do take necessary measures, you still manage to make mistakes. The important thing to remember is that you are learning. More than anything, this includes learning from your mistakes. Sometimes our mistakes become our greatest teachers and learning sources. I explained what happened to me on my first day in the truck alone. After experiencing my accident, needless to say, from that point onward, I no longer struggled with using space to account for the off-tracking of my trailer. As you can see, this industry, just like any other, does have darker, less discussed subjects. It is essential to familiarize yourself with all of the details involved. The challenges that any newcomer must face are substantial, and your awareness of these factors is critical in order to navigate with success. Though it must also be said that while it is imperative to be aware of the relevant negativity, it's just as important to progress without focusing on it. Instead, let motivation itself become your driving factor, and allow the knowledge I've shared to guide you through it all. To embrace this industry will mean taking on weight that you perhaps hadn't previously considered. In this category, we have discussed the many challenges associated with the industry. Now prepare yourself to navigate them through the art of strategy in the next category. Category 7, Strategy. Question 1. What are the most important points to consider with strategy? Answer 1. As a driver, strategy will serve as the key to your success. We have covered over many methods of strategizing the work involved with truck driving. Strategy makes all the difference in the world when it comes to conducting any operation. How much more so is this the case for moving enormous vehicles on the road? To the observant person, there is a noticeable difference between someone who is conducting a task according to a planned strategy and someone who is merely functioning off of random circumstances. In terms of driving, we can see this on the road on a regular basis. If you really pay attention to traffic moving down the road, you can usually spot this difference in drivers. A driver that has a predetermined plan on where they are going and what steps they will take to get there will operate on a structural basis. Every movement that they make will be sharp and precise. And in stark contrast, a driver that has little to no strategy will appear to lack the same intentional awareness. As an example, you may have witnessed dangerous vehicles veering across multi-lane interstates in order to gain access to the exit that they didn't realize they were approaching and about to miss. In this category, we will cover over 4 strategic ways that you can excel your truck driving career. Question 2. How do I strategize for the best potential outcome on an individual load? Answer 2. Due to the HOS regulations that truck drivers are limited by, the best way to develop a strategy for carrying out the process of pickup and delivery of an individual load is to: first, consider the factor of time. The first step to take would be to gather all of the given information about the load that pertains to time. The first process would be picking up the load. Therefore, you need to establish the pickup appointment time for the load. You should then establish the specific delivery appointment time for the load. These time periods will depend on factors concerning the locations of pickup and delivery, along with what planned work is to be done. You must verify if the pickup and delivery is a live load, unload, or a drop and hook. The difference in these 2 types of loads is significant when considering time periods. It will usually take a substantially greater amount of time to get live loaded or unloaded than to merely pick up and drop a loaded trailer. Also note that many live loads, unloads will have specific appointment times versus drop and hooks usually having appointment windows. An appointment window refers to a period of space between the earliest and latest time period of when a load can be picked up or dropped off. After establishing all available information regarding the specific time periods of when you will be able to access the load for pickup, the next step 2. Determine the pickup and delivery location for the load. Determine the distance the pickup is from your current location and the distance between the pickup and delivery locations. By determining this information, you will then be able to determine the amount of time that it will take to reach the pickup location, as well as how much time will be needed to deliver the load. This information is vital to consider, as your ability to fulfill the pickup and delivery tasks in the required time periods will be limited to your HOS clock. All of these factors will vary from load to load, as well as the amount of time you have available to work. The next step to take is to determine the amount of time that it will take to complete each individual task associated to the load in its sequential order. Answer the following questions. 1. How long will it take to get to the pickup location? 3. How long will it take to pick up the load? This time period will vary depending on whether the load is a pickup or a live load. If it is a live load, you may not be able to establish an official accurate time period for this sequence. If this is the case, the best thing to do is estimate how long this period of time may be. The average wait time for live loading and unloading can be up to 2 hours, sometimes more, sometimes less. If it is a drop and hook, you will also need to estimate the length of time that it will take to do this. The average time that it takes to drop and hook trailers is about 30 minutes max. 4. How long will it take to get to the delivery location? 5. Is this drop a live unload or is it a drop and hook? 6. How long will it take to drop the load? Now that you have established the essential information regarding to the load, you can begin to determine how it will affect your HOS. The first step would be adding all of the time spent on this particular load up and subtracting that amount of time from your 70-hour cycle clock. By doing this, you will be able to determine how much time will be remaining on your cycle clock after you have completed all of the tasks associated to the load. Remember that this information could be required to be given to your dispatcher. The next step would be to factor out the time periods for each step in the process of the 6 steps involved with the load. This will enable you to portion each of these steps out between individual shifts. This will all depend on the amount of distance between your current location and the pickup, followed by the distance between the pickup and delivery of the load. This distance will provide you with the necessary information to determine the amount of time it will take to drive from your current location to the pickup and the amount of time needed to drive from the pickup to the delivery. These time periods could vary greatly depending on the amount of distance you will be required to travel to get to the pickup and then get to the delivery. If it is a short haul load, you may be capable of completing the entire load within the limits of your 14-hour shift clock, but if it is a long haul load, you may need to split the driving time from the pickup to the delivery over multiple shifts. Remember that you only have 11 hours to drive per shift. If it is a load that will require you to split the driving time up over multiple shifts, you will then need to add additional factors to your trip plan strategy. To do this, you will first need to determine the amount of time you will have left to drive after picking the load up. This information will allow you to determine how far you can drive towards your delivery before needing to shut down for a 10-hour break. After determining how far you will get before needing to break, you can use several tools that we have previously discussed to determine the best location to stop at for your 10-hour break. Remember that depending on your location and the time of day will determine the simplicity of this process. If you will be stopping later in the evening, you can expect to have a more difficult time in finding a parking spot at any given truck stop or rest area. When putting this factor into consideration, you should allot yourself some extra driving time in order to find a parking spot. This may mean needing to shorten some of the distance that you plan on driving before taking a break. A good principle to remember when factoring in the difficulty level of finding available parking is to allot yourself with about 1 hour of driving time to find a parking spot. An additional measure you can take to assist you in determining a good place to park would be to make note of several locations in which you could stop at. In other words, don't just find one truck stop. Instead, look up several of them that will be in the area that you plan on stopping in at the end of your shift. This way, you will have already established a backup system in case your initial plan fails. Depending on the distance between the pickup and delivery of this load, you may need to repeat this process several times by determining how far you will get between where you start your shift and end your shift, followed by determining the best areas along your route to stop at to take your break. After doing this, you should have a pretty good strategy set in place regarding the way you will conduct each process involving this load. If by chance it is a long haul load, these types of loads usually allot you with plenty of extra time to get the job done in between pickup and delivery. When factoring all of the time periods associated with overall time spent working on a single load, you will also need to remember to include the time you will spend in taking your 30-minute breaks and the time you spend getting fuel. You will also need to factor in the difference of time zones. If it's a load that requires you to travel vast distances east to west or vice versa, you will need to take the time zone differences into account to determine the extra time allotted if you are traveling east to west, or the time that you will lose in traveling from west to east. The final step to take in reference to your strategy involving the factoring of time is determine the amount of time that you will have remaining on your shift and cycle clocks after making the delivery. Again, this will all depend on the varying factors associated with this particular load. Your accuracy when making these determinations is extremely important in regard to the information that you are providing to your dispatcher. In order for your dispatcher to provide you with your next load, they will need to know how much time you will have remaining on your shift and cycle clocks after your delivery. The sooner you can provide them with this essential information, the better off you will be, and less time you will spend waiting to receive your next load. The next factor you will need to take into consideration regarding the strategy of a load is the route itself. As we have already covered over this subject in great detail in a previous section, I will keep this subject short, but remember that the most important strategy involved here is studying and verifying the legitimacy of your route. Check each road associated with your route to confirm that it is the best solution. Use Google Maps to confirm that each of these roads are currently open, and verify if you will be traversing through major cities during time periods when traffic is minimal. By doing this, you will optimize the time you have available by using it to its greatest potential in regard to productivity. Remember that there is still a chance that you could come up on a road that is closed, in which case you would Immediately begin looking for detour signs. When you find the detour sign, follow its directions. Make sure to keep your eyes open for each detour sign. Some detours will involve making several turns to get around the portion of a road that is closed and back on course once again. The final factor to practice the strategy of achieving the best potential outcome for a load is using Google Earth or any software that provides clear satellite imagery of the properties that you will need to access when picking up and delivering your load. Take some intentional time to study the layout of these locations to determine the exact points of entry and exiting involved with arrival and departure of the properties. Check all of the information on the load within your workflow. Confirm whether the customers have provided special instructions regarding any details on how to enter or leave their premises. If they have given any descriptions on where to go once you have entered the property, check the satellite imagery to confirm if you can spot the exact areas they are describing within their instructions. By doing this, you will obtain a crystal clear understanding on exactly what to do and where to go upon arrival onto their property. By taking all of these measures of trip planning into consideration, you are not only building a schedule and blueprint of strategy involving the work you will do, you are also mentally rehearsing how you will go about performing each step before you actually do it. With this level of accuracy, you are guaranteed to achieve the best outcome for any possible load that you may be assigned to. Question 3. How do I develop a strategy for safe driving practices? Answer 3. There is a fundamental process to the art of driving a truck. These fundamentals are covered over in great detail within the CDL manuals that are provided by each state. This is the main material that schools and training programs are centered around. Upon getting hired to drive for a company, you will more than likely be presented with a strategy in which you are expected to use while driving that is based on various principles that aim for optimal safety. These principles were developed in consideration to those fundamentals contained within the CDL manual. The strategy that your company provides to you is tried, tested, and proven to ensure that your capability to operate safely is guaranteed only if you follow the principles contained within the strategy that your company uses to train you. These various principles are almost always based on the basic fundamentals of knowledge contained within the CDL manuals. So as long as you are aware of these basic principles and are operating according to them, you should, in theory, not have any issues in driving. The principles themselves take the fundamentals into consideration in various ways. The fundamentals are based on the limitations and added challenging factors that come into play when driving a truck. Aspects like following distance, trailer articulation and off-tracking, blind spot awareness, field of view, braking sensitivity, signal communication, grade descending, and center of gravity physics are all taken into consideration when a company develops a strategy for safe operation. Though specific details involving the practice of truck driving are vast and numerous, they are all based on simplistic fundamental knowledge pertaining to physics and limiting factors regarding the dimensional nature of a truck. It's important to realize that the physics of a moving truck are very different than the physics of other lesser vehicles on the road. Your constant continued awareness of these differences will greatly affect your capability of driving safely. I am referring to the aspects of driving a truck as a limitation in the following ways. When driving a truck, you will always be limited according to specific factors. Here are some examples of what I mean. 1. A truck will always need more open space to come to a stop than lesser vehicles. Upon exceeding these limitations, you're taking a risk of having a rear-end collision. 2. A truck will always need more space to make turns. This limits your ability to access certain areas. 3. A truck will always need to slow down before approaching a curved section of road. Upon exceeding the threshold of these limitations, you are risking a rollover. 4. A truck will always need more clearance to fit under a tunnel, bridge, or underpass. Upon exceeding these limits, you are definitely not going to make it through. And so you see that trucks are limited in their capability to undergo certain processes involved with maneuvering on the road that other vehicles are not limited by. These principles are considered as fundamental details of knowledge that are necessary to understand in order to safely operate a truck. Much of the training that you receive that pertains to truck driving can be simplified based on factors that involve dimensional awareness and physics. This is obviously because of the size and weight of trucks. Therefore, every aspect pertaining to the extra knowledge needed to drive a truck, beyond the knowledge that covers driving in general, is based on these two fundamentals. As you begin to progress in your skill of truck driving, you will realize that every choice you make comes down to these two factors. It really is that simple. All of your success to the skill of driving a truck is based on your awareness of space and physics. Question 4. How can I build navigational strategies based on the knowledge of road infrastructures? Answer 4. This is an advanced subject in the profession. As you progress in the field of truck driving, your exposure to road systems will grow in diversity. The more you undergo the practice of the trade, the more exposure you will have to different areas and their specific road structures and rules. The best way to understand how road structures work is by categorizing roads according to their tier levels, or hierarchy, and individual structure. When it all comes down to it, there are 6 different categories of roads. These categories are specified according to different factors concerning their hierarchical importance. 1. The highest tier level of a road system in our nation is called an interstate. As a truck driver, this will likely be the type of road that you will use most frequently for navigation. Most of the interstates are integrated, meaning that they are connected in one area or another to form a complete network providing efficient access to the most populated areas of the country. 2. The next lowest tier of a road system is known as a U.S. route. Much like interstates, U.S. routes are also integrated. The main aspect to consider about U.S. routes is that they are more numerous than interstates and provide access to areas that are considered to be more remote and outside of the vicinity of interstates. A good analogy to compare to the road infrastructure in our nation would be a tree. Consider an interstate as the trunk of a tree, and the nearby U.S. routes as the branches on the trunk of that tree. 3. The next lowest tier of a road system is known as a state highway. These roads are very similar to U.S. routes, although, again, they are still more numerous than U.S. routes, and will provide more direct access into specific areas that interstates and U.S. routes do not provide access to. Think of these roads as sticks on the branches on the trunk of a tree. 4. The next lowest tier of a road system is known as a county road. These roads are considered as limited access roads in that they are specifically used to serve as access for local traffic. In addition, some county roads will serve as a connecting point or shortcut between 2 highways, while other county roads are specifically designed to provide access from residential areas into the network of higher-tiered roads. The most important aspect to recognize regarding county roads is that they will not usually provide access for trucks unless they are specifically being designated as a truck bypass to go around a city or town, or the truck is required to use the road as a means to make a local delivery. Unlike state highways and U.S. routes, county roads are maintained and paid for by the counties in which the roads are located, and therefore those particular counties are usually unwilling to allow trucks to have access to those roads. This is due to the added expense of upkeep that is required from the wear and tear that heavy trucks put on roads. Think of county roads as the stems, on the sticks, on the branches, on the trunk of a tree. 5. The lowest tier of a road system is a sub-county road. These roads are commonly considered as the end of the line for the road infrastructure. These are the roads that will lead into residential areas, industrial parks, any subdivided land, or government-owned and maintained land. These roads should always be avoided as they will never serve as access for trucks in any way, with the exception of the roads that provide access into industrial parks. The specific roads that do provide access into industrial parks, or otherwise known as industrial zoned land, are specifically meant to serve as access for trucks, as these areas are most often associated with industry and will commonly be the site of warehouses, factories, plants, and other industries that rely on transportation. The reason why these types of industrial roads fall into the same category as residential roads is simply because of the level that their hierarchy falls into. Think of these roads as the veins of the leaves, on the stems, on the sticks, on the branches, on the trunk of a tree. Notice that all of the essential parts of the tree are present, and each rely on the other in order to complete one full organism. The same thing can be said about the infrastructure of a complete road network. 6. The final type of road category is private roads. This could be a road that is owned by the federal government or any road that is owned by a private civilian, such as a farmer or rancher. You will not ever likely need to access any roads of this sort unless you were conducting in work specifically associated with the federal government or these private entities. Up to this point, we have covered over the 6 categories of road types and their overall hierarchy or level of importance. I wanted to use the analogy of a tree to get you to think of road networks as a type of living organism, because the truth is, our roads really do serve as the lifeline for our economy. Beyond the knowledge of road infrastructure, there are many other factors that come into play when it comes to developing strategy in reference to navigating a CMV. In order to simplify this subject, I will specify these factors in a basic way to assist you in developing ideas and theories pertaining to navigational strategy. Therefore, I will not be providing you with any specific step-by-step instructions on how to navigate, but I will rather be providing you with insight and information in order to develop or shape the way you think concerning these matters. If you obtain the necessary information and analyze this information in a proper way, you will then be able to develop your own strategies concerning the methods of navigation. Keep in mind that this subject is advanced, in that it is considered as a level of understanding that is not required in order to undergo the main aspects of your job. This knowledge is not a necessity, but it can be extremely beneficial and valuable knowledge for certain positions in the industry. Due to the advanced level of modern technology in truck GPS hardware, most drivers will never likely need to obtain a high level of understanding in regard to road infrastructure. We will begin our research with understanding how a truck GPS works. If we have a detailed understanding regarding the way the technology works, we will then have an understanding on how we can work without the technology. The main reason why we should want to obtain this understanding is so that if, for whatever reason, we find ourselves in a situation where we cannot rely on the technology, we will still be able to suffice without it. Sometimes satellites go down, and sometimes we make mistakes when attempting to follow a GPS's planned route. So the main reason why we would want to have this information is to serve as a backup plan in case anything were to go awry. So the first thing we need to do is figure out how a truck GPS works. There are a variety of methods that this technology will utilize in order to determine a specific route, including connecting to a network of up to 4 separate satellites. These satellites are used to determine your truck's location, speed, and direction, as well as accurate times of arrival. When your truck's precise location is determined, the GPS will retrieve built-in mapping data that includes the roadways that will connect to the start, end, and any stopping points along a route. This predetermined route is designed based on the information that is maintained through the GPS provider's database. This database updates and maintains current information that can help ensure that the predetermined route is suitable for large vehicles and complies with the relevant rules of particular roads. Once this information is determined, the final tool that the GPS will use is an algorithm that will find the most efficient driving route. These algorithms are based on the shortest path available amongst the qualified roads for a truck to use. Now that we understand how a truck GPS works, we know that we can follow similar steps in order to obtain a similar outcome. There are 3 aspects to what a truck GPS will put into consideration when calculating a route. The first aspect is your current location and final destination, along with any desired stopping points along the way. The second aspect is information regarding the nature of roads that lie in between your current location and final destination. This aspect is crucial for determining which roads out of the many are the most suitable for you to use in order to get to your destination. When determining which roads are the proper roads to use, you need to base your decisions on several factors, including distances, lane widths, weight limits, and allotted clearance under bridges, underpasses, or tunnels, along with putting into consideration which roads are actually permitted as truck legal roads. In order to determine the right roads to use, we must obtain information on the roads that are available. Remember what we have already learned about road systems. Out of the 6 specific types of roads, there are a total of 3 that could be considered as suitable roads for trucks. The interstate, U.S. route, and state highway roads are always considered as truck routes, with the exception of specific state highways and U.S. routes being excluded. Nearly all state highways and U.S. routes are legitimate truck routes. However, there are certain exceptions that exclude access for trucks on some of them, and these exceptions that enforce the exclusion of trucks on these roads are usually limited and localized to specific areas, or points on these roads due to certain factors involving a truck's weight or size. This is the information that is included in that database that is updated and maintained by the provider of a truck GPS. And this is the information that we will need in order to create a custom route. So, how do we obtain this information without a truck GPS? This is the question that I have had an extremely difficult time trying to answer. Though we do have specific sources to gather this information, such as a truck atlas, there doesn't seem to be any other source that can provide specific information regarding specific roads, except for one other source that I have used repeatedly over the span of my career. The truth is, I have never used a dedicated truck GPS to do my job. I did use integrated truck GPS software when working for specific companies that provided it. However, over the span of the last several years, I have not had access to this type of software, as the companies I have worked for have not provided it. This circumstance has forced me to make a decision based on two different options. In order to do my job, I would either need to A, invest in my own personal truck GPS, or B, figure out how to navigate a truck based on my own understanding and capabilities. As you can imagine, I chose to proceed in doing my job without the assistance of a dedicated truck GPS. I have been undergoing the job of driving a truck for the past several years without the need of a truck GPS. My ability to do this has been based solely on my understanding of road infrastructures and experience in using alternative tools to help me determine the best choices on establishing a legitimate route for each pickup and delivery that I have made. Though my choice to undergo my job without the assistance of a tool that is specifically designed to assist drivers in such a crucial way has forced me to face enormous challenges that could have otherwise been avoided. This circumstance has also forced me to obtain valuable knowledge that I would have otherwise never gained. Because I haven't relied on automated solutions, I have learned a lot about navigating a truck. This added challenge has forced me to develop a strategy of navigation with limited assistance. This limited assistance that I am referring to is Google Maps, Google Earth, and a free truck GPS that I downloaded from Google Play. The specific truck GPS app that I am referring to is called Hammer Truck GPS. Though I actually have never used Hammer as a GPS, I do use the information that it provides as a means to make crucial decisions about how to navigate through certain areas. It serves not only as a GPS, but also as an interactive map that provides more information than a truck atlas. You may be wondering why I've chosen not to invest in a dedicated truck GPS. Initially, it was not my intention to do my job without one of these tools. It was simply just the fact that I couldn't afford to invest in one at the time, and knew that I would still need to figure out a way to do my job. As time went on, I realized that navigating a truck without this tool that most drivers consider as crucial is actually very rewarding in that it allows you to make decisions on your own without having to rely on the technology. So the circumstance actually started out as a limitation, and over time has become my preference. As a new driver, I do not recommend that you do this in the beginning. At least not until you have either found yourself in a situation similar to mine, or you acquire a job that involves using specialized routes that most truck GPS hardware cannot provide information to assist you with. With all of this being said, I will wrap up the answer to this question by urging you that when strategizing navigation, you should always consider the infrastructure of our road system. Remember that as the hierarchical nature of roads descend, your available access to use those roads will decrease. Keep in mind that some U.S. routes and state highways will have truck restrictions in some areas. And finally, that only the county roads that are specified as truck access roads should be used. Finally, when navigating any road, you should always keep your eyes open for posted information on road signs. Any restricted roads will have signs communicating their restrictions, unless they are so small that your inability to access them is obvious. Question 5. How can I use strategy in terms of my career overall? Answer 5. This is a very important question that you should be asking yourself on a daily basis. As a new driver, you must realize that your first year doing the job is quite possibly the most crucial period in your career overall. Your ability to adapt and successfully develop skills and experience over this time period without any severe setbacks or disqualifications will effectively accelerate your qualified status after this first year. Know that your ability to come through in this way may require every bit of effort and determination that you have within you. This entire source of information was developed and structured in such a way as to assist you in accomplishing this feat. My intention was to supply you with as much valuable information as possible in order to prepare you to accomplish this success. Should you get through this crucial time period successfully without any major drawbacks, you will be well on your way to experiencing the higher tiered areas of the industry that are more rewarding in every way. But until you get to that point, you should take the knowledge I have provided along with what you have learned from school and your company to set strategies that will work in effectively getting you through this time period. Remember what your company is looking for in you. They are seeking a driver who is 1. Prioritizing safety above all else by staying faithful to the obligations of compliance. 2. A driver who is utilizing all the available tools to successfully carry out the process of work involved in each individual load. And 3. A driver who is maintaining a dependable and accurate method of operating. For a company, it will be important for you to not only prioritize safety, but to also be successful in completing each assignment that they give you in a timely manner, as well as establishing an accurate and dependable method of communicating your availability to receive assignments. So you see, it's not just about your ability to do the work and do it safely, but it also comes down to your ability to communicate your status of availability. And the more efficient you can become at doing this, the more they will begin to trust and appreciate having you as their driver. The happier you make your company your first year, the stronger your resume becomes. It's as simple as that. Category 8, Goals. Question 1. Why are goals important? Answer 1. A goal is defined as the object of a person's ambition or effort, or an aim for a desired result. Goals are exactly what this source is all about. In the beginning, acquiring a CDL was your goal. Your next goal was finding the best possible job opportunity according to the limitations of jobs available for entry-level drivers. As a new driver, you may have already experienced the reality of all of the aforementioned challenges within this source of informational material. Goals are important in reference to their ability to assist in navigating extremely difficult situations. Truck driving is all about goals, whether big or small, short-term or long-term. Question 2. How can I set up goals in the beginning to help me get through my first year? Answer 2. You will have the opportunity to aim for several goals within your first year. Each specific aspect of expectation that your company has put on you regarding the fulfillment of your job description is technically considered as a goal. And your potential concerning what they consider as acceptable or even outstanding in regard to your ability to accomplish each task is all dependent on how aware you are at accomplishing each one of these goals. One strategy that you may embrace is to see every aspect of challenge as a potential goal. It will be a goal for you to learn and grow in experience at driving a truck. Each and every load that you pick up will involve the goal of completing a successful delivery. But beyond these short-term goals, you should also see completing your first year as a successful truck driver as a long-term investment and goal. Even if, due to its seemingly distant nature, you don't manage to see this, many other parties will. And your first year as a truck driver is not just about you achieving your goal of making it. You must also consider the goals of your company. This is how they are looking at you. Remember what I said about how your company will provide you with training knowledge and access to do the job. Upon successful completion of their training program, they will have accomplished their goal of setting you up to become their asset. So you are officially on their positive investment list. As soon as you get out there on your own, you will then become an active asset for them. You are a driving source of their income and profitability. You need to see it this way, that for every bit of work you do, they are reaping the financial benefit. Every bit of income that you earn is filtered through your company before it comes to you. And as a company driver, you must realize that you are your company's tool of profit. Therefore, their next goal for you will be the attempt to optimize your potential of operation to its highest level of efficiency. And as their tool, you will need to accept these challenges with a determination to fulfill them. Allow me to elaborate on this in a more specific way by providing an example of what I mean. Remember the safety hardware I mentioned that will likely be installed on your truck, the various sensors that are designed to monitor your driving abilities. I also mentioned that you could likely even be required to have a driver-facing camera pointed at you while you're driving. I previously described how these devices are designed to monitor your driving habits and skills. Keep in mind that these monitoring devices are monitoring you on a constant basis. The latest technology in operational safety monitoring software uses artificial intelligence to measure your ability to do certain things. For example, the lane departure monitoring system that I previously described is designed to monitor your ability to keep the truck within the confinement of your lane. It utilizes algorithms to measure and record each event when the truck crosses over the lines of a lane. Every time that you cross over the line of a lane, it is recorded and measured. That information is then stored on a website. I would like to now point out another factor about AI that you may have not realized. Before AI became a powerful tool to measure these safety events, it was considered as an impossibility to constantly monitor a driver. It would have involved a human to do this, and no human is capable of constantly monitoring each aspect of measurement that these safety systems monitor. Well, now that we have the developed technology of AI, it has eliminated the need for a human to do this. Essentially, this means that every time you are driving and make a mistake, even a tiny mistake, it is recorded and measured. Each measurement is then analyzed and averaged to determine your capability to conduct safe operation. At first, this may seem like a pretty intimidating endeavor, and you might feel overwhelmed at the thought of knowing you are being measured and recorded to this degree. But keep in mind that every other driver in your company is also being measured and recorded on this level. In reality, any driver's ability to prevent their vehicle from brushing over the confinement line of their lane 100% of the time is pretty much impossible. This is considered as a human error, and it actually happens all the time. When it comes to this monitoring software's algorithmic implementation of using AI, you have to think of these measurements in a binary way. Think ones and zeros. This means that as you are moving down the road with your truck inside of your lane, the monitoring system is measuring this event in zeros. But if you were to veer over the edge of the painted line of your lane, the monitoring system would measure this as a 1. This means that each time you go over that line, it will be recorded as a 1. Now, in regard to what I said before about anyone's capability to keep their vehicle perfectly aligned within the painted lane lines on a road, think about how many ones will be recorded on any given driver's safety metadata. There will be ones going off all the time. If all of the drivers are getting recorded ones in their safety monitoring data, it will not stand out to your company if you are getting ones recorded into your safety data measurements. But with that being said, what do you think will stand out to your company? Your ability to have little to no ones recorded in your data. Truth be told, this type of scrutiny is extremely intrusive and will be an extremely difficult system of measurement for most existing drivers to embrace. However, I believe that this type of safety monitoring technology is inevitable for the industry. It will be much easier for a new driver to accept and embrace this technology than it will be for an existing driver. This means that you, as a new driver, could and should embrace it. It's not all negative. After all, if they really want to scrutinize us to that level, I believe we should take advantage of it. We should provide them with whatever necessary metrics they desire in order to prove that we are capable of operating according to their expectations. But remember that AI will measure information in an extremely different manner than humans measure it. And again, I don't believe that the industry is trying to use this technology to intimidate drivers. Instead, I think that they are simply attempting to gather data. But by doing so, they have allowed us an opportunity to prove individually which drivers are capable of operating safely and efficiently, even on a micro level, therefore providing us with an additional way to prove that we are extremely valuable to them. Even though your added effort to accomplish this may not bring an immediate reward, you will reap the benefit of your success in time. This acquired benefit will be the long-term goal or result that you will aim for. Question 3. How does knowledge outside of my job help me set goals? Answer 3. The fact is, everyone will struggle in the beginning. I believe the ones that have a higher degree of awareness in regard to setting and achieving goals will have the highest probability of attaining the outcome of success. Should you endure the most challenging periods in the beginning of your career choice, you will eventually reach the point of assurance that you are capable of handling these difficult processes successfully. Remember the added benefit that will come with understanding the perspective of your company. By understanding how they see and handle you as their asset, you will increase your capability of success. The more you manage to succeed in every challenging aspect that they may throw at you, the more valuable you will become to them. As you develop your skill set, you will grow in experience. This experience will bring you ease as you begin to reinforce your understanding of how your job works, as well as how your specific company operates. At this point, you may decide that you are ready to set goals pertaining to your future and where you want this newly acquired experience to take you. If you work for a large company, you may want to conduct some research on what other various driving positions are available within your company. Large carrier companies may offer a variety of positions available to drivers who hold a variety of experience levels. Some jobs in particular will only require you to have a minimal amount of experience before you are eligible to take them on. Beyond seeing things from your company's own perspective, you should also consider the perspective from the industry overall. This is the next step in the process of setting goals. Question 4. What is the most important quality to possess in the industry? Answer 4. Out of all the time and effort that you will have invested within your first year, and regardless of the income you have earned and its true amount, whether it is more or less than what you were told it would be at the time that the job was offered to you, the most important quality to possess in this entire industry is that oh so valuable and essential characteristic that you will have only been able to obtain through consistent exposure to the practice. Of course, I am referring to experience. Experience is the gold standard in the transportation industry. It is number one sought-after quality that every standard and specialized company seeks when considering employment to any driver. It trumps in importance beyond any other quality for a driver to possess. It even comes before skill. Skill is merely the understanding of how to undergo any specific task, but experience is the proof that you have actually undergone it. This is, however, not the most important aspect to consider. The industry has evolved at such a rapid pace even within the past few years that it is not enough to merely have experience to qualify for a job. It is even more important to have what is considered as recent experience. As you approach your first whole year as a truck driver, your opportunities to expand into other areas of the field will increase exponentially. Remember that as a new truck driver, your opportunities were limited to obtaining jobs that only the entry-level companies were offering. Well, as a driver with 1 full year of experience, you can expect those limitations to expand, and the available jobs that you are qualified to obtain will also increase. This will increase your potential of entering into more diverse forms of truck driving. But keep in mind that your doorway of opportunity will not completely open up at this point. With that being said, you might decide to stay where you are. Whatever you decide to do at this point, remember that the more time you spend in the industry gaining experience and maintaining a good track record, the more desirable you will become to every aspect of the industry. There are so many directions that you can move in at this point, and the options and choices are overwhelming. Remember those endorsements that I suggested waiting on obtaining until you had reached a further point in your career? Now might be a good time to consider acquiring them. There is no official time requirement of experience in reference to specific types of truck driving. It instead will be based on requirements that are set by individual companies, and these requirements are usually based on the insurance limitations of those companies. Among the many fields of truck driving, certain types of fields may have entry-level companies that offer jobs to drivers that have no previous experience working in those specialty fields, whereas other companies within those fields may not hire drivers without a certain amount of experience working in those fields. Notice that required experience will often not just be based on driving experience, but also experience involved with doing a specialized job. For example, the specialized field of car carrying. The majority of companies that specialize in this field may not hire drivers that lack experience specializing in this field. But for the sake of drivers that are interested in entering into the field of car carrying, some entry-level car carrier companies do exist. Here are some things to put into consideration. Upon making the choice to enter into a specialty field of truck driving, you should think of approaching this in the same manner that you approached the trucking industry initially. If all you've ever experienced is hauling dry van, you must put into consideration how the nature of car carrying will differ from the nature of hauling dry van. I've never worked in the field of car carrying, but I can imagine that it must be completely different than the field of dry van. It's very likely that anything and everything about it will be different. Anything from the nature of how you pick up and deliver the loads you are hauling to the actual locations that you will be conducting work at. Dry van drivers typically pick up loads from warehouses, whereas car carrier drivers typically pick up loads from automobile plants, or ports, or car dealerships, or sometimes even garages of private car collectors. Ultimately, this means that I will need to drive into new areas that I may not be accustomed to driving in. The process of loading and unloading will likely be the biggest area of contrast between the two jobs. Standard dry van drivers are typically not involved in the loading and unloading process at warehouses. Yet, car carrier drivers are always required to manually load and unload the vehicles that they haul. As you can imagine, the process of loading and unloading vehicles onto a car carrier trailer would require a lot of skill and effort to do. The final thing to consider is the added regulations that are associated to car carrying. The FMCSA has created laws that are specifically focused on this field of truck driving that are obsolete to drivers hauling dry van trailers. So with all of the additional knowledge and skill required to conduct the job of a car carrier driver would come the additional awareness of the added regulations. This isn't just the case for the field of car carrying, but would also be the case for any other field. There is obviously a vast amount of added knowledge, details, and work associated with this specialized field. All of these added factors will come in the form of extreme challenge added to the already challenging factor associated with truck driving in general. And these are all aspects that you must take into consideration upon attempting to make such a broad leap within the transportation industry. Types of trucking. With that being said, I would love to take some time to go over some of the specialty fields of truck driving and share some of the knowledge that I have obtained either through research or experience. This will serve as an additional source of knowledge for you. Keep in mind that all of the knowledge I have dispensed up to this point, I have based on trucking in a very general sense. Most of this knowledge would apply for many of the different types of truck driving. So, in a similar sense, I would like to start out in a basic way. Let's start out with talking about vans. The word van in trucking terms would refer to the specific type of box trailer being hauled. This is by far the most common type of trailer that is used to haul freight in the industry. And because of this, as you can imagine, there is an extremely broad category of job types that are associated with hauling van trailers. But within this category, there is a vast array of different jobs types, and some of these job types are considered as specialty fields. Here is a list of job types that are associated with hauling van. General dry van jobs. This is the most basic form of truck driving, and these job types could be considered as OTR, regional, local, or dedicated. The job description for general dry van could fall into two categories for the driver and sometimes both categories. These are known as touch freight and no touch freight jobs. The touch freight jobs within general dry van are typically only associated with local and dedicated jobs, meaning that many local jobs hauling dry van will require the driver to load or unload the freight for customers. This may also involve breaking down, sorting, and sometimes receiving the freight itself on the customer's behalf. These types of jobs can be rigorous and time-consuming, but also very lucrative in the sense that they tend to pay very well. The portion of jobs in this category that are dedicated are very similar, but may involve more complex details regarding where these touch freight loads are being delivered. Most touch freight dedicated jobs involve delivering the load to actual stores, where the driver will then break down and unload the freight but may not be required to receive it for the customer. The no-touch freight dry van jobs are typically much more common and could be considered as general in the sense that all other OTR, regional, local, and dedicated jobs fall into this category. The entry-level truck driving companies that will likely hire you fresh out of school will fall into this category. Wet van jobs. This type of job is very similar to the no-touch freight job category previously mentioned, in that it can include all jobs OTR, regional, local, or dedicated. Its only difference is in the sense that the freight being hauled is refrigerated, perishable freight, typically perishable food or plants. These wet van trailers are more commonly referred to as reefer trailers. These types of jobs will require the driver to invest more time and effort into maintaining the added equipment used to control the temperature of the freight, and these types of loads are considered to be perishable in the sense that the freight itself is vulnerable to the elements. Intermodal van jobs. These types of jobs involve hauling freight with specialized equipment that is designed to be transported in various ways. The trailer itself is sectional in that it consists of a chassis that is used to anchor a container. The container itself is designed to be transported by ship, train, or truck. This added measure will involve the driver to often pick loads up from ports or rail yards, which in many cases may require the driver to possess a TWIC card. The Transportation Worker Identification Credential Card is a form of identification issued by the Transportation Security Administration (TSA). This card allows drivers access into the secure areas of maritime facilities where freight is imported by cargo ship. Again, these types of jobs could fall into any category of OTR, regional, local, or dedicated. LTL van jobs. These types of jobs specialize in hauling freight for customers in lesser quantities that will only occupy portions of the trailer. The LTL stands for less than truckload, meaning that the freight associated makes up a lesser part of the whole load of freight within the trailer. These types of jobs usually fall under the category of localized freight, but can sometimes be considered as regional. Due to the nature of the freight itself being a smaller quantity, it will usually be included as a portion of a total load, meaning that LTL drivers will often make multiple stops to pick up and deliver freight. Most local LTL drivers will work according to a specified route within an area and within a specified time period. Most LTL companies will require their drivers to obtain a hazmat and doubles and triples endorsement. Line haul van jobs. These types of jobs are often considered as the counterpart to LTL. The driver will usually carry these loads between terminals for a company that specializes in LTL freight, meaning that the driver doesn't work with customers who are shipping or receiving freight, but rather simply hauls LTL loads throughout the terminal network of a LTL service provider. These jobs will usually require hauling double or triple trailers and hazardous cargo, therefore requiring the driver to obtain these specific endorsements. Food service van jobs. These types of jobs specialize in delivering food ingredients, products, goods, and vending items. The companies that specialize in food service are known as suppliers and will receive these various types of products in order to supply their regular customers according to a planned route schedule. These jobs are often local and/or regional. The driver may be required to load their own trailer with items that are ordered by the customers on the driver's route. The route itself will likely consist of multiple stops in a local area within the vicinity of the main supplier's warehouse or several remote areas within other cities or states. The job itself is very manual in nature in that the driver will usually be required to unload the customer's products by hand off of the trailer without access to a loading dock. Food service trailers are unique in that they can be used to haul a combination of wet and dry freight with the use of an insulated divider wall within the trailer. They will often be equipped with one or more side doors, in addition to the double swinging back doors. In addition, they are also designed with other specialized equipment. To assist the driver in the unloading process, they will either be equipped with a liftgate or an extendable ramp. The driver will also use additional equipment such as hand trucks and manual or electric pallet jacks to move the freight into the customer's store or restaurant. In addition to unloading, the driver may be required to receive and stock the freight within the customer's storage areas. Food service jobs are known to be some of the most challenging jobs in the industry due to all of the factors involved with manual labor and the challenging aspects of maneuvering the trucks into and around small areas that were not designed to accommodate access for trucks. Due to this factor, food service trailers are usually shorter in length than standard van trailers. Not all food service companies use combination vehicles. Some will utilize Class B straight trucks. Many of the delivery locations associated with food service include smaller businesses such as fast food restaurants, bakeries, delis, donut shops, coffee shops, and gas stations. Vendor van jobs. These types of jobs are very similar to food service jobs, with the exception of the products that are being distributed and supplied. Vendors will usually only carry and deliver one type or various types of products from one single brand. Many manufacturers of specific products will distribute and supply their own products directly to their customers. Most delivery vendors will use smaller vehicles to deliver to stores. However, some of these companies, due to the high level of sales volume of their product, will utilize tractor trailers to distribute their products. Many soft drink and beer companies provide these truck driving jobs. In addition to manufacturers distributing their own products to their customers, there are also supply chain companies who will facilitate and supply products for vendors within localized areas. Many of the local Class B jobs involve working for supply chain companies and delivering the products of vendors to customers within various industries. These products and industries can range in a vast array of markets. Some examples of these markets include, but are in no way limited to, hardware, medical, landscaping, dry cleaning, tools, auto parts, etc. As you can see, the transportation industry has utilized the van trailer in many ways. I feel as though my description of driving jobs that involve hauling van trailers has barely even scratched the surface, but I hope that in my attempt to break down all of this information for you, that you will now have a clearer picture of all the available jobs that involve hauling van. Now that we have covered over many of the aspects which involve hauling van, I can begin to elaborate more on other types of truck driving jobs. So what about the next most common type of truck driving job that entails hauling equipment different than van trailers? This would be the field of flatbed truck driving. I suppose that many of the previously mentioned jobs and their counterparts could also be translated into the field of flatbed trucking, in that many flatbed truck driving jobs may involve similar aspects in various ways. There are, after all, plenty of flatbed companies that offer OTR, regional, local, and dedicated positions. So instead of breaking down all the flatbed trucking jobs, to save time, I suppose I will simply describe some of the aspects involved with flatbed trucking. Due to the nature of specific freight that must be hauled on tractor trailers, it goes without saying that not all of this freight is suitable to be hauled within a trailer that has walls. In these cases, the market will turn to the next most common type of trailer. The flatbed field of truck driving is an essential branch that serves an extremely broad spectrum of markets. Typically anything and everything you could imagine that would ever require the need to transport that exceeds the dimensional limitations of a van trailer could potentially and probably has been transported by flatbed as an alternative. Flatbed truck drivers have a unique dynamic of dilemma that most other truck drivers will likely never face. This challenge concerns the nature of securing and protecting transported cargo from the open elements. A number of measures must be taken in order to transport freight on a flatbed trailer. And as you can imagine, there are a number of regulations that oversee and ensure that this process is done safely and properly. As a flatbed driver, you can expect the added amount of work that comes along with the job to serve as an enormous challenge. In some cases, the aspect of challenge associated with flatbed trucking can be compared to the level of difficulty that comes with learning and adapting to truck driving in general. But through practice and an enormous amount of effort will come the valuable experience of mastering a trade that is not only essential but also highly demanded within the transportation industry. Some flatbed companies do offer entry-level positions for new drivers. This is an added option that you may be presented with at a truck driving school. And due to the added amount of training that is necessary in flatbed trucking, most of these entry-level companies will fall within the category of companies that provide extensive training. With that being said, there are several flatbed carriers that specialize in serving specific markets as well as various tier levels of experience associated with the job. Many heavy haul truck drivers that haul oversized and overweight loads started out as lower tier flatbed drivers. As you can imagine, different types of freight that is hauled on flatbeds require different levels of experience to secure and transport. Because there are no walls on a flatbed trailer, there is technically no limit to the dimensions of cargo that can potentially be hauled. As oversized loads increase in weight and dimension, The levels of danger, anxiety, and payout increase for hauling each individual load. Believe it or not, despite needing an endorsement to haul certain types of equipment, you technically do not need an endorsement to haul an oversized load. You will rather need only a permit to haul it. Flatbed trucking not only provides potential access into some of the highest paying jobs in the industry, it also provides unique positions involving the use of various other equipment, which adds interesting dynamics to certain jobs. Some localized flatbed jobs will require the driver to unload their own freight with the use of a forklift that is transported on the back of the trailer. These specially designed forklifts are known as piggybacks or moffats. Additionally, the nature of customers who require their materials to be transported via flatbed will vary significantly from customers who use van trailers. A lot of construction equipment and materials are transported with flatbeds. This will add an interesting dynamic to some of the locations you travel to in order to pick up and deliver loads. Many construction companies own and operate their own private fleets that they use to transport their equipment on. Needless to say, landing a job of this caliber could potentially set you up for life. To wrap things up, there are still numerous other types of equipment used in the industry, and therefore many more various types of jobs to be had. Your ability and potential to acquire these jobs will all come in time. With that being said, here is a list of some of the lesser fields associated with the transportation industry and/or certain specific jobs available. Keep in mind that many of these types of equipment could be considered as Class A or B: dump trucks, garbage trucks, concrete mixers, concrete pump trucks, vacuum pump trucks, dry bulk tankers, wet bulk tankers, car carriers, crane trucks, mobile medical equipment, rollback dumpster trucks, recovery trucks including but not limited to rollback wreckers and rotators, grain hauling trucks and hopper trailers, rock haulers, snowplows, fire trucks, military and special ops fleets, street sweepers, compressed gas hauling tankers, log hauling trucks, line worker trucks, septic service trucks, city transit buses, school buses, coach buses, racing team equipment hauling like NASCAR, film studio equipment hauling, network communications trucks. As you can see, the list just goes on. And don't take it the wrong way when I refer to these other jobs and/or their associated equipment and the support that they bring to society through their industries as lesser. The fact is that we wouldn't have things as good as we do without these amazing machines and the workers that operate them. I simply meant that these fields of transportation and service are lesser in their size of operation and are therefore more specialized. But as the specifications of jobs get more technical, the income that comes along with these professions can tend to grow exponentially. What I am mainly aiming to do here is to get you to see the many available possibilities that come along with the acquisition of a CDL, followed by the sheer determination and willpower to strategically gain that gold standard of experience that is the most important quality to possess in the transportation industry. Question 5. How do I know when it's time to pursue a goal? Answer 5. This leaves us with the final and possibly the most important question of all. The best way to answer this question is to consider the aspect of where you stand in all of this. Maybe you are yet to make the first step toward pursuing a career in the transportation industry. Maybe you are already here, or maybe you're somewhere in between. If my attempt to inform and advise you has helped in any possible way, I hope you can take the knowledge that I have gained through my experience of serving in the industry and use it to better serve yourself. For those who have yet to make the choice, you are much better equipped with the thoroughly detailed look into the industry that I've provided for you to make that choice. If you are already here, I hope that my attempt to elaborate in such a way has added to your perspective on everything as a whole. Even for those who are already in the industry, who are considering taking a step back to pursue another dream, one of the best aspects of this industry is that it's not going anywhere. It's here to stay and will always be waiting on you to return if you should choose to do so. The experience you have gained through the time you have spent serving in this industry cannot be taken from you and will always be considered as valuable to the industry. For those who are somewhere in between, I hope that my attempt to inform you has encouraged and inspired you to keep going, no matter how hard it may get. As long as you're here in the industry, you are always moving forward, but maybe you have lost some of that drive to do so. And maybe that loss of ambition is your cue that it's time to go after those goals. Remember, there's light at the end of that tunnel. With that being said, I want to wish all of you the best of luck and thank you for your time.